Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 16. The Adventure of the Golden Pince Nez by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Adventure of the Golden Pince Nez by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. When I look at the 3 massive manuscript volumes which contain our work for the year 1894, I confess that it is very difficult for me out of such a wealth of material to select the cases which are most interesting in themselves and at the same time most conducive to a display of those peculiar powers for which my friend was famous. As I turn over the pages, I see my notes upon the repulsive story of the Red Leech and the terrible death of Crosby the banker. Here also I find an account of the Addleton tragedy and the singular contents of the ancient British barrow. The famous Smith-Mortimer succession case comes also within this period, and so does the tracking and arrest of Hewlett, the Boulevard assassin, an exploit which won for Holmes an autograph letter of thanks from the French President and the Order of the Legion of Honor. Each of these would furnish a narrative, but on the whole, I am of opinion that none of them unites so many singular points of interest as the episode of Yoxley Old Place, which includes not only the lamentable death of young Willoughby Smith, but also those subsequent developments which threw so curious a light upon the cause of the crime. It was a wild, tempestuous night towards the close of November. Holmes and I sat together in silence all the evening, he engaged with a powerful lens deciphering the remains of the original inscription upon the palimpsest, I deep in a recent treatise upon surgery. Outside, the wind howled down Baker Street while the rain beat fiercely against the windows. It was strange there, in the very depths of the town, with 10 miles of man's handiwork on every side of us, to feel the iron grip of nature, and to be conscious that to the huge elemental forces all London was no more than the molehills that dot the fields. I walked to the window and looked out on the deserted street. The occasional lamps gleamed on the expanse of muddy road and shining pavement. A single cab was splashing its way from the Oxford Street end. "Well, Watson, it's as well we have not to turn out tonight," said Holmes, laying aside his lens and rolling up the palimpsest. "I've done enough for one sitting. It's trying work for the eyes. So far as I can make out, it is nothing more exciting than an Abbey's account dating from the second half of the 15th century. Hullo! 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 What's this?" Amid the droning of the wind, there had come the stamping of a horse's hoofs and the long grind of a wheel as it rasped against the curb. The cab which I had seen had pulled up at our door. "What can he want?" I ejaculated as a man stepped out of it. "Want? He wants us. And we, my poor Watson, want overcoats and cravats and galoshes and every aid that man ever invented to fight the weather. Wait a bit there. There's a cab off again. There's hope yet. He would have kept it if he had wanted us to come. Run down, my dear fellow, and open the door, for all virtuous folk have been long in bed." When the light of the hall lamp fell upon our midnight visitor, I had no difficulty in recognizing him. It was young Stanley Hopkins, a promising detective, in whose career Holmes had several times shown a very practical interest. "Is he in?" he asked eagerly. "Come up, my dear sir," said Holmes's voice from above. "I hope you have no designs upon us such a night as this." The detective mounted the stairs, and a lamp gleamed upon his shining waterproof. I helped him out of it, while Holmes knocked a blaze out of the logs in the grate. "Now, my dear Hopkins, draw up and warm your toes," said he. "Here's a cigar. And the doctor has a prescription containing hot water and lemon, which is good medicine on a night like this. It must be something important which has brought you out in such a gale." "It is indeed, Mr. Holmes. I've had a bustling afternoon, I promise you. Did you see anything of the Yoxley case in the latest edition?" "I've seen nothing later than the 15th century today." "Well, it was only a paragraph, and all wrong at that. So you have not missed anything. I haven't let the grass grow under my feet. It's down in Kent, 7 miles from Chatham, and 3 from the railway line. I was wired for 3:15, reached Yoxley Old Place at 5. conducted my investigation. Was back at Charing Cross by the last train and straight to you by cab. Which means, I suppose, that you're not quite clear about your case? It means that I can make neither head nor tail of it. So far as I can see it, it is just as tangled a business as I ever handled. And yet, at first, it seems so simple that one couldn't go wrong. There's no motive, Mr. Holmes. That's what bothers me. I can't put my hand on a motive. Here's a man dead. There's no denying that. But so far as I can see, no reason on earth why anyone should wish him harm. Holmes lit a cigar and leaned back in his chair. Let us hear about it, said he. I've got my facts pretty clear, said Stanley Hopkins. All I want now is to know what they all mean. The story, so far as I can make it out, is like this. Some years ago, this country house, Yoxley Old Place, was taken by an elderly man who gave the name of Professor Coram. He was an invalid, keeping his bed half the time, and the other half hobbling round the house with a stick or being pushed about the grounds by the gardener in a bath chair. He was well liked by the few neighbours who called upon him, and he has a reputation down there of being a very learned man. His household used to consist of an elderly housekeeper, Mrs. Marc R, and of a maid, Susan Tarleton. These have both been with him since his arrival, and they seem to be women of excellent character. The professor is writing a learned book, and he found it necessary about a year ago to engage a secretary. The first two that I tried were not successes. But the third, Mr. Willoughby Smith, a very young man straight from the university, seems to have been just what his employer wanted. His work consisted in writing all the morning to the professor's dictation, and he usually spent the evening in hunting up references and passages which bore upon the next day's work. This Willoughby Smith has nothing against him, either as a boy at Uppingham or as a young man at Cambridge. I've seen his testimonials, and from the first he was a decent, quiet, hard-working fellow with no weak spot in him at all. And yet this is the lad who has met his death this morning in the professor's study under circumstances which can point only to murder. The wind howled and screamed at the windows. Holmes and I drew closer to the fire while the young inspector slowly and point by point developed his singular narrative. If you were to search all England, said he, I don't suppose you could find a household more self-contained or freer from outside influences. Whole weeks would pass and not one of them go past the garden gate. The professor was buried in his work and existed for nothing else. Young Smith knew nobody in the neighborhood and lived very much as his employer did. The two women had nothing to take them from the house. Mortimer, the gardener, who wields the bath chair, is an army pensioner, an old Crimean man of excellent character. He does not live in the house, but in a 3-roomed cottage at the other end of the garden. Those are the only people that you would find within the grounds of the Yoxley Old Place. At the same time, the gate of the garden is 100 yards from the main London to Chatham Road. It opens with a latch, and there is nothing to prevent anyone from walking in. Now, I'll give you the evidence of Susan Tarleton, who is the only person who can say anything positive about the matter. It was in the forenoon, between 11 and 12. She was engaged at the moment in hanging some curtains in the upstairs front bedroom. Professor Coram was still in bed, for when the weather is bad, he seldom rises before midday. The housekeeper was busied with some work in the back of the house. Willoughby Smith had been in his bedroom, which he uses as a sitting room, but the maid heard him at that moment passing along the passage and descend to the study immediately below her. She did not see him, but she says that she could not be mistaken in his quick, firm tread. She did not hear the study door close, but a minute or so later there was a dreadful cry in the room below. It was a wild, hoarse scream, so strange and unnatural that it might have come either from a man or a woman. At the same instant there was a heavy thud which shook the old house, and then all was silence. The maid stood petrified for a moment, and then recovering her courage, she ran downstairs. The study door was shut, and she opened it. Inside, young Mr. Willoughby Smith was stretched upon the floor. At first she could see no injury, but as she tried to raise him, she saw that blood was pouring from the underside of his neck. It was pierced by a very small but very deep wound, which had divided the carotid artery. The instrument with which the injury had been inflicted lay upon the carpet beside him. It was one of those small sealing wax knives to be found on old-fashioned writing tables, with an ivory handle and a stiff blade. It was part of the fittings of the professor's own desk. At first the maid thought that young Smith was already dead, but on pouring some water from the carafe over his forehead, he opened his eyes for an instant. "The professor," he muttered. "It was she." The maid is prepared to swear that those were the exact words. He tried desperately to say something else, and he held his right hand up in the air. Then he fell back dead. In the meantime, the housekeeper had also arrived upon the scene, but she was just too late to catch the young man's dying words. Leaving Susan with the body, she hurried to the professor's room. He was sitting up in bed, horribly agitated, for he had heard enough to convince him that something terrible had occurred. Mrs. Marcus prepared to swear that the professor was still in his night clothes, and indeed it was impossible for him to dress without the help of Mortimer, whose orders were to come at 12 o'clock. The professor declares that he heard the distant cry, but that he knows nothing more. He can give you no explanation of the young man's last words. The professor, it was she, but imagines that they were the outcome of delirium. He believes that Willoughby Smith had not an enemy in the world and can give no reason for the crime. His first action was to send Mortimer the gardener for the local police. A little later the chief constable sent for me. Nothing was moved before I got there, and strict orders were given that no one should walk upon the paths leading to the house. It was a splendid chance of putting your theories into practice, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There was really nothing wanting. "Except Mr. Sherlock Holmes," said my companion, with a somewhat bitter smile. "Well, let us hear about it. What sort of a job did you make of it?" "I must ask you first, Mr. Holmes, to glance at this rough plan, which will give you a general idea of the position of the professor's study and the various points of the case. It will help you in following my investigation." He unfolded the rough chart, which I here reproduce, and he laid it across Holmes's knee. I rose, and standing behind Holmes, studied it over his shoulder. It is very rough, of course, and it only deals with the points which seem to me to be essential. All the rest you will see later for yourself. Now, first of all, presuming that the assassin entered the house, how did he or she come in? Undoubtedly by the garden path and the back door, from which there is direct access to the study. Any other way would have been exceedingly complicated. The escape must have also been made along that line, for of the two other exits from the room, one was blocked by Susan as she ran downstairs, and the other leads straight to the professor's bedroom. I therefore directed my attention at once to the garden path, which was saturated with recent rain, and would certainly show any footmarks. My examination showed me that I was dealing with a cautious and expert criminal. No footmarks were to be found on the path. There could be no question, however, that someone had passed along the grass border which lines the path, and that he had done so in order to avoid leaving a track. I could not find anything in the nature of a distinct impression, but the grass was trodden down and someone had undoubtedly passed. It could only have been the murderer, since neither the gardener nor anyone else had been there that morning, and the rain had only begun during the night. "One moment," said Holmes. "Where does this path lead to?" "To the road." "How long is it?" 100 yards or so." "At the point where the path passes through the gate, you could surely pick up the tracks?" "Unfortunately, the path was tiled at that point." "Well, on the road itself?" "No, it was all trodden into mire." "Tut, tut. Well then, these tracks upon the grass, were they coming or going?" "It was impossible to say. There was never any outline." "A large foot or a small?" He could not distinguish. Holmes gave an ejaculation of impatience. "It has been pouring rain and blowing a hurricane ever since," said he. "It will be harder to read now than that palimpsest." Well, it can't be helped. What did you do, Hopkins, after you had made certain that you had made certain of nothing?" "I think I made certain of a good deal, Mr. Holmes. I knew that someone had entered the house cautiously from without. I next examined the corridor. It is lined with coconut matting, and I had taken no impression of any kind. This brought me into the study itself. It's a scantily furnished room. The main article is a large writing table with a fixed bureau. The bureau consists of a double column of drawers with a central small cupboard between them. The drawers were open, the cupboards locked. The drawers, it seems, were always open, and nothing of value was kept in them. There were some papers of importance in the cupboard, but there were no signs that this had been tampered with, and the professor assures me that nothing was missing. It is certain that no robbery has been committed. I come now to the body of the young man. It was found near the bureau and just to the left of it, as marked upon that chart. The stab was on the right side of the neck and from behind forward, so that it is almost impossible that it could have been self-inflicted." "Unless he fell upon the knife?" said Holmes. "Exactly. The idea crossed my mind. But we found the knife some feet away from the body, so that seems impossible. Then, of course, there are the man's own dying words. And finally, there was this very important piece of evidence which was found clasped on the dead man's right hand. From his pocket, Stanley Hopkins drew a small paper packet. He unfolded it and disclosed a golden pince nez with 2 broken ends of black silk cord dangling from the end of it. Willoughby Smith had excellent sight, he added. There can be no question that this was snatched from the face or the person of the assassin. Sherlock Holmes took the glasses into his hand and examined them with the utmost attention and interest. He held them on his nose, endeavored to read through them, went to the window and stared up the street with them, looked at them most minutely in the full light of the lamp, and finally, with a chuckle, seated himself at the table and wrote a few lines upon a sheet of paper, which he tossed across to Stanley Hopkins. "That's the best I can do for you," said he. "It may prove to be of some use." The astonished detective read the note aloud. It ran as follows. "Wanted. A woman of good address, attired like a lady. She has a remarkably thick nose, with eyes which are set close upon either side of it. She has a puckered forehead, a peering expression, and probably rounded shoulders. There are indications that she has had recourse to an optician at least twice during the last few months. As her glasses are of remarkable strength, and as opticians are not very numerous, there should be no difficulty in tracing her." Holmes smiled at the astonishment of Hopkins, which must have been reflected upon my features. "Surely my deductions are simplicity itself," said he. "It would be difficult to name any articles which afford a finer field for inference than a pair of glasses, especially so remarkable a pair as these. That they belong to a woman, I infer from the delicacy and also, of course, from the last words of the dying man. As to her being a person of refinement and well-dressed, they are, as you perceive, handsomely mounted in solid gold, and it is inconceivable that anyone who wore such glasses could be slatternly in other respects. You will find that the clips are too wide for your nose, showing that the lady's nose was very broad at the base. This sort of nose is usually a short and coarse one, but there is a sufficient number of exceptions to prevent me from being dogmatic or from insisting upon this point in my description. My own face is a narrow one, and yet I find that I cannot get my eyes into the center, nor near the center of these glasses. Therefore, the lady's eyes are set very near to the sides of the nose. You will perceive, Watson, that the glasses are concave and of unusual strength. A lady whose vision has been so extremely contracted all her life is sure to have the physical characteristics of such vision, which are seen in the forehead, the eyelids, and the shoulders." "Yes," I said, "I can follow each of your arguments. I confess, however, that I am unable to understand how you arrive at the double visit to the optician." Holmes took the glasses in his hand. "You will perceive," he said, "that the clips are lined with tiny bands of cork to soften the pressure upon the nose. One of these is discolored and worn to some slight extent, but the other is new. Evidently one has fallen off and been replaced. I should judge that the older of them has not been there more than a few months. They exactly correspond. So I gather that the lady went back to the same establishment for the second." "By George, it's marvelous!" cried Hopkins in an ecstasy of admiration. "To think that I had all the evidence in my hand and never knew it! I had intended, however, to go the round of the London opticians." "Of course you would. Meanwhile, have you anything more to tell us about the case?" "Nothing, Mr. Holmes. I think that you know as much as I do now, probably more. We have had inquiries made as to any strangers seen on the country roads or at the railway station. We have heard of none. What beats me is the utter want of all object in the crime. Not a ghost of a motive can anyone suggest. Ah, there I am not in a position to help you. But I suppose you want us to come out tomorrow? If it is not asking too much, Mr. Holmes. There's a train from Charing Cross to Chatham at 6 in the morning, and we should be at Yoxley Old Place between 8 and 9. Then we shall take it. Your case has certainly some features of great interest, and I shall be delighted to look into it. Well, it's nearly 1, and we had best get a few hours' sleep. I dare say you can manage all right on the sofa in front of the fire. I'll light my spirit lamp and give you a cup of coffee before we start." The gale had blown itself out next day, but it was a bitter morning when we started upon our journey. We saw the cold winter sun rise over the dreary marshes of the Thames and the long sullen reaches of the river which I shall ever associate with our pursuit of the Andaman Islander in the earliest days of our career. After a long and weary journey, we alighted at a small station some miles from Chatham. While a horse was being put into a trap at the local inn, we snatched a hurried breakfast, and so we were all ready for business when we at last arrived at Yorksley Old Place. A constable met us at the garden gate. "Well, Wilson, any news?" "No, sir, nothing." "No reports of any strangers seen?" "No, sir. Down at the station they are certain that no stranger either came or went yesterday." "Have you had inquiries made at inns and lodgings?" "Yes, sir. There is no one that we cannot account for." "Well, it's only a reasonable walk to Chatham. Anyone might stay there, or take a train without being observed. This is a garden path of which I spoke, Mr. Holmes. I'll pledge my word there was no mark on it yesterday." "On which side were the marks on the grass?" "This side, sir. This narrow margin of grass between the path and the flower bed. I can't see the traces now, but they were clear to me then." Yes, someone has passed along," said Holmes, stooping over the grass border. "Our lady must have picked her steps very carefully, must she not, since on the one side she would leave a track on the path, and on the other an even clearer one on the soft bed. Yes, sir, she must have been a cold hand." I saw an intent look pass over Holmes's face. "You say that she must have come back this way?" "Yes, sir, there is no other." "On this strip of grass?" "Certainly, Mr. Holmes." It was a very remarkable performance. Very remarkable. Well, I think we have exhausted the path. Let us go farther. This garden door is usually kept open, I suppose? Then this visitor had nothing to do but to walk in. The idea of murder was not in her mind, or she would have provided herself with some sort of weapon instead of having to pick this knife off the writing table. She advanced along this corridor, leaving no traces upon the coconut matting. Then she found herself in this study. How long was she there? We have no means of judging. "Not more than a few minutes, sir. I forgot to tell you that Mrs. Marc R, the housekeeper, had been in there tidying not very long before. About a quarter of an hour, she says." "Well, that gives us a limit. Our lady enters his room, and what does she do? She goes over to the writing table. What for? Not for anything in the drawers. If there had been anything worth her taking, it would surely have been locked up. No, it was for something in that wooden bureau. Hullo, what is that scratch upon the face of it? Just hold a match, Watson. Why did you not tell me of this, Hopkins?" The mark which he was examining began upon the brasswork on the right-hand side of the keyhole and extended for about 4 inches, where it had scratched the varnish from the surface. "I noticed it, Mr. Holmes, but you'll always find scratches round a keyhole. This is recent, quite recent. See how the brass shines where it is cut. An old scratch would be the same color as the surface. Look at it through my lens. There's the varnish too, like earth on each side of a furrow. Is Mrs. Marc R there?" A sad-faced elderly woman came into the room. "Did you dust this bureau yesterday morning?" "Yes, sir." "Did you notice this scratch?" "No, sir, I did not." "I'm sure you did not, for a duster would have swept away these shreds of varnish." "Who has the key to this bureau?" "The professor keeps it on his watch chain." "Is it a simple key?" "No, sir, it's a Chubb's key." "Very good, Mrs. Marc R. You can go. Now we are making a little progress. Our lady enters a room, advances to the bureau, and either opens it or tries to do so. While she is thus engaged, young Willoughby Smith enters a room. In a hurry to withdraw the key, she makes a scratch upon the door. He seizes her, and she, snatching up the nearest object, which happens to be this knife, strikes at him in order to make him let go his hold. The blow is a fatal one. He falls, and she escapes either with or without the object for which she has come. Is Susan the maid there? Could anyone have got away through that door after the time you heard the cry, Susan?" "No, sir, it's impossible. Before I got down the stair, I would have seen anyone in the passage. Besides, the door never opened, or I would have heard it." "That settles this exit. Then no doubt the lady went out the way she came. I understand that this other passage leads only to the professor's room. There is no exit that way?" "No, sir." "We shall go down it and make the acquaintance of the professor. Hello, Hopkins, this is very important indeed. The professor's corridor is also lined with coconut matting." "Well, sir, what of that?" Don't you see any bearing upon the case? Well, well, I don't insist upon it. No doubt I'm wrong, and yet it seems to me to be suggestive. Come with me and introduce me. We passed down the passage, which was of the same length as that which led to the garden. At the end was a short flight of steps ending in a door. Our guide knocked and then ushered us into the professor's bedroom. It was a very large chamber lined with innumerable volumes which had overflowed from the shelves and lay in piles in the corners or were stacked all round at the base of the cases. The bed was in the centre of the room, and in it, propped up with pillows, was the owner of the house. I have seldom seen a more remarkable-looking person. It was a gaunt, aquiline face which was turned towards us, with piercing dark eyes which lurked in deep hollows under overhung and tufted brows. His hair and beard were white, save that the latter was curiously stained with yellow around his mouth. A cigarette glowed amid the tangle of white hair, and the air of the room was fetid with stale tobacco smoke. As he held out his hand to Holmes, I perceived that it was also stained with yellow nicotine. "A smoker, Mr. Holmes?" said he, speaking in well-chosen English with a curious little mincing accent. "Pray take a cigarette. And you, sir?" "I can recommend them, for I have them especially prepared by Ioannis of Alexandria. He sends me 1,000 at a time, and I grieve to say that I have to arrange for a fresh supply every fortnight." "Bad, sir, very bad, but an old man has few pleasures. Tobacco and my work, that's all that is left to me." Holmes had lit a cigarette and was shooting little darting glances all over the room. "Tobacco and my work, but now only tobacco," the old man exclaimed. "Alas, what a fatal interruption! Who could have foreseen such a terrible catastrophe? So estimable a young man! I assure you that, after a few months' training, he was an admirable assistant. What do you think of the matter, Mr. Holmes?" "I have not yet made up my mind. I shall indeed be indebted to you if you can throw a light where all is so dark to us. To a poor bookworm and invalid like myself, such a blow is paralyzing. I seem to have lost the faculty of thought. But you are a man of action. You are a man of affairs. It is part of the everyday routine of your life. You can preserve your balance in every emergency. We are fortunate indeed in having you at our side." Holmes was pacing up and down one side of the room whilst the old professor was talking. I observed that he was smoking with extraordinary rapidity. It was evident that he shared our host's liking for the fresh Alexandrian cigarettes. "Yes, sir, it's a crushing blow," said the old man. "That is my magnum opus, the pile of papers on the side table yonder. It is my analysis of the documents found in the Coptic monasteries of Syria and Egypt, a work which will cut deep at the very foundation of revealed religion. With my enfeebled health, I do not know whether I shall ever be able to complete it, now that my assistant has been taken from me. Dear me, Mr. Holmes, why, you are even a quicker smoker than I am myself." Holmes smiled. "I am a connoisseur," said he, taking another cigarette from the box, his fourth, and lighting it from the stub of that which he had finished. "I will not trouble you with any lengthy cross-examination, Professor Coram, since I gather that you were in bed at the time of the crime, and could know nothing about it. I would only ask this. What do you imagine by this poor fellow meant by his last words? The professor? It was she?" The professor shook his head. "Susan is a country girl," said he, "and you know the incredible stupidity of the class. I fancy that the poor fellow murmured some incoherent, delirious words, and that she twisted them into this meaningless message." "I see. You have no explanation yourself of the tragedy?" "Possibly an accident. Possibly. I only breathe it among ourselves. Suicide. Young men have their hidden troubles. Some affair of the heart, perhaps, which we have never known. It is a more probable supposition than murder. But the eyeglasses! Ah, I am only a student, a man of dreams. I cannot explain the practical things of life. But still, we are aware, my friend, that love gauges may take strange shapes. By all means, take another cigarette. It's a pleasure to see anyone appreciate them so. A fan, a glove, glasses. Who knows what article may be carried as a token or treasured when a man puts an end to his life? This gentleman speaks of footsteps in the grass, but after all, It is easy to be mistaken on such a point. As to the knife, it might well be thrown far from the unfortunate man as he fell. It is possible that I speak as a child, but to me it seems that Willoughby Smith has met his fate by his own hand." Holmes seemed struck by the theory thus put forward, and he continued to walk up and down for some time, lost in thought and consuming cigarette after cigarette. "Tell me, Professor Coram," he said at last, "what is in that cupboard in the bureau?" "Nothing that would help a thief. Family papers, letters from my poor wife, diplomas of universities which have done me honor. Here's a key. You can look for yourself." Holmes picked up the key and looked at it for an instant. Then he handed it back. "No, I hardly think that it would help me," said he. "I should prefer to go quietly to your garden and turn the whole matter over in my head. There's something to be said for the theory of suicide which you have put forward." "We must apologize for having intruded upon you, Professor Coram, and I promise that we won't disturb you until after lunch. At 2 o'clock we will come again and report to you anything which may have happened in the interval." Holmes was curiously distrait, and we walked up and down the garden path for some time in silence. "Have you a clue?" I asked at last. "It depends upon those cigarettes that I smoked," said he. "It is possible that I am utterly mistaken. The cigarettes will show me." "My dear Holmes," I exclaimed, "how on earth—" Well, you may see for yourself. If not, there is no harm done. Of course, we always have the optician clue to fall back upon, but I take a short-cut when I can get it. Ah, here's the good Mrs. Marker. Let us enjoy 5 minutes of instructive conversation with her." I may have remarked before that Holmes had, when he liked, a peculiarly ingratiating way with women, and that he very readily established terms of confidence with them. In half the time which he had named, he had captured the housekeeper's goodwill, and was chatting with her as if he had known her for years. "Yes, Mr. Holmes, it is as you say, sir. He does smoke something terrible, all day and something all night, sir. I've seen that room of a morning. Well, sir, you would have thought it was a London fog. Poor young Mr. Smith. He was a smoker too, but not as bad as a professor. His health, well, I don't know that it is better nor worse for the smoking." "Ah," said Holmes, "but it kills the appetite." "Well, I don't know about that, sir." "I suppose the professor eats hardly anything?" "Well, he's variable, I'll say that for him. I'll wager he took no breakfast this morning, and won't face his lunch after all the cigarettes I saw him consume." "Well, you're out there, sir, as it happens, for he ate a remarkably large breakfast this morning. I don't know when I've known him make a better one, and he's ordered a good dish of cutlets for his lunch. I'm surprised myself, for since I came into that room yesterday and saw young Mr. Smith lying there on the floor, I couldn't bear to look at food. Well, it takes all sorts to make a world, and the professor hasn't let it take his appetite away." We loitered the morning away in the garden. Stanley Hopkins had gone down to the village to look into some rumors of a strange woman who had been seen by some children on the Chatham Road the previous morning. As to my friend, all his usual energy seemed to have deserted him. I had never known him handle a case in such a half-hearted fashion. Even the news brought back by Hopkins that he had found the children, and that they had undoubtedly seen a woman exactly corresponding with Holmes's description and wearing either spectacles or eyeglasses, failed to rouse any sign of keen interest. He was more attentive when Susan, who waited upon us at lunch, volunteered the information that she believed Mr. Smith had been out for a walk yesterday morning, and that he had only returned half an hour before the tragedy occurred. I could not myself see the bearing of this incident, but I clearly perceived that Holmes was weaving it into the general scheme which he had formed in his brain. Suddenly he sprang from his chair and glanced at his watch. 2 o'clock, gentlemen," said he. "We must go up and have it out with our friend the professor." The old man had just finished his lunch, and certainly his empty dish bore evidence to the good appetite with which his housekeeper had credited him. He was indeed a weird man as he turned his white mane and his glowing eyes towards us. The eternal cigarette smouldered in his mouth. He had been dressed and was seated in an armchair by the fire. "Well, Mr. Holmes, have you solved this mystery yet?" He shoved the large tin of cigarettes which stood on a table beside him towards my companion. Holmes stretched out his hand at the same moment, and between them they tipped the box over the edge. For a minute or two we were all on our knees retrieving stray cigarettes from impossible places. When we rose again, I observed Holmes's eye was shining and his cheeks tinged with colour. Only at a crisis have I seen those battle signals flying. Yes, said he, I have solved it. Stanley Hopkins and I stared in amazement. Something like a sneer quivered over the gaunt features of the old professor. Indeed? In the garden? No. Here. Here. When? This instant. You're surely joking, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. You compel me to tell you that this is too serious a matter to be treated in such a fashion. I've forged and tested every link of my chain, Professor Coram, and am sure that it is sound. What your motives are, or what exact part you play in this strange business, I am not yet able to say. In a few minutes I shall probably hear it from your own lips. Meanwhile, I'll reconstruct what is past for your benefit, so that you may know the information which I still require. A lady yesterday entered your study. She came with the intention of possessing herself of certain documents which were in your bureau. She had a key of her own. I have had an opportunity of examining yours, and I do not find that slight discoloration which the scratch made upon the varnish would have produced. You were not an accessory, therefore, and she came, so far as I can read the evidence, without your knowledge to rob you. The professor blew a cloud from his lips. This is most interesting and instructive, said he. Have you no more to add? Surely, having traced this lady so far, you can also say what has become of her. I'll endeavour to do so. In the first place, she was seized by a secretary and stabbed him in order to escape. This catastrophe I am inclined to regard as an unhappy accident, for I am convinced that the lady had no intention of inflicting so grievous an injury. An assassin does not come unarmed. Horrified by what she had done, she rushed wildly away from the scene of the tragedy. Unfortunately for her, she had lost her glasses in the scuffle, and as she was extremely short-sighted, she was really helpless without them. She ran down a corridor which she imagined to be that by which she had come. Both were lined with coconut matting, and it was only when it was too late that she understood that she had taken the wrong passage and that her retreat was cut off behind her. What was she to do? She could not go back. She could not remain where she was. She must go on. She went on. She mounted a stair, pushed open a door, and found herself in your room. The old man sat with his mouth open, staring wildly at Holmes. Amazement and fear were stamped upon his expressive features. Now, with an effort, he shrugged his shoulders and burst into insincere laughter. All very fine, Mr. Holmes, said he, but there is one little flaw in your splendid theory. I was myself in my room, and I never left it during the day. I am aware of that, Professor Coram. And you mean to say that I could lie upon that bed and not be aware that a woman had entered my room? I never said so. You were aware of it. You spoke with her. You recognized her. You aided her to escape. Again the professor burst into high-keyed laughter. He had risen to his feet, and his eyes glowed like embers. You're mad, he cried. You're talking insanely. I helped her to escape? Where is she now? She is there, said Holmes, and he pointed to a high bookcase in the corner of the room. I saw the old man throw up his arms. A terrible convulsion passed over his grim face, and he fell back in his chair. At the same instant, the bookcase at which Holmes pointed swung round upon a hinge, and a woman rushed out into the room. You're right, she cried, in a strange foreign voice. You're right. I am here. She was brown with the dust and draped with the cobwebs which had come from the walls of her hiding place. Her face, too, was streaked with grime, and at the best she could never have been handsome, for she had the exact physical characteristics which Holmes had divined, with, in addition, a long and obstinate chin. What with her natural blindness, and what with the change from dark to light, she stood as one dazed, blinking about her to see where and who we were. And yet, in spite of all these disadvantages, there was a certain nobility in the woman's bearing, a gallantry in the defiant chin and in the upraised head, which compelled something of respect and admiration. Stanley Hopkins had laid his hand upon her arm and claimed her as his prisoner, but she waved him aside gently, and yet with an overmastering dignity which compelled obedience. The old man lay back in his chair with a twitching face and stared at her with brooding eyes. Yes, sir. I am your prisoner, she said. From where I stood I could hear everything, and I know that you have learned the truth. I confess it all. It was I who killed the young man. But you're right. You who say it was an accident. I did not even know that it was a knife which I held in my hand, for in my despair I snatched anything from the table and struck at him to make him let me go. It's a truth that I tell. Madam, said Holmes, I am sure that it is the truth. I fear that you are far from well. She had turned a dreadful colour, the more ghastly under the dark dust streaks upon her face. She seated herself on the side of the bed. Then she resumed. I have only a little time here, she said, but I would have to know the whole truth. I am this man's wife. He is not an Englishman. He is a Russian. His name I will not tell. For the first time the old man stirred. God bless you, Anna, she cried. God bless you. She cast a look of the deepest disdain in his direction. Why should you cling so hard to that wretched life of yours, Sergius? Said she. It has done harm to many and good to none, not even to yourself. However, it is not for me to cause the frail thread to be snapped before God's time. I have enough already upon my soul since I crossed the threshold of this cursed house. But I must speak, or I shall be too late. I have said, gentlemen, that I am this man's wife. He was 50, and I a foolish girl of 20 when we married. It was in a city of Russia, a university. I'll not name the place. God bless you, Anna, murmured the old man again. We were reformers, revolutionists, nihilists, you understand? And he and I, and many more. Then there came a time of trouble. A police officer was killed. Many were arrested. Evidence was wanted. And in order to save his own life and to earn a great reward, my husband betrayed his own wife and his companions. Yes, we were all arrested upon his confession. Some of us found our way to the gallows, and some to Siberia. I was among these last, but my term was not for life. My husband came to England with his ill-gotten gains and has lived in quiet ever since, knowing well that if the Brotherhood knew where he was, not a week would pass before justice would be done. The old man reached out a trembling hand and helped himself to a cigarette. I am in your hands, Anna, said he. You were always good to me. I have not yet told you the height of his villainy, said she. Among our comrades of the order there was one who was the friend of my heart. He was noble, unselfish, loving, all that my husband was not. He hated violence. We were all guilty, if that is guilt. But he was not. He wrote forever dissuading us from such a course. These letters would have saved him. So would my diary, in which, from day to day, I had entered both my feelings towards him and the view which each of us had taken. My husband found and kept both diary and letters. He hid them, and he tried hard to swear away the young man's life. In this he failed, but Alexis was sent a convict to Siberia, where now, at this moment, he works in a salt mine. Think of that, you villain! You villain! Now, at this very moment, Alexis, a man whose name you are not worthy to speak, works and lives like a slave, and yet I have your life in my hands, and I let you go. You were always a noble woman, Anna, said the old man, puffing at his cigarette. She had risen, but she fell back again with a little cry of pain. I must finish, she said. When my term was over, I set myself to get the diary and the letters, which, if sent to the Russian government, would procure my friend's release. I knew that my husband had come to England. After months of searching, I discovered where he was. I knew that he still had the diary, for when I was in Siberia, I had a letter from him once, reproaching me and quoting some passages from its page. Yet I was sure that, with his revengeful nature, he would never give it to me of his own free will. I must get it for myself. With this object, I engaged an agent from a private detective firm, who entered my husband's house as a secretary. It was your second secretary, Sergius, the one who left you so hurriedly. He found that papers were kept in the cupboard, and he got an impression of the key. He would not go farther. He furnished me with a plan of the house, and he told me that in the forenoon the study was always empty, as a secretary was employed up here. So at last I took my courage in both hands and came down to get the papers for myself. I succeeded, but at what a cost! I had just taken the paper and was locking the cupboard when the young man seized me. I had seen him already that morning. He had met me on the road and had asked him to tell me where Professor Coram lived, not knowing that he was in his employ. Exactly, said Holmes. The secretary came back and told his employer of the woman he had met. Then, in his last breath, he tried to send a message that it was she, the she whom he had just discussed with him. You must let me speak, said the woman in an imperative voice, and her face contracted as if in pain. When he had fallen, I rushed from the room, chose the wrong door, and found myself in my husband's room. He spoke of giving me up. I showed him that if he did so, his life was in my hands. If he gave me to the law, I could give him to the brotherhood. It was not that I wished to live for my own sake, but it was that I desired to accomplish my purpose. He knew that I would do what I said, and his own fate was involved in mine. For that reason, and for no other, he shielded me. He thrust me into that dark hiding place, a relic of old days, known only to himself. He took his meals in his own room, and so was able to give me part of his food. It was agreed that when the police left the house, I should slip away by night and come back no more. But in some way you've read our plans. She tore from the bosom of her dress a small packet. These are my last words, said she. Here is a packet which will save Alexis. I confide it to your honor and to your love of justice. Take it. You will deliver it at the Russian embassy. Now, I've done my duty and— Stop her! Cried Holmes. He had bounded across the room and had wrenched a small phial from her hand. Too late, she said, sinking back on the bed. Too late. I took the poison before I left my hiding place. My head swims. I am going. I charge you, sir, to remember the packet. A simple case, and yet in some ways an instructive one, Holmes remarked as we travelled back to town. It hinged from the outset upon the pince nez. But for the fortunate chance of the dying man having seized these, I am not sure that we could ever have reached a solution. It was clear to me from the strength of the glasses that the wearer must have been very blind and helpless when deprived of them. When you asked me to believe that she walked along a narrow strip of grass without once making a false step, I remarked, as you may remember, that it was a noteworthy performance. In my mind, I set it down as an impossible performance, save in the unlikely case that she had a second pair of glasses. I was forced, therefore, to consider seriously the hypothesis that she had remained within the house. On perceiving the similarity of the two corridors, it became clear that she might very easily have made such a mistake, and in that case, it was evident that she must have entered the professor's room. I was keenly on the alert, therefore, for whatever would bear out this supposition, and I examined the room narrowly for anything in the shape of a hiding place. The carpet seemed continuous and firmly nailed, so I dismissed the idea of a trapdoor. There might well be a recess between the books. As you are aware, such devices are common in old libraries. I observed that books were piled on the floor at all other points, but that one bookcase was left clear. This, then, might be the door. I could see no marks to guide me, but the carpet was of a dun color, which lends itself very well to examination. I therefore smoked a great number of those excellent cigarettes, and I dropped the ash all over the place in front of the suspected bookcase. It was a simple trick, but exceedingly effective. I then went downstairs, and I ascertained, in your presence, Watson, without your perceiving the drift of my remarks, that Professor Coram's consumption of food had increased, as one would expect when he is supplying a second person. We then ascended to the room again, when, by upsetting the cigarette box, I obtained a very excellent view of the floor, and was able to see quite clearly from the traces upon the cigarette ash that the prisoner had, in our absence, come out from a retreat. Well, Hopkins, here we are at the Charing Cross, and I congratulate you on having brought your case to a successful conclusion. You are going to headquarters, no doubt? I think, Watson, you and I will drive together to the Russian embassy. The End of the Adventure of the Golden Pince Nez by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 15. Ashes of Circumstance by J. U. Giese. From Weird Tales, September 1925. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. From a cigar, he learned the truth about an affair that ended in murder. Ashes of Circumstance by J. U. Giese. "Come," said the police chief in response to the rap on his door. An orderly entered. "Chief, there's a man outside says he has some information about the Arnott business last night. He won't give it to anybody but you." The chief puffed at the cigar he was smoking and nodded in decision. "Show him in," he directed. The orderly withdrew. Presently, the door opened again to admit a dark-complexioned man with skin as sallow as yellow wax under the morning light. Dark eyes lurked at the back of shallow sockets. He paused beside the end of the chief's desk. "If I am correct," he began, speaking without any preliminary greeting, "your men were this morning summoned to the residence of a man known as John Arnett. They found the dead bodies of a man and a woman in the drawing room of the house. The man was lying on the floor. The woman was decently placed upon a couch. She was Arnott's wife." The chief nodded again. "You're correct enough," he said slowly. "Absolutely correct. They said you knew something about it. It appears they were right. Well, permit me to sit down." His visitor sank into a chair. "I would ask that you allow me to tell what I know in my own way. You see, I've taken all night to make up my mind as to my course in this affair. I've known Arnott rather well for years. The double murder, for it was murder, Chief, occurred last night. It was the climax of months of mental agony for Arnott, but I am sure he never dreamed what real agony was until the last 12 hours. Do you know much about him, Chief?" The chief shook his head. "At least you probably know that he is a man of large interests, which frequently require his absence from the city for days at a time. He is rich. His home was such as gives one an instant appreciation of the owner's standing, if you know what I mean. At the time of his marriage, Jean spared no expense in preparing it for the reception of his bride. He wanted it to be, if anything, more beautiful and charming than the one she left." "Wait," the chief interrupted. "Why are you telling me all this?" "Why?" The man before him met his regard in what seemed a vague surprise. "Why? Because of what happened last night. Arnott's wife was a beautiful woman, a woman in 1,000, the only one who ever stirred Arnott's pulses. When he met her, he went mad. She became the main reason for his existence from that instant. And because she was the one woman, Arnott, I think, became insanely jealous of her. Not that there was any reason for it, really, but he fancied all other men must look upon her with his eyes. It was not that he did not trust her. She was a good woman, Chief. It was just that he felt as the wearer of a priceless jewel may feel when he knows that others may envy him its possession. It was a sort of possessive fear that Arnott felt. That, of course, was at first. Arnott, Chief, was a peculiar man. Despite all his mad passion for his wife, he gave little sign of what he felt. He was one of those men whose inner emotions did not easily disturb his surface. So while his love burned at a white heat within him, he did not give to outward manifestations of affection. He sought rather to act than to talk his love, to show what he felt by giving her everything she wanted, gratifying her every desire. His greatest delight was to find something he knew she wished and bring it to her. His love was a shrine at which he worshipped, and his wife was the Madonna in that shrine. That, Chief, is how Arnott loved. You must have known him very well to know so much, the chief suggested. I did. I was closer to him than any other, Chief. But what are you leading up to? The chief's cigar had gone out. He laid it aside. To what happened last night, and the cause. The chief leaned back in his chair. All right, go on. Arnott had a friend, Chief. His name was Paul Lease. They had been boys together. They had gone to school together, and in later years they remained bosom friends. Lease was a single man, but after his marriage, Arnott took him to his house and presented him to his wife. What foul fiend of evil laughed at the step, only the powers which laugh at us mortals can know. Yet, for a long time, everything remained as it had been. Paul was frequently at the house, and often, when Jean was out of town, he escorted Mrs. Arnott to places of amusement, or to social functions. He and she became very good friends. It was then that John's jealousy manifested itself, Chief. He watched the growing intimacy between them with a smiling face that none the less masked the first stirrings of suspicion. Remember that he was a man of the world and knew of other instances of a friend's forgetting his honor. One may say that his love and primal faith in his wife should have sustained him, but we, you and I of the world, Chief, also know that jealousy is an insidious thing that feeds on little. Jean Arnott became suspicious of his friend first, and then of his wife. In such a man, if the fire of love is hot, the fire of jealous doubt is as the flame of hell itself. Yet, so far as I know, no one suspected. There was no reason why anyone should. It was there that the man's ability of repression showed itself. He still met Paul, as always. He still treated his wife as he treated her from the first. But he was watching. Never an instant when he was with them, but that his eyes were seeking a covert meaning in a glance, his ears listening for a veiled suggestion in a phrase. With the stealth of a prowling animal, he kept his gnawing secret concealed by a smile and watched. He even found a terrible pleasure in watching, in thinking that all the time they fancied him blind, he was looking on from what amounted to a screen. I am not saying he was not warped in his judgment. He was. His jealousy of the beautiful woman he had married perverted his sense of proportion until every act, every word, took on a double meaning to his morbid fancy. But he thought then, sincerely, that he was justified in his suspicion. So the result is as you see. You knew of this insane jealousy? The chief inquired. Oh, yes. The visitor inclined his head. And let it go on? Made no effort to stop it? On the contrary, Chief, I have labored with John for hours. He could see nothing save his suspicion, which considered nothing else. Go on, the chief prompted. One day Arnett came home from a trip. That evening his wife related to him her life in the interval that he had been absent. She spoke of Lease again and again. Suddenly Arnett turned upon her. He was drunk with rage. You care more for him than for me, he cried. She laughed. He pressed for an answer. After a time, she resented his attitude. She told him that his question was an insult, which she would answer by refusing to discuss the matter further. You see, she had pride. The episode, however, was but the pouring of oil on the fire of Arnott's suspicion. From that instant he began to plan a trap for the two, that he might face them in the perfidy he was now convinced was theirs. And yet, so wonderful was his craft, which amounted to insane guile, he was still outwardly much the same, gave no definite sign of the terrible thing in his soul. Only when alone did he pace the floor, grimacing, mouthing, swearing terrible oaths, until the froth gathered on his lips, and his eyes were bloodshot, and his tongue hot with fearful words. He laid his trap. It was nothing new. Merely he announced a journey, and on the night when he was supposed to be leaving the city, he dined with Mrs. Arnott. Never had she appeared more desirable, more alluring, more a thing to be adored. But he hardened his heart to his purpose, and after dinner he went to her boudoir and sat in a chair by a little table, while he smoked a cigar. "Paul coming tonight?" he asked, watching her through the half veil of smoke. "Not that I know of," she told him. She was in a soft negligee, plainly dressed for an evening at home. It should have meant nothing to Jean. Paul often came in unexpectedly, as he knew. But this time he had kept all mention of his projected trip from his friend, because he wanted to feel sure of the woman's guilt, that she called her lover to her after he himself had gone. Hence, into her words he read evasion. He nodded, got up, and bade her goodbye. He left the house, saying he was going to his office for some papers, and then to his train. In reality, he never went beyond the end of the block. There he stopped. Crouched in the shadow of the railing, he watched his house. After a time, a figure came down the street, and a man ran up the steps. Arnott recognized the figure and carriage of his friend, Paul. For what seemed to be a long time after that, he still crouched where he was, nursing a terrible thing in his brain. Yet he kept sufficient control to adhere to the plan he had made. He meant to give them time to feel sure of his absence. At length he stepped out of the shadow and walked to the house, went up the steps, and entered with his night key. His wife and Paul were sitting in the drawing room as he came in. Even then he noticed how beautiful she was. The next instant, however, his contempt for her treachery came back in a burning flood to his soul. He strode into the room and paused. "John!" his wife cried out. Perhaps she was merely surprised. Perhaps for the first time some of Arno's control relaxed, and she saw something of his inner state peering at her from his burning eyes. Jean doesn't know, and he never will learn now. Lys rose. "Hello," he said. "We thought you'd left town, old man." By an effort, Arno steadied his voice. He explained that he had missed his train. "Hold on." The chief leaned suddenly forward. "See here, if you know that, you must have seen Arno since the murder." "I have." His informant's tone was matter-of-fact. "Then you know where he is now?" "Yes, that is what caused me to spend a sleepless night, at least in part. I was trying to decide what to do about Arno." "There is only one thing you can do." The chief's finger crept toward the button on his desk. "Tell me where he is at once." "He will not escape." His visitor raised a hand. "Wait for a minute longer, Chief, till my story's done. Arno left his wife with Lys. He made an excuse to go to his room, but instead of doing so, he went hastily to his wife's boudoir and began a search for any sign which might indicate his friend's prior presence in the room. He found it. On a little table which held his wife's basket of fancy work She had a pretty taste, was always making pretty things. He found a white pile of tobacco ashes, staring up at him from the darkly polished wood. Proof that a man had been admitted not so long before. His lips writhed for a moment, baring his teeth like fangs of a wolf. He fairly ran to his own apartments, dragged out a drawer, and procured a weapon. With it, he returned to the drawing room. His mind was made up. He was going to kill Lise. But first he meant to tell them both how he had watched for months. Lise was on his feet when he entered the room for the second time. He spoke as Arno appeared. "I was just leaving, John. I only ran in for a moment on my way to the Greenville reception. I must be getting on." "Wait, I want a word with you." Arno held up his hand, and then, like a man slipping the leash of a savage dog, he relaxed all the restraint which had held him. All his foul suspicions, all his fancied proof, all his agony of soul, all his love for his wife and his friend turned to hatred, he poured out upon them in a wild flood of rage and despair. In the midst of it, Lise sought with a face of horror to stay him. "Jean, Jean, you are mad to talk like this," he cried. "Stop! I will not permit even you to insult the woman who is your wife in such fashion. If you were anyone save my old friend, I would strike you down for a great deal less. You—" Arno turned upon him with a frightful imprecation. He cursed him, and he cursed his wife, and suddenly drawing his weapon, he shot Lise through the chest, so that he staggered and fell upon the floor. And at that he laughed, and turned on his wife, who had screamed and was cowering back beyond the body. "There!" he shrieked at her, pointing to it. "There is the thing you loved. Look at it, and see how lovable it is, now." "Oh, my God!" said his wife. "You believe that? Really believe?" And she stretched out her hands like one groping in the darkness, and swayed on her feet. Arno answered her with a string of accusing oaths. But she was brave. Brave. Arno admits that. Suddenly she drew herself up. She was very pale, and her eyes were wide. But her words lashed back at him in scorching scorn. "Then why don't you complete your work?" Arno says she stretched out her arms. He says her eyes, her face, will haunt him to the grave. But then he was mad, utterly mad. He lifted his smoking weapon and pointed it at her, and with what seemed to him then as absolute deliberation, he fired. She swayed before him for a moment, and a spot of red grew on the filmy fabric of her gown. Then she bent forward slightly and coughed. Red blood spattered from her lips. "Sean!" she croaked, and fell on her knees, on her face. Arno nodded. He was quite satisfied. He had made all his plans. Yet, even as he put his weapon away, something made him stoop and lift her up in his arms, and lay her on the couch. Having done that, he straightened her limbs and composed her hands. She was still warm, seemed scarcely more than asleep. Then he walked out of the room without a single backward glance, and turned the lights off at the switch. All his rage had left him. He decided to leave the city at once. Going to his room, he took up the bags he had packed earlier in the day, and started to leave the house. As he passed the door of his wife's boudoir, he noticed that the lights were burning. He set down his bags and stepped inside to turn them off. Then, for the first time, he saw what before had escaped his attention. It was a half-smoked cigar lying on the floor in the shadow of the table on top of which he had seen the ashes. He crossed to it and picked it up. The band about it showed it to be one of the brand he habitually smoked. Suddenly, Chief, as he stood there holding it in his hand, he began to tremble because of the terrible thought. His supply of cigars was kept in his own room, in a cabinet to which he held the key, and which he always kept locked. He put down a finger slowly and touched the pile of ashes. They were cold, quite cold, but not more so than his own flesh had become. You see, Chief, he had remembered, when it was too late. Now that it was all past, now that the terrible, irrevocable deed had been done, and two innocent souls sent to an unmerited fate, suddenly into his reeling brain came the recollection of the cigar he had smoked in that room before he pretended to start on his journey. In that terrible moment which seared all the madness of suspicion from the soul of Jean Arnaud forever, I realized, Chief, that the cigar ashes were mine. The Chief came to his feet in a bound. Mine, the man with the sunken eyes reaffirmed. God help me, I am Jean Arnaud. The end of Ashes of Circumstance by J. U. Giese.
The Adventure of the Cardboard Box by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Adventure of the Cardboard Box. In choosing a few typical cases which illustrate the remarkable mental qualities of my friend Sherlock Holmes, I have endeavored as far as possible to select those which presented the minimum of sensationalism while offering a fair field for his talents. It is, however, unfortunately impossible entirely to separate the sensation from the criminal, and a chronicler is left in the dilemma that he must either sacrifice details which are essential to his statement, and so give a false impression of the problem, or he must use matter which chance and not choice has provided him with. With this short preface, I shall turn to my notes of what proved to be a strange, though a peculiarly terrible chain of events. It was a blazing hot day in August. Baker Street was like an oven, and the glare of the sunlight upon the yellow brickwork of the house across the road was painful to the eye. It was hard to believe that these were the same walls which loomed so gloomily through the fogs of winter. Our blinds were half drawn, and Holmes lay curled upon a sofa, reading and rereading a letter which he had received by the morning post. For myself, my term of service in India had trained me to stand heat better than cold, and a thermometer at 90 was no hardship. But the morning paper was uninteresting. Parliament had risen. Everybody was out of town, and I yearned for the glades of the New Forest or the shingle of Southsea. A depleted bank account had caused me to postpone my holiday, and as to my companion, neither the country nor the sea presented the slightest attraction to him. He loved to lie in the very center of the 5 millions of people, with his filaments stretching out and running through them, responsive to every little rumor or suspicion of unsolved crime. Appreciation of nature found no place among his many gifts, and his only change was when he turned his mind from the evildoer of the town to track down his brother of the country. Finding that Holmes was too absorbed for conversation, I tossed aside the barren paper, and leaning back in my chair, I fell into a brown study. Suddenly my companion's voice broke in upon my thoughts. "You are right, Watson," he said. "It does seem a most preposterous way of settling a dispute." "Most preposterous," I exclaimed, and then suddenly realizing how he had echoed the inmost thought of my soul, I sat up in my chair and stared at him in blank amazement. "What is this, Holmes?" I cried. "This is beyond anything which I could have imagined." He laughed heartily at my perplexity. "You remember," he said, "that some little time ago, when I read you the passage in one of the Post sketches in which a close reasoner follows the unspoken thoughts of his companion, you were inclined to treat the matter as a mere tour de force of the author. On my remarking that I was constantly in the habit of doing the same thing, You expressed incredulity. Oh, no. Perhaps not with your tongue, my dear Watson, but certainly with your eyebrows. So when I saw you throw down your paper and enter upon a train of thought, I was very happy to have the opportunity of reading it off, and eventually of breaking into it, as a proof that I had been in rapport with you. But I was still far from satisfied. In the example which you read to me, said I, the reasoner drew his conclusions from the actions of the man whom he observed. If I remember right, he stumbled upon a heap of stones, looked up at the stars, and so on. But I have been seated quietly in my chair, and what clues can I have given you? You do yourself an injustice. The features are given to man as the means by which he shall express his emotions, and yours are faithful servants. Do you mean to say that you read my train of thoughts from my features? Your features, and especially your eyes. Perhaps you cannot yourself recall how your reverie commenced? No, I cannot. Then I'll tell you. After throwing down your paper, which was the action which drew my attention to you, you sat for half a minute with a vacant expression. Then your eyes fixed themselves upon your newly framed picture of General Gordon, and I saw by the alteration in your face that a train of thought had been started. But it did not lead very far. Your eyes flashed across to the unframed portrait of Henry Ward Beecher which stands upon the top of your books. Then you glanced up at the wall, and of course your meaning was obvious. You were thinking that if the portrait were framed, it would just cover the bare space and correspond with Gordon's picture over there. You have followed me wonderfully, I exclaimed. So far I could hardly have gone astray. But now your thoughts went back to Beecher, and you looked hard across as if you were studying the character of his features. Then your eyes ceased to pucker, but you continued to look across, and your face was thoughtful. You were recalling the incidents of Beecher's career. I was well aware that you could not do this without thinking of the mission which he undertook on behalf of the North at the time of the Civil War. For I remember you expressing your passionate indignation at the way in which he was received by the more turbulent of our people. You felt so strongly about it that I knew you could not think of Beecher without thinking of that also. When a moment later I saw your eyes wander away from the picture, I suspected that your mind had been turned to the Civil War, and when I observed that your lips set, your eyes sparkled, and your hands clenched, I was positive that you were indeed thinking of the gallantry which was shown by both sides in the desperate struggle. But then again your face grew sadder. You shook your head. You were dwelling upon the sadness and horror and useless waste of life. Your hands stole towards your own old wound, and a smile quivered on your lips, which showed me that the ridiculous side of this method of settling international questions had forced itself upon your mind. At this point I agreed with you that it was preposterous, and was glad to find that all my deductions had been correct. Absolutely, said I. And now that you have explained it, I confess that I am as amazed as before. It was very superficial, my dear Watson, I assure you. I should not have intruded it upon your attention had you not shown some incredulity the other day. But I have in my hands here a problem which may prove to be more difficult of solution than my small essay in thought reading. Have you observed on the paper a short paragraph referring to the remarkable contents of a packet sent through the post to Miss Cushing of Cross Street, Croydon? No, I saw nothing. Ah, then you must have overlooked it. Just toss it over to me. Here it is, under the financial column. Perhaps you would be good enough to read it aloud? I picked up the paper which he had thrown back to me and read the paragraph indicated. It was headed, "A Gruesome Packet. Miss Susan Cushing, living at Cross Street, Croydon, has been made the victim of what must be regarded as a peculiarly revolting practical joke unless some more sinister meaning should prove to be attached to the incident. At 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon, a small packet, wrapped in brown paper, was handed in by the postman. A cardboard box was inside, which was filled with coarse salt. On emptying this, Miss Cushing was horrified to find 2 human ears, apparently quite freshly severed. The box had been sent by parcel post from Belfast upon the morning before. There is no indication as to the sender, and the matter is the more mysterious as Miss Cushing, who is a maiden lady of 50, has led a most retired life and has so few acquaintances or correspondents that it is a rare event for her to receive anything through the post. Some years ago, however, when she resided at Penge, she let apartments in a house to 3 young medical students, whom she was obliged to get rid of on account of their noisy and irregular habits. The police are of the opinion that this outrage may have been perpetrated upon Miss Cushing by these youths who owed her a grudge and who hoped to frighten her by sending her these relics of the dissecting rooms. Some probability is lent to the theory by the fact that one of these students came from the north of Ireland and, to the best of Miss Cushing's belief, from Belfast. In the meantime, the matter is being actively investigated, Mr. Lestrade, one of the very smartest of our detective officers, being in charge of the case. So much for the Daily Chronicle, said Holmes as I finished reading. Now for a friend Lestrade. I had a note from him this morning in which he says, I think that this case is very much in your line. We have every hope of clearing the matter, but we find a little difficulty in getting anything to work upon. We have, of course, wired to the Belfast post office, but a large number of parcels were handed in upon that day, and they have no means of identifying this particular one, or of remembering the sender. The box is a half-a-pound box of honeydew tobacco and does not help us in any way. The medical student theory still appears to me to be the most feasible, but if you should have a few hours to spare, I should be very happy to see you out here. I shall be either at the house or at the police station all day. What say you, Watson? Can you rise superior to the heat and run down to Croydon with me on the off chance of a case for your annals? I was longing for something to do. You shall have it then. Ring for our boots and tell them to order a cab. I'll be back in a moment when I've changed my dressing gown and filled my cigar case. A shower of rain fell when we were in the train, and the heat was far less oppressive in Croydon than in town. Holmes had sent on a wire so that Lestrade, as wiry, as dapper, and as ferret-like as ever, was waiting for us at the station. A walk of 5 minutes took us to Cross Street, where Miss Cushing resided. It was a very long street of 2-story brick houses, neat and prim, with whitened stone steps and little groups of aproned women gossiping at the doors. Halfway down, Lestrade stopped and tapped at a door, which was opened by a small servant girl. Miss Cushing was sitting in the front room, into which we were ushered. She was a placid-faced woman, with large, gentle eyes and grizzled hair curving down over her temples on each side. A worked antimacassar lay upon her lap, and a basket of coloured silks stood upon a stool beside her. "They are in the outhouse, those dreadful things," said she as Lestrade entered. "I wish that you would take them away altogether." "So I shall, Miss Cushing. I only kept them here until my friend Mr. Holmes should have seen them in your presence." "Why in my presence, sir?" "In case you wish to ask any questions." "What is the use of asking me questions when I tell you I know nothing whatever about it?" "Quite so, madam," said Holmes in a soothing way. "I have no doubt that you have been annoyed more than enough already over this business." "Indeed I have, sir. I am a quiet woman, and live a retired life. It's something new for me to see my name in the papers, and to find the police in my house. I won't have those things in here, Mr. Lestrade. If you wish to see them, you must go to the outhouse." It was a small shed in the narrow garden which ran behind the house. Lestrade went in and brought out a yellow cardboard box with a piece of brown paper and some string. There was a bench at the end of the path, and we all sat down while Holmes examined one by one the articles which Lestrade had handed to him. "The string is exceedingly interesting," he remarked, holding it up to the light and sniffing at it. "What do you make of this string, Lestrade?" "It has been tarred." "Precisely. It's a piece of tarred twine. You've also, no doubt, remarked that Miss Cushing has cut the cord with the scissors, as can be seen by the double fray on each side. This is of importance." "I cannot see the importance," said Lestrade. "The importance lies in the fact that the knot is left intact, and that this knot is of a peculiar character. It's very neatly tied." "I had already made a note to that effect," said Lestrade complacently. "So much for the string, then," said Holmes, smiling. "Now for the box wrapper. Brown paper, with a distinct smell of coffee. What? Did you not observe it? I think there can be no doubt of it. Address printed in rather straggling characters. Miss S. Cushing, Cross Street, Croydon. Done with a broad-pointed pen, probably a J, and with very inferior ink. The word Croydon has been originally spelled with an I, which has been changed to Y. The parcel was directed then by a man, the printing is distinctly masculine, of limited education and unacquainted with the town of Croydon. So far, so good. The box is a yellow half-pound honeydew box, with nothing distinctive, save 2 thumb marks at the left bottom corner. It's filled with rough salt of the quality used for preserving hides and other of the coarser commercial purposes. And embedded in it are these very singular enclosures." He took out the 2 ears as he spoke, and laying a board across his knee, he examined them minutely, while Lestrade and I, bending forward on each side of him, glanced alternatively at these dreadful relics and at the thoughtful, eager face of our companion. Finally, he returned them to the box once more, and sat for a while in deep meditation. "You observed, of course," said he at last, "that the ears are not a pair." "Yes, I've noticed that. But if this were the practical joke of some students from the dissecting rooms, it would have been easy for them to send 2 odd ears as a pair. Precisely. But this is not a practical joke. You are sure of it? The presumption is strongly against it. Bodies in the dissecting rooms are injected with preservative fluid. These ears bear no signs of this. They are fresh too. They have been cut off with a blunt instrument, which would hardly happen if a student had done it. Again, carbolic or rectified spirits would be preservatives which would suggest themselves to the medical mind, certainly not rough salt. I repeat that there is no practical joke here, but that we are investigating a serious crime. A vague thrill ran through me as I listened to my companion's words and saw the stern gravity which had hardened his features. This brutal preliminary seemed to shadow forth some strange and inexplicable horror in the background. Lestrade, however, shook his head like a man who is only half convinced. There are objections to the joke theory, no doubt, but there are much stronger reasons against the other. We know that this woman had led a most quiet and respectable life at Penge and here for the last 20 years. She has hardly been away from her home for a day during that time. Why on earth, then, should any criminal send her the proofs of his guilt, especially as, unless she is most consummate actress, she understands quite as little of the matter as we do? That is a problem which we have to solve, Holmes answered. And for my part, I shall set about it by presuming that my reasoning is correct, and that a double murder has been committed. One of these ears is a woman's, small, finely formed, and pierced for an earring. The other is a man's, sunburned, discolored, and also pierced for an earring. These two people are presumably dead, or we should have heard their story before now. Today is Friday. The packet was posted on Thursday morning. The tragedy then occurred on Wednesday, or Tuesday, or earlier. If the two people were murdered, who but their murderer would have sent this sign of his work to Miss Cushing? We may take it that the sender of the packet is a man whom we want, but he must have some strong reason for sending Miss Cushing this packet. What reason, then? It must have been to tell her that the deed was done, or to pain her, perhaps. But in that case, she knows who it is. Does she know? I doubt it. If she knew, why should she call the police in? She might have buried the ears, and no one would have been the wiser. That is what she would have done if she had wished to shield the criminal. But if she does not wish to shield him, she would give his name. There is a tangle here which needs straightening out. He had been talking in a high, quick voice, staring blankly up over the garden fence, but now he sprang briskly to his feet and walked towards the house. I have a few questions to ask Miss Cushing, said he. In that case, I may leave you here, said Lestrade, for I have another small business on hand. I think that I have nothing further to learn from Miss Cushing. You will find me at the police station. We shall look in on our way to the train, answered Holmes. A moment later, he and I were back in the front room, where the impassive lady was still quietly working away at antimacassar. She put it down on her lap as we entered and looked at us with her frank, searching blue eyes. I am convinced, sir, she said, that this matter is a mistake, and that the parcel was never meant for me at all. I have said this several times to the gentleman from Scotland Yard, but he simply laughs at me. I have not an enemy in the world, as far as I know, so why would anyone play me such a trick? I am coming to be of the same opinion, Miss Cushing, said Holmes, taking a seat beside her. I think that it is more than probable. He paused, and I was surprised on glancing round to see that he was staring with singular intentness on the lady's profile. Surprise and satisfaction were both for an instant to be read upon his eager face, though when she glanced round to find out the cause of his silence, he had become as demure as ever. I stared hard myself at her flat, grizzled hair, her trim cap, her little gilt earrings, her placid features, but I could see nothing which would account for my companion's evident excitement. There were one or two questions. Oh, I am weary of questions, cried Miss Cushing impatiently. You have two sisters, I believe. How could you know that? I observed the very instant that I entered the room that you have a portrait group of 3 ladies upon the mantelpiece, one of whom is undoubtedly yourself, while the others are so exceedingly like you that there could be no doubt of their relationship. Yes, you're quite right. They are my sisters, Sarah and Mary. And here at my elbow is another portrait taken at Liverpool of your younger sister, in the company of a man who appears to be a steward by his uniform. I observed that she was unmarried at the time. You're very quick at observing. That's my trade. Well, you're quite right. But she was married to Mr. Browner a few days afterwards. He was on a South American line when that was taken, but he was so fond of her that he couldn't abide to leave her for so long, and he got into the Liverpool and London boats. Ah, the Conqueror, perhaps? No, the Mayday, when last I heard. Jim came down here to see me once. That was before he broke the pledge. But afterwards, he would always take drink when he was ashore, and a little drink would send him stark staring mad. Ah, it was a bad day that ever he took a glass in his hand again. First, he dropped me. Then he quarrelled with Sarah, and now that Mary has stopped writing, we don't know how things are going with them. It was evident that Miss Cushing had come upon a subject on which she felt very deeply. Like most people who lead a lonely life, she was shy at first, but ended up becoming extremely communicative. She told us many details about her brother-in-law, the steward, and then wandering off on the subject of her former lodgers, the medical students, she gave us a long account of their delinquencies with their names and those of the hospitals. Holmes listened attentively to everything, throwing in a question from time to time. "About your second sister, Sarah," said he. "I wonder, since you are both maiden ladies, that you do not keep house together. Ah, you don't know Sarah's temper, or you would wonder no more. I tried it when I came to Croydon, and we kept on until about 2 months ago, when we had to part. I don't want to say a word against my own sister, but she was always meddlesome and hard to please with Sarah." "You say that she quarrelled with your Liverpool relations?" "Yes, and they were the best of friends at one time. Why, she went up there to live in order to be near them, and now she has no word hard enough for Jim Browner. The last 6 months that she was here, she would speak of nothing but his drinking and his ways. He had caught her meddling, I suspect, and given her a bit of his mind, and that was the start of it." "Thank you, Miss Cushing," said Holmes, rising and bowing. "Your sister Sarah lives, I think you said, at New Street, Wallington? Goodbye, and I am very sorry that you should have been troubled over a case with which, as you say, you have nothing whatever to do." There was a cab passing as we came out, and Holmes hailed it. "How far to Wallington?" he asked. "Only about a mile, sir." "Very good. Jump in, Watson. We must strike while the iron is hot. Simple as the case is, there have been one or two very instructive details in connection with it. Just pull up at a telegraph office as you pass, cabby." Holmes sent off a short wire, and for the rest of the drive lay back in the cab with his hat tilted over his nose to keep the sun from his face. Our drive pulled up at a house which was not unlike the one which we had just quitted. My companion ordered him to wait, and had his hand upon the knocker when the door opened and a grave young gentleman in black with a very shiny hat appeared on the step. "Is Miss Cushing at home?" asked Holmes. "Miss Sarah Cushing is extremely ill," said he. "She has been suffering since yesterday from brain symptoms of great severity. As a medical adviser, I cannot possibly take the responsibility of allowing anyone to see her. I should recommend you to call again in 10 days. He drew on his gloves, closed the door, and marched off down the street. "Well, if we can't, we can't," said Holmes cheerfully. "Perhaps she could not or would not have told you much?" "I did not wish her to tell me anything. I only wanted to look at her. However, I think that I have got all that I want. Drive us to some decent hotel, cabby, where we may have some lunch, and afterwards we shall drop down upon friend Lestrade at the police station." We had a pleasant little meal together, during which Holmes would talk about nothing but violence, narrating with great exultation how he had purchased his own Stradivarius, which was worth at least 500 guineas, at a Jew broker's in Tottenham Court Road for 55 shillings. This led him to Paganini, and we sat for an hour over a bottle of claret, while he told me anecdote after anecdote of that extraordinary man. The afternoon was far advanced, when the hot glare had softened into a mellow glow before we found ourselves at the police station. Lestrade was waiting for us at the door. "A telegram for you, Mr. Holmes," said he. "Ha! It's the answer." He tore it open, glanced his eyes over it, and crumpled it into his pocket. "That's all right," said he. "Have you found out anything?" "I have found out everything." "What?" Lestrade stared at him in amazement. "You are joking." "I was never more serious in my life. A shocking crime has been committed, and I think I have now laid bare every detail of it." "And the criminal?" Holmes scribbled a few words upon the back of one of his visiting cards and threw it over to Lestrade. "That is a name," he said. "You cannot effect an arrest until tomorrow night at the earliest. I should prefer that you do not mention my name at all in connection with the case, as I chose to be only associated with those crimes which present some difficulty in their solution. Come on, Watson." We strode off together to the station, leaving Lestrade still staring with a delighted face at the card which Holmes had thrown him. "The case," said Sherlock Holmes, as we chatted over our cigars that night in our rooms at Baker Street, is one where, as in the investigations which you have chronicled under the names of A Study in Scarlet and of the Sign of Four, we have been compelled to reason backward from effects to causes. I have written to Lestrade, asking him to supply us with the details which are now wanting, and which he will only get after he has secured his man. That he may be safely trusted to do, for although he is absolutely devoid of reason, he is as tenacious as a bulldog when he once understands what he has to do. And indeed, it is just this tenacity which has brought him to the top at Scotland Yard. Your case is not complete then? I asked. It's fairly complete in essentials. We know who the author of the revolting business is, although one of the victims still escapes us. Of course, you have formed your own conclusions. I presume that this Jim Browner, the steward of Liverpool boat, is the man whom you suspect? Oh, it's more than a suspicion. And yet, I cannot see anything save very vague indications. On the contrary, to my mind, nothing could be more clear. Let me run over the principal steps. We approached the case, you remember, with an absolutely blank mind, which is always an advantage. We had formed no theories. We were simply there to observe and to draw inferences from our observations. What did we see first? A very placid and respectable lady, who seemed quite innocent of any secret, and a portrait which showed me that she had two younger sisters. It instantly flashed across my mind that the box might have been meant for one of these. I set the idea aside as one which could be disproved or confirmed at our leisure. Then we went to the garden, as you remember, and we saw the very singular contents of the little yellow box. The string was of the quality which is used by sailmakers aboard ship, and at once a whiff of the sea was perceptible in our investigation. When I observed that the knot was one which is popular with sailors, that the parcel had been posted at a port, and that the male ear was pierced for an earring, which is so much more common among sailors than landsmen, I was quite certain that all the actors in the tragedy were to be found among our seafaring classes. When I came to examine the address of the packet, I observed that it was to Miss S. Cushing. Now, the oldest sister would, of course, be Miss Cushing, and although her initial was S, it might belong to one of the others as well. In that case, we should have to commence our investigation from a fresh basis altogether. I therefore went into the house with the intention of clearing up this point. I was about to assure Miss Cushing that I was convinced that a mistake had been made, when you may remember that I came suddenly to a stop. The fact was that I had just seen something which filled me with surprise, and at the same time narrowed the field of inquiry immensely. As a medical man, you are aware, Watson, that there is no part of the body which varies so much as the human ear. Each ear is, as a rule, quite distinctive and differs from all other ones. In last year's Anthropological Journal, you will find 2 short monographs from my pen upon the subject. I had therefore examined the ears in the box with the eyes of an expert, and had carefully noted their anatomical peculiarities. Imagine my surprise, then, when on looking at Miss Cushing, I perceived that a ear corresponded exactly with the female ear which I had just inspected. The matter was entirely beyond coincidence. There was the same shortening of the pinna, the same broad curve of the upper lobe, the same convolution of the inner cartilage. In all essentials, it was the same ear. Of course, I at once saw the enormous importance of the observation. It was evident that the victim was a blood relation, and probably a very close one. I began to talk to her about her family, and you remember that she at once gave us some exceedingly valuable details. In the first place, her sister's name was Sarah, and her address had until recently been the same, so that it was quite obvious how the mistake had occurred and for whom the packet was meant. Then we heard of the steward, married to the third sister, and learned that he had at one time been so intimate with Miss Sarah that she had actually gone up to Liverpool to be near the Browners, but a quarrel had afterwards divided them. This quarrel had put a stop to all communications for some months, so that if Browner had occasion to address a packet to Miss Sarah, he would undoubtedly have done so to her old address. And now the matter had begun to straighten itself out wonderfully. We had learned of the existence of the steward, an impulsive man of strong passions. You remember that he threw up what must have been a very superior berth in order to be nearer to his wife, subject to occasional fits of hard drinking. We had reason to believe that his wife had been murdered, and that the man, presumably a seafaring man, had been murdered at the same time. Jealousy, of course, at once suggests itself as a motive for the crime. And why should these proofs of the deed be sent to Miss Sarah Cushing? Probably because during her residence in Liverpool, she had some hand in bringing about the events which led to the tragedy. You will observe that this line of boats calls at Belfast, Dublin, and Waterford, so that presuming that Browner had committed the deed and had embarked at once upon his steamer, the Mayday, Belfast would be the first place at which he could post his terrible packet. A second solution was at this stage obviously possible, and although I thought it exceedingly unlikely, I was determined to elucidate it before going further. An unsuccessful lover might have killed Mr. and Mrs. Browner, and the male ear might have belonged to the husband. There were many grave objections to this theory, but it was conceivable. I therefore sent off a telegram to my friend Edgar of the Liverpool forts and asked him to find out if Mrs. Browner were at home and if Browner had departed on the Mayday. Then we went on to Wellington to visit Miss Sarah. I was curious in the first place to see how far the family had been reproduced in her. Then, of course, she might give us very important information, but I was not sanguine that she would. She must have heard of the business the day before, since all Croydon was ringing with it, and she alone could have understood for whom the packet was meant. If she had been willing to help justice, she would probably have communicated with the police already. However, it was clearly our duty to see her, so we went. We found that the news of the arrival of the packet, for her illness dated from that time, had such an effect upon her as to bring on brain fever. It was clearer than ever that she understood its full significance, but equally clear that we should have to wait some time for any assistance from her. However, we were really independent of her help. Our answers were waiting for us at the police station, where I had directed Edgar to send them. Nothing could be more conclusive. Mrs. Browner's house had been closed for more than 3 days, and the neighbors were of opinion that she had gone south to see her relatives. It had been ascertained at the shipping offices that Browner had left aboard of the Mayday, and I calculate that she is due in the Thames tomorrow night. When he arrives, he will be met by the obtuse but resolute Lestrade, and I have no doubt that we shall have all our details filled in. Sherlock Holmes was not disappointed in his expectations. 2 days later, he received a bulky envelope which contained a short note from the detective and a typewritten document which covered several pages of foolscap. "Lestrade has got him all right," said Holmes, glancing up at me. "Perhaps it would interest you to hear what he says?" "My dear Mr. Holmes, in accordance with the scheme which we had formed in order to test our theories, the 'we' is rather fine, Watson, is it not? I went down to the Albert Dock yesterday at 6 p.m. and boarded the SS Mayday belonging to the Liverpool, Dublin and London Steam Packet Company. On inquiry, I found that there was a steward on board of the name of James Browner, and that he had acted during the voyage in such an extraordinary manner that the captain had been compelled to relieve him of his duties. On descending to his berth, I found him seated upon a chest with his head sunk upon his hands, rocking himself to and fro. He is a big, powerful chap, clean-shaven and very swarthy, something like Aldrich, who helped us in the bogus laundry affair. He jumped up when he heard my business, and I had my whistle to my lips to call a couple of river police, who were round the corner, but he seemed to have no heart in him, and he held out his hands quietly enough for the darbies. We brought him along to the cells, and his box as well, for we thought there might be something incriminating. But bar a big sharp knife, such as most sailors have, we got nothing for our trouble. However, we find that we shall want no more evidence, for on being brought before the inspector at the station, he asked leave to make a statement, which was of course taken down, just as he made it, by a shorthand man. We had 3 copies typewritten, one of which I enclose. The affair proves, as I always thought it would, to be an extremely simple one, but I am obliged to you for assisting me in my investigation. With kind regards, yours very truly, G. Lestrade. The investigation really was a very simple one, remarked Holmes, but I don't think it struck him in that light when he first called us in. However, let us see what Jim Browner has to say for himself. This is a statement as made before Inspector Montgomery at the Shadwell police station, and it has the advantage of being verbatim. Have I anything to say? Yes, I have a deal to say. I have to make a clean breast of it all. You can hang me, or you can leave me alone. I don't care a plug which you do. I tell you, I've not shut an eye in sleep since I did it, and I don't believe I ever will again until I get past all waking. Sometimes it is his face, but most generally it's hers. I am never without one or the other before me. He looks frowning and black-like, but she has a kind of surprise upon her face. Aye, the white lamb, she might well be surprised when she read death on a face that had seldom looked anything but love upon her before. But it was Sarah's fault, and may the curse of a broken man put a blight on her and set the blood rotting in her veins. It's not that I want to clear myself. I know that I went back to drink, like the beast that I was. But she would have forgiven me. She would have stuck as close to me as a rope to a block if that woman had never darkened a door. For Sarah Cushing loved me. That's the root of the business. She loved me until her love turned to poisonous hate when she knew that I thought more of my wife's footmark in the mud than I did of her whole body and soul. There were 3 sisters altogether. The older one was just a good woman, and the second was a devil, and the third was an angel. Sarah was 33, and Mary was 29 when I married. We were just as happy as the day was long when we set up a house together, and in all Liverpool there was no better woman than my Mary. And then we asked Sarah up for a week, and the week grew into a month, and one thing led to another until she was just one of ourselves. I was blue ribbon at the time, and we were putting a little money by, and all was as bright as a new dollar. My God, whoever would have thought that it could have come to this? Whoever would have dreamed it? I used to be home for the weekends very often, and sometimes if the ship were held back for cargo, I would have a whole week at a time, and in this way I saw a deal of my sister-in-law, Sarah. She was a fine, tall woman, black and quick and fierce, with a proud way of carrying her head, and a glint from her eye like a spark from a flint. But when little Mary was there, I had never a thought of her, and that I swear as I hope for God's mercy. It had seemed to me sometimes that she'd like to be alone with me, or to coax me out for a walk with her, but I had never thought anything of that. But one evening my eyes were open. I had come up from the ship and found my wife out, but Sarah at home. "Where's Mary?" I asked. "Oh, she has gone to pay some accounts." I was impatient and paced up and down the room. "Can't you be happy for 5 minutes without Mary, Jim?" says she. "It's a bad compliment to me that you can't be contented with my society for so short a time." "That's all right, my lass," said I, putting out my hand towards her in a kindly way, but she had it in both hers in an instant, and they burned as if they were in fever. I looked into her eyes, and I read it all there. There was no need for her to speak, nor for me either. I frowned and drew my hand away. Then she stood by my side in silence for a bit, and then put up her hand and patted me on the shoulder. "Steady, old Jim," said she, with a kind of mocking laugh. She ran out of the room. Well, from that time Sarah hated me with her whole heart and soul, and she's a woman who can hate too. I was a fool to let her go on biding with us, a besotted fool. But I never said a word to Mary, for I knew it would grieve her. Things went on much as before, but after a time I began to find that there was a bit of change in Mary herself. She had always been so trusting and so innocent, but now she became queer and suspicious, wanting to know where I had been and what I had been doing, and whom my letters were from, and what I had in my pockets, and 1,000 such follies. Day by day she grew queerer and more irritable, and we had ceaseless rows about nothing. I was fairly puzzled by it all. Sarah avoided me now, but she and Mary were just inseparable. I can see now how she was plotting and scheming and poisoning my wife's mind against me, but I was such a blind beetle that I could not understand it at the time. Then I broke my blue ribbon and began to drink again, but I think I should not have done it if Mary had been the same as ever. She had some reason to be disgusted with me now, and the gap between us began to be wider and wider. And then this Alec Fairbairn chipped in, and things became 1,000 times blacker. It was to see Sarah that he came to my house first, but soon it was to see us, for he was a man with winning ways, and he made friends wherever he went. He was a dashing, swaggering chap, smart and curled, who had seen half the world and could talk of what he had seen. He was good company, I won't deny it, and he had wonderful polite ways with him for a sailor man, so that I think there must have been a time when he knew more of the poop than the forecastle. For a month he was in and out of my house, and never once did it cross my mind that harm might come of his soft, tricky ways. And then at last something made me suspect, and from that day my peace was gone forever. It was only a little thing too. I had come into the parlour unexpected, and as I walked in at the door I saw a light of welcome in my wife's face. But as she saw who it was, it faded again, and she turned away with a look of disappointment. That was enough for me. There was no one but Alex Fairbairn whose step she could have mistaken for mine. If I could have seen him then, I should have killed him, for I have always been like a madman when my temper gets loose. Mary saw the devil's light in my eyes, and she ran forward with her hands on my sleeve. "Don't, Jim, don't," she says. "Where's Sarah?" I asked. "In the kitchen," she says. "Sarah," says I as I went in, "this man Fabian is never to darken my door again." "Why not?" says she. "Because I order it." "Oh," says she, "if my friends are not good enough for this house, then I'm not good enough for it either." "You can do what you like," says I, "but if Fabian shows his face here again, I'll send you one of his ears for a keepsake." She was frightened by my face, I think, for she never answered a word, and the same evening she left my house. Well, I don't know now whether it was pure devilry on the part of this woman, or whether she thought that she could turn me against my wife by encouraging her to misbehave. Anyway, she took a house just 2 streets off and let lodgings to sailors. Fabian used to stay there, and Mary would go round to have tea with the sister and him. How often she went, I don't know, but I followed her one day, and as I broke in at the door, Fabian got away over the back garden wall like the cowardly skunk that he was. I swore to my wife that I would kill her if I found her in his company again, and I led her back with me, sobbing and trembling, and as white as a piece of paper. There was no trace of love between us any longer. I could see that she hated me and feared me, and when the thought of it drove me to drink, then she despised me as well. Well, Sarah found that she could not make a living in Liverpool, so she went back, as I understand, to live with her sister in Croydon, and things jogged on much the same as ever at home. And then came this last week, and all the misery and ruin. It was in this way. We had gone on the Mayday for a round voyage of 7 days, but a hogshead got loose and started one of our plates, so that we had to put back into port for 12 hours. I left the ship and came home, thinking what a surprise it would be for my wife, and hoping that maybe she would be glad to see me so soon. The thought was in my head as I turned into my own street, and at the moment a cab passed me, and there she was sitting by the side of Fabian, and the two chatting and laughing with never a thought for me as I stood watching them from the footpath. I tell you, and I give you my word for it, that from that moment I was not my own master, and it is all like a dim dream when I look back on it. I had been drinking hard of late, and the two things together fairly turned my brain. There's something throbbing in my head now, like a docker's hammer, but that morning I seemed to have all Niagara whizzing and buzzing in my ears. Well, I took to my heels and ran after the cab. I had a heavy oak stick in my hand, and I tell you I saw red from the first, but as I ran I got cunning too, and hung back a little to see them without being seen. They pulled up soon at the railway station. There was a good crowd round the booking office, so I got quite close to them without being seen. They took tickets for New Brighton. So did I, but I got in 3 carriages behind them. When we reached it, they walked along the parade, and I was never more than 100 yards behind them. At last I saw them hire a boat and start for a row, for it was a very hot day, and they thought, no doubt, that it would be cooler on the water. It was just as if they had been given into my hands. There was a bit of a haze, and you could not see more than a few hundred yards. I hired a boat for myself, and I pulled after them. I could see the blur of their craft, but they were going nearly as fast as I, and they must have been a long mile from the shore before I caught them up. The haze was like a curtain all round us, and there were we 3 in the middle of it. My God, shall I ever forget their faces when they saw who was in the boat that was closing in upon them? She screamed out. He swore like a madman and jabbed at me with an oar, for he must have seen death in my eyes. I got past it and got in with my stick and crushed his head like an egg. I would have spared her perhaps for all my madness, but she threw her arms round him, crying out to him and calling him Elek. I struck again, and she lay stretched beside him. I was like a wild beast then that had tasted blood. If Sarah had been there, by the Lord, she would have joined them. I pulled out my knife, and well, there, I've said enough. It gave me a kind of savage joy when I thought how Sarah would feel when she had such signs as these of what her meddling had brought about. Then I tied the bodies into the boat, stove a plank, and stood by until they had sunk. I knew very well that the owner would think that they had lost their bearings in the haze and had drifted off out to sea. I cleaned myself up, got back to land, and joined my ship without a soul having a suspicion of what had passed. That night I made up the packet for Sarah Cushing, and next day I sent it from Belfast. There you have the whole truth of it. You can hang me, or do what you like with me, but you cannot punish me as I have been punished already. I cannot shut my eyes, but I see those 2 faces staring at me as they stared when my boat broke through the haze. I killed them quick, but they are killing me slow, and if I have another night of it, I shall be either mad or dead before morning. You won't put me alone into a cell, sir. For pity's sake, don't, and may you be treated in your day of agony as you treat me now." "What is the meaning of it, Watson?" said Holmes solemnly as he laid down the paper. "What object is served by this circle of misery and violence and fear? It must tend to some end, or else our universe is ruled by chance which is unthinkable. But what end? There is a great standing perennial problem to which human reason is as far from an answer as ever. The end of the adventure of the cardboard box."
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 16. The Corpus Delicti by Eli Colter. From Weird Tales, October 1926. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Corpus Delicti by Eli Colter. You see, it was all Hastings' fault. That's why Lorimer and I felt as we did about it, took the action we did, and still feel the same way concerning the whole affair. Besides, we had nothing to do with it. It wasn't under our jurisdiction, you might say. Call it God, fate, destiny, anything you choose. The whole ghastly affair was beyond our prevention or intervention. We were only witnesses, not willing witnesses either, but horror-frozen into impotent bystanders. I shan't attempt to tell you what kind of a man Hastings was. I will only tell you what he himself said, and you will know. I fancy you'll agree with me he had it coming to him. He started the whole hideous mess himself, and when it came down to cases, he couldn't finish it. Hastings was always starting things he couldn't finish. Rotten principle, that. There we were, all sitting around the campfire, the four of us. The air was thickened, and I was thinking idly that a midsummer thunderstorm was coming up, when Hastings began, apropos of nothing. "There was a woman once." He made a short pause, and Bergensdorf kicked the fire into sparks with his right foot, cutting him short with a rather disgusting ejaculation. "Hell, there's always a woman." It was a mean remark. Innocuous in itself, perhaps, in the exact grouping of the words and in significance. But in Bergensdorf's mouth, it suddenly became a mean, sarcastic, I almost said a dirty remark. You know how some men have the facility for making the most harmless words writhe with hidden meaning? Bergensdorf had it, when he chose to make use of it. Hastings glanced across to him, and his eyes snapped. "Now, what the devil do you mean by that, Bergie?" But Bergensdorf wouldn't be baited. He rolled a potato from the fire, jammed it on a stick, and reached for the salt. "If the shoe fits, put it on," he answered mildly. "I suppose you mean there's always a woman where I'm concerned." Hastings spat a belligerent challenge. "Ah!" Bergensdorf half whispered. "It did fit, didn't it?" "Harumph!" Hastings flung off Bergensdorf's insinuation with an insolent shrug, and went calmly on. "The trouble was, there was another woman." He glanced covertly at Bergensdorf, but Bergie went on eating his potato as though he hadn't heard. Just as Hastings was about to resume speaking, Bergie said rather loudly, "Blotto! There's always another woman." "Say, I'd wish you'd go to the devil with your insulting remarks. I'm talking to Lorimer." Hastings abruptly turned his back to Bergensdorf, with the obvious intent of ignoring him and his answers. Lorimer smiled indolently and winked at me. He seldom gave any serious consideration to the argumentative tendencies the conversation always developed when Hastings and Bergensdorf were both present. The enmity between those two men, a strange, almost unconscious enmity, made itself rather unpleasantly felt at times. A veiled undercurrent that was always malignant ran beneath the surface antagonism, and none of us knew what it was all about. Hastings himself didn't know, but the rest of us had a sneaking belief that Bergie knew quite accurately, and that when he chose to reveal what he knew, things would pop. They popped all right. I'm not asking you to believe this, but the thing happened just as I set it down. You needn't strain your credulity. I frankly admit, if I hadn't seen it, I shouldn't believe it either. And if you dislike things grisly, if you shrink from seeing the hand of destiny at its ghastly work, if you would rather avoid viewing the law of retribution on a hideous mission, you had better read no further. This isn't exactly a pretty story. Lorimer's grin widened as he glanced at Bergensdorf and answered Hastings' remark. Well, spill it, old top. What about her? Them, I should say. Lorimer didn't like Hastings. None of us did, but he belonged to the association and we couldn't bar him from the lodge grounds. We'd been inwardly cursing that he had foisted himself on our little party that night. But since we've been pretty glad there were no witnesses to what happened, save ourselves. The worst of it is, Hastings answered with a queer kind of eagerness, that I don't know to this day which one I really loved, and for which I had only a transient passion. There must have been a difference, Lorimer. There's always a difference, Bergensdorf interjected, rolling another potato from the fire and not looking at Hastings. But we seldom see it until it's too late. There are a lot of things we don't see till it's too late. Bitter words, those. Too late. Bergie gave those words a weird vehemence. Hastings leaned forward, and the firelight flared in his face as he looked around at Bergensdorf. But it wasn't the firelight that made the angry daggers of his eyes. The look was hidden so quickly that Lorimer didn't see it. Bergensdorf caught it. He was 1,000 years old that night, and he grinned suddenly. Hastings exploded. Don't grin like a damn cynic, he said sharply. What do you mean, too late? What's too late? Lots of things. Bergensdorf sat up stiffly, and the potato on the stick broke into two and rolled into the fire. He saw it, but he didn't care. He made no move to retrieve the potato. Right then, he didn't want to spit anything. He'd been spitted too cruelly himself. After you're too late, you're as helpless as that potato. He pointed to the blackened vegetable in the ash. The sky rumbled with the first thunderclap of the storm, and the flash of lightning streaked the air behind Bergensdorf. Something ominous was in the air. It was a fitting night for gruesome things. Hastings eyed him narrowly. No one moved. Then Hastings spoke with an abrupt sneer. You're a wise guy, aren't you, Bergie? Still, you don't know it all. He turned half angrily to Lorimer. Of course, it is too late. They're both dead. But the thing's been writing me for 20 years, and I've got a kind of hallucination that I'd find peace if I could get it all straightened out in my mind. It's mostly in my own mind, really. The whole thing. It's always mostly in the mind, said Bergensdorf softly. Would you mind changing your tune for a while? Hastings turned upon him with flashing eyes, and the thunder roared beyond the high forest. It's getting on my nerves. An odd flicker went over Bergensdorf's face, and Lorimer saw it. He stared and raised his eyebrows at me. Bergie might just as well have said, That's what I'm trying to do. But Lorimer was out of it, and he stayed out. So did I. I've always been glad we did. We just sat and looked on, keeping our mouths shut and our eyes and ears decently open. It's a funny triangle, Hastings went on, exactly as though he didn't want to, but was forced into it. I was mad about them both. As I remarked before, one of them I know I loved, and one of them I know I valued more as a transient passion. But the devil of it is, I didn't know which was which, and don't to this day. Which one loved you? Bergensdorf asked suddenly. Asked? Hastings flared. Both. At least they both said they did, and I was in a hell of a hole. One of them was just an innocent, happy little kid. Virginal as a young swan. You know how a fellow feels. You love anything that's young and innocent and clean. What is youth? What is innocence? What is cleanliness? Bergie's voice cut through another thunderclap. You tell us, Hastings answered with a nasty leer. Oh, I could. Bergensdorf stared at him through the shadows, and Hastings shrugged, watching the lightning. Well, she had 'em, he went on, and I was mad about her until the woman came along. She was older than the girl. The girl was barely 20, while the woman was 32. Only 2 years younger than I. She'd been married, and she'd had 2 or 3 lovers. She made no secret of it. There wasn't much she didn't know about life and men. Don't get the idea she was wanton. Good Lord, no. She was one of those women who are a law unto themselves. I sometimes wonder if it wasn't she who had the youth and innocence and cleanness after all. Really? Bergensdorf's one word was like a whip crack. Hastings started, opened his mouth as though to snap back, thought better of it, and resumed his story. You're going to say this is melodramatic, but life's melodramatic. If you live it, interrupted Bergensdorf. Say, will you keep still? Hastings shot Bergensdorf a belligerent glance and turned back to Lorimer. I've always remembered that he completely forgot I was there. Who's telling this, Lorimer? I or that big goofus? He asked sourly. Lorimer didn't answer, and Hastings went on. There's one thing of which I am certain anyway. That woman loved me, all right. So did the girl. But I was up against a stone wall. I decided to leave it to them. I told the girl I thought I'd better not marry her. You see, she was a native. She was beautiful. Gad, she was. This was in the tropics. That's near enough. I couldn't countenance this business of just taking a native woman. No decent white man could, you know. If I wanted the girl, I considered it was up to me to marry her. And white women were scarce. This other woman was the only unmarried white woman in the whole filthy place, and I had to remember she was none too clean. Watch out what you say, Bergensdorf cut in. His voice was low, deadly, menacing. It cut through the approaching storm like the roll of a drum. Both Lorimer and I glanced quickly at him, and his face was the color of putty. It was then Laurie and I began to be afraid. But Hastings only sneered in bravado and went on. Well, she admitted it. A native girl had never known a man's kiss. That's cleanliness for you. And the white woman had been the property of 4 or 5 men. Yet I was mad over both of them. The girl went into hysterics, threatened to commit suicide and all that. I knew she'd do it, too. When one of those girls loves a white man, I tell you it's the real thing. And she held me in a kind of awe, because I never tried to make any advances toward her, as most of the men in the port would have done. She fairly worshipped me. So I went and told the white woman I felt honor-bound to marry the girl, because she loved me, and I had no right to break her heart. The woman just stood there and stared at me, but she went colorless to the lips. Then I knew she loved me, too. I guess maybe that's the answer. I love both of them. I don't know. She stood and stared and went pasty white, and after a long time she said, "A native girl." Just that and no more. Then she turned and walked off and left me. You'd have thought I insulted her. "By God, you'd better be careful." Bergensdorf's voice made the hair rise on my scalp, and I saw Lorrimer's hand shake as he shielded a match from the wind to light a cigarette. "What's it to you?" Hastings answered insolently. "I'm not insulting my race, at least. She was only one white woman, and that's all over these 20 years. Saving my mind. Well, I did marry the native girl. We were really decently happy for a long time, until I began to realize what a crazy code of morals they have down there. The men who'd taken native women without benefit of clergy ostracized me, cut me dead on the streets. Fancy that, will you? The few white women in the putrid hole got out of my vicinity the moment I appeared. I finally took to staying away from people, out in a hut with my wife. Then she began to get on my nerves, always kowtowing and fussing around me. Her very love, tense and wild, which had lured me at first, became a scourge on my back, because she was the cause of my ostracism. I'd creep out into the hot, sticky shade and get away from her, but she'd always manage to find me. I got desperate for some of my own kind. I wondered if the only white woman who might still feel any compassion for my estate would cut me. I couldn't stand things the way they were, so I went to her house one night to find out. She didn't shrink from my presence, just sat sad-eyed and silent, listening to me talk. It was then I began to realize what I'd done. Thrown down an even halfway decent woman in my own race for a beastly little native. I begged her to let me see her once in a while. She hesitated, saying it would mean disaster for her if it were ever discovered. I've neglected to say that everyone in town loved her, took her for what she was, set her high in their respect. I promised to be meticulous, discreet in my comings and goings, and she finally gave in to my pleadings. I realized then that she loved me too. I can't say why. God, neither can I. The words were like vitriol. Shut up! Hastings turned on Bergensdorf furiously. For a moment there was a hideous, menacing silence. Then Hastings resumed smoothly. I went to see her regularly. It was the only thing which made it possible for me to go on with the native girl. Then that fiendish wife of mine followed me to see where I went. God, she made an awful scene. Threatened to do all manner of inconceivably horrible things if I didn't promise her never to see the white woman again. By Jove, I had to promise. I was afraid not to. But I didn't intend to keep the promise, not by a jugful. I stayed away until she quieted down, then I began going to see the woman again. But my wife was cannier than I knew. She was cognizant of all my moves. It was about then that I heard the white woman was going about with a pretty decent fellow in town, a man named Miller, a big, fine-looking chap who had fallen for her, head over heels. I asked her about him, and she told me she had decided to marry him. I went into a rage. I couldn't bear the thought of any fellow's getting her. I threatened all manner of things if she didn't give this chap the gate. She was frightened. She knew I was desperate. I needed her myself. She promised, and I left in a state of high dudgeon. What a rotten thing, her marrying some chap just because she didn't want to go on alone. Love's the only thing that gives people a right to marry. Marriage is too holy to desecrate by being used as a convenience. Would have made her no better than a woman in the streets. I told her so. But it was all taken out of my hands. My wife crept to the woman's house that night and killed her. Killed her and carved her up horribly. Then she put up a wall of crazy native signs that the woman was defiled, and she had killed her in vindication of her own wifehood. That was a lie. I'd never touched the white woman. She wouldn't even let me shake her hand. But its being a lie didn't save her life. After committing her awful deed, my wife killed herself. Came and stood before me, bragged about what she'd done, and drove the knife right through herself before my very eyes. I rushed to the woman's house to verify what my wife had said. The sight sickened me. I knew I was done for in that town. I had to get out, quick as God would let me. I hid on a boat, a filthy tramp steamer, for 5 killing days before I left port. Miller, the man who was to have married the white woman, swore to find me and kill me. Swore to make me confess to my rotten behavior, as he put it, and kill me with his hands before those who heard my confession. But the boat left, and I got away safely. Even today it makes me sick to think what he'd have done to me if he'd caught me. But he never got me. Hastings' voice was drowned in a deafening crash of thunder, and Bergensdorf rose in the firelight, his face the most awful mask of tragedy ever worn on a human head. His hands spread in the air like steel talons, and his voice came rasping like the voice of an infuriated demon, cutting through the rolling thunder, while the lightning played theatrically through the trees behind him. But he's got you now, you filthy, rotten, stinking excuse for a man. It's taken 20 years of tracking, shadowing, and thinking. It's taken 20 years of determined, relentless mind pressure to bring you to the breaking point, so you'd spill the whole story. A story that shames a man for his own sex. But I've got you now. Stand up and take your medicine, and be mighty quick about it, or I'll jerk you up. Lorimer and I could only stare, frozen like helpless, rigid statues, as Bergensdorf stood over Hastings like an avenging nemesis. Hastings sprang to his feet, and his voice rose in a cowardly shriek of white-livered fear. A spurt of lightning lit his dilated eyes, and the thunder rolled like the drums of eternity. "Keep your hands down!" Hastings shrieked crazily. "Keep your hands down! Bergensdorf, it wasn't you! Keep your hands down!" "It was I." Bergensdorf's voice rolled like the thunder overhead, and his hands rose steadily, fingers spread, twitching, like the hands on an iron Frankenstein. "And I'm going to kill you, here and now, with these, see?" He reached his hard fingers toward Hastings, and Hastings gave a sickening yell and tried to leap over the fire. Bergensdorf caught him as easily as he'd have caught a frog, caught him with a marvelous quickness, and held him toward the fire, so that the smoldering flames lit up Hastings' ghastly face. "Look at him, Lorimer! Look at him, Case! This is the thing that wanted me to tell him what youth, innocence, and cleanliness are. Well, I'll tell him. It's the last chance he'll ever have to hear. Youth, that's the thing that sings inside us when there's nothing left to sing about. That's the thing that faces worse than death with a smile, and not a crooked smile either. It goes straight on with the spirit undaunted. That's the thing that is 1,000,000 years old and never dies. Innocence, that's the thing that walks untouched through the muck of the world and still believes in God and some kind of justice, sometime, somewhere, somehow. That's the thing that the filth it contacts can neither soil, lessen, nor degrade. That's the thing that burns like the white fire in the soul, plainly for all to see. And it never dies either. Cleanliness, that's the tiling that's too big to lie, or cheat, or steal. That's the thing that's too tolerant to see the dust in another's face, unless it can reach out and wipe away that same dust. That's the thing that holds itself above desecrating the secrets of another, and looks beyond the superfluidities and seeks the truth which is beauty, like the other two, It never dies. And she had them all. The woman his wife murdered and mutilated until she was only a grotesque and hideous mockery of a human corpse. She had them all, for which she was murdered by his wife. Bergendorf's eyes, mad as all hell, glared at Lorimer and me. We could neither move nor speak. We were held in a vice of stark terror. His holy, law-given mate, his pure, undefiled girlfriend, virginal as a young swan. By God, I tell you I'm going to kill him now. Watch me break his neck. Too quickly for the eye to follow, Bergensdorf's powerful fingers slipped from Hastings' shoulders. One hand caught at the writhing, fear-stricken victim's waist, and the other caught vice-like at the mat of Hastings' dry, tow-colored hair. With one swift movement, Bergensdorf raised the other man high in the air, lifted his own knee, and brought Hastings down across it. It was a sickening, dull snap, a wild, horrible scream, and Hastings went limp in Bergensdorf's arms. Bergensdorf stared down into the ghastly face with his insane eyes. Then he laughed, a laugh that made the goose-flesh rise all over my body. Lorimer groaned and clapped his hands over his eyes. "Dead! Are you dead? Good! That's the way we treat toads and Gila monsters. That's the way we treat slimy things that crawl through the world, oozing their filth over their fellow man. So, finis." Bergensdorf tossed Hastings' limp body into the fire and raised his clenched hands over his head, lifted his face to the raging sky, and cried in a voice that must have reached heaven, "God, I've done it. Done what I swore to do 20 years ago. It wasn't murder. Destiny in my hands. The law of retribution in my brain. Let the king of hell come and get him." Now, you may believe as you please, but I shall always believe that his God, whatever God that strange man had, I believe his God heard him and answered. The fire was down. It had been dying for half an hour. It couldn't have burned up the carcass of a cat. But suddenly there was a blinding flash, a streak of blue lightning zigzagging straight from the angry blackness overhead, struck the old snag at the base of which we had built our fire, followed the snag down, and played weirdly over the coals. There was a sizzling crash. A blinding light hung for a moment in the air, and the ether was filled with sharp, acrid odor. Bergensdorf stood with his fists high over his head, facing that blinding light, his features working in wild exultation. A mighty roll of thunder broke directly over us. Then, as suddenly as it had come, it was gone. We stared at the embers of the campfire, unbelieving, shaken to the soul. There remained no least sign of the thing that had been Hastings. Lorimer sprang to his feet, emitting a choked scream, and began kicking insanely at the fire. "My God, Bergie!" I cried hoarsely. "That's murder! You'll swing for it!" I watched Lorimer, my eyes starting from my head, and the thunder began dying away overhead. "First, they'll have to find a corpse," Bergensdorf responded levelly. Lorimer left off his silly kicking of the fire and stopped stock still to stare at Bergensdorf. Bergie shook him like a man coming out of a dream. The light of insanity died from his eyes, and he rubbed them with his fist like a child. He looked at Lorimer, then at me, around the fire, raised his eyebrows quizzically, and asked in a casual, matter-of-fact tone, "Where's Hastings? Silly ass! He talked me to sleep." Lorimer and I stared the harder. The storm shot another flash of lightning into the trees behind Bergie, and Lorimer said under his breath, "My God!" Bergensdorf didn't hear him. He yawned, glanced around again, and repeated, rather impatiently, "Where'd that ass Hastings go?" "Why," I began shakily, thinking to set my memory working, "don't you recollect? He was telling us about something that happened down in the tropics, some experience he'd had with a couple of women, and it reminded you of the time you were there." "Hell, what are you talking about?" Bergensdorf interrupted with a grin. "I was never in the tropics. My ghost was, though." "Your ghost?" The exclamation was startled out of Lorimer. "Yeah, I guess you'd call it that. Or maybe it's a subconscious mind. Some people claim that's what it is. Lord knows, it's some part of the mind that goes on functioning when the conscious mind is on a vacation." "What are you talking about?" Lorimer interrupted impatiently. "Yes, for God's sake, elucidate," I added, staring at the fire behind Bergensdorf, fascinated. "What's the matter with you, poor dubs?" Bergensdorf's grin broadened. "Didn't you ever hear of amnesia? It attacked me once, some 20 years ago. I just went into a funk one day. For 2 years I wandered all over the world. Some fellows told me they'd seen me down in the South Seas, and God knows where, going by the name of Miller. But I woke up in the U.S. about 100 miles from where I first went off my nut. Everything in between was a perfect blank, lost as completely as though I'd been buried all that time. It never did bother me again, though. Say, I'm yearning to hit the hay. Where's Hastings?" "I don't know," Lorimer answered, steadied now, watching Bergensdorf closely. "Why?" "Oh, I just wanted to apologize for going to sleep on him. I didn't mean to insult the poor fish. He antagonizes me, and I don't know why. I always want to spit out something sarcastic every time he's around. But I don't mean to really offend him, you know. I just get drowsy when he's beginning his silly reminiscences, and before I knew it, I dropped off to sleep. Gosh, what a storm. Glad it didn't rain and give us a soaking. Might rain yet, though. Hadn't we better turn in?" "I'm not sleepy," I answered, trying to speak evenly. "But do as you please, you and Lorimer." "I'm not sleepy either," Lorimer put in haste. I believe I'll sit up with the fire a bit with Case." "Well, I, for one, am going to pound my ear. Sit up all night if you want to, but little Rollo needs his beauty sleep." Bergensdorf smothered another yawn, waving a genial salute as he turned toward the path leading to the lodge, half a mile beyond. "When Hastings shows up, tell him I'm sorry I couldn't stay awake to listen." For a long time after he disappeared, Lorimer and I sat and stared at each other in stupefied silence. Finally, Lorimer cleared his throat. "My God, Case, what'll we do?" he whispered. "Can you keep your mouth shut?" I asked in the same tone. "Yes, I guess that's all we can do. But they'll try to find Hastings, you know." "Yes, they tried to find him. They never did, of course. They never even found a charred bone. There was none to find. Lorimer and I made sure of that. Not finding any corpse, there was never any talk of murder. Once in a while, Bergensdorf used to voice the sentiment of the whole crowd. Say, I wonder where Hastings went. Funny cuss, going away like that with never a word to anybody. The end of The Corpus Delicti by Eli Colter. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 16. Fear by David R. Solomon. This is a Librivox recording, All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Fear by David R. Solomon. There were only 5 words. They neither affirmed nor denied what had gone before, but they changed the whole trend of the argument. The men of the engineering gang were lying around the campfire, preparing to go out on the job. It was cool in the shade of the thick trees, with the damp feeling of early morning hanging over everything. Farther out, over the river, the sun gave promise of better weather later in the day. Smoking, waiting for the laggards to clean up their plates, the engineering gang, according to invariable man custom, had begun experiences, jokes, arguments. Over all hung the pungent smell of strong, fresh coffee and much frying bacon. Wade Jennings, the 18-year-old, had started it. "I wish I had $1 million, he remarked. Red Flannel Mike gave the ball a roll. "You do not," he denied stoutly. "Be giving you $1 million, and the Lord Hisself only knows what you'd be doing with it." "Hell, I don't," said Baldy. "Bet I could tell you right now how I'd spend every penny of it." "Bet you don't," broke in brother of the gang. "Fella never does know what he's going to do with it till it hits him equals between the eyes." "Offer me $1 million," insisted Baldy Jenkins. "Oh, not that way. Take something where 2 men might act different. You don't know what you'd do. I don't. No man does. No more than that kid over there does." His lazy gesture indicated a small, khaki-trousered figure. The eyes of the rest of the gang followed. At first glance, she might have been a lad of 10 or 11 years. Closer inspection, however, showed the mop of flaxen hair, bobbed off at the level of her ears, and the tender, little girl face. She was marching around the camp like an inspector general of an army, into this, that, whatever. "Cert she wouldn't," affirmed Red Flannel Mike. "Colter's kid's just like you or me. She'd have to be up against it to know, and maybe not then." "Ha! Even that kid!" Baldy snatched up the gauntlet. They were off. Hot and royally waged the battle. The advocates of the unexpected gained ascendancy. Louder and more extravagant grew their claims. No man could predict anything. No man knew what he would do. Put him face to face with any situation, any danger, and he would act differently from the way he thought he would. It was then that Colter spoke. He did not raise his voice. If anything, it was lower. Hitherto he had sat silent, listening to the battle of words. His bandaged left arm swung tightly at his side. "I don't know about that," was all he said. Sudden quiet fell. They came to a restless stirring, then tacit agreement. These men of rougher employment, axeman, chainman, engineer, centered their gaze upon Colter's bandaged left arm. They knew what he was thinking about. They too had seen. They agreed with him that he could have but one possible reaction to one set of circumstances. All of them were employees of one branch or other of the Consolidated Lumber Company. Colter was in the legal department. There had arisen a nice question as to the exact ownership of a certain tract. Rather than take chances upon the heavy statutory penalties for cutting trees upon another's land, they had sent a lawyer upon the ground. His work was finished. He was ready, more than ready, to return. City-bred and city-born, Colter had welcomed the chance to see a southern swamp. He had read, all his life, of Dixie, the land of the magnolia and cotton, of the mockingbird and the honeysuckle. He had welcomed his mission. He had even brought his daughter, Ruth, along. That was not at all unusual, however. Wherever Colter had gone for the last 10 years, there too had gone Ruth. They had not been separated longer than a day since the gray dawn that the other Ruth had placed the tiny bundle in his arms and turned her face to the wall. The child was all that was left of their love, save memories. She was Colter's sole interest in life. Coming to this camp, Colter had clad her in khaki and turned her loose in the open. It had done her good. The eyes of the strained figures around the campfire followed his gaze. They knew something of what he was thinking. They had heard him, in the midst of his pain, setting his teeth, gasp, "Get Ruth away, where she can't hear." That from a man whom they had restrained from killing himself to get freedom from the torture was enough. Colter's ignorance of the South and of the woods had perhaps been to blame. He did not know. All that he could remember is that he had been bending over a spring, his left arm resting upon the brink. He did not see the moccasin until it was too late. Vividly, even yet, he saw the darkish head and body, the subtle, writhing, and swift dart and flash of pain, and then agony, much agony, deep, soul-biting torture. There was no doctor at the camp. There had been a delay before, stupefied, he thought of letting them know that he had been bit. And then more agony. Agony piled upon agony. Not concealing their doubt as to their chances of saving his arm, or him, they had slapped a rough tourniquet upon his arm, and then twisted down upon the stick until he moaned, unwillingly, in pain. Then they had dipped one of the big hunting knives into boiling water, and had cut his arm at the bite marks, gashing it across with great free-handed strokes, then back again at right angles, squeezing the cuts to make him lose the poisoned blood. Then they had cauterized the wound. Sick, half a faint, to Colter it seemed that they were deliberately thinking up additional tortures. The white-hot iron that seared his flesh, tormenting the agonized ends of nerves that had already borne past the breaking point, was the final, exquisite touch of agony. Colter was one of those men who bear pain, even a slight pain, with difficulty. Even the sight of blood made him faint. This was horrible beyond anything he ever dreamed. The physical racking, the feel of the steel blade cutting through his own flesh and sinew down to the bone, made him bite his lips until they spurted blood in the effort to keep from screaming aloud. He had not known they were through. He thought they were preparing an additional crucifixion for him. Red Flannel Mike had slapped the gun from his hand and made him understand somehow that it was all over, that they were through. But they watched him for the rest of the night. That was why, as the argument rose around the morning campfire, Colter was very sure that he knew what he would do under one set of circumstances. He knew one experience that nothing on earth could send him through again. All that and more was in his tone as he spoke. At his words, there came a restless stirring around the fire. Those men of the engineering gang had seen something of his experience. They knew what he was thinking. The abrupt ending of their argument showed that they agreed with Colter. He saw and understood, and seeing, smiled bitterly. They knew only part of it. To every man there is his one fear. The bravest man that ever trod the earth had his one especial dread. To some it was fire, to others cold steel, others still the clash of physical contact. But probe deep enough beneath the skin of any man alive and you will find it. Snakes were Colter's fear. He could not explain it. He did not know why he, a man city bred and born, bore this obsession. It had been with him since he could remember. As a child, once he had gone into a convulsion of fear over some pictures of snakes in a book. The old women of the family nodded their heads wisely and muttered things about a fright to his mother before his birth. Colter did not know. All that he was certain about was that the thought even of the writhing, slippery, squirming bodies made his whole being shudder with revulsion, made tingles of absolute terror go up and down his back. Yes, the gang agreed with him. Yet they had seen only part of what he had gone through. They had seen and appreciated only his physical suffering, and that was the least part. Colter's nerves were in ragged shreds. He started and jumped at the slightest sound. His experience had intensified 1,000-fold his nervous horror of reptiles. The woods, the swamps were full of them. He ran upon them constantly. All the time he was longing for his hour of liberation, when he could return to the city and to freedom. The unexpected flutter of a thrush, as he walked through the woods, would send his heart into his throat, and his pulse to pounding in fear. Night after night he woke, chained hand and foot, with dread that the snake would crawl up, in the dark, beside him. All the stories he had ever read of their crawling up into camps and getting into the bedding came to him, lingered with him, tortured him. He was no more asleep than before he would awoke, bathed in sweat, afraid to move, afraid to lie still. All that, subconsciously, was in his words, in his manner, in his whole expression, as he said, "I don't know about that." There came the silence of conviction. Even Red Flannel Mike, most zealous exponent of the man's lack of knowledge of himself, was silenced. "Somebody say something about the kid." Baldy, the 18-year-old, squeezed his advantage. "I'll bet that even she—" Baldy stopped abruptly. His whole frame stiffened. His eyes were riveted upon little Ruth. One by one, the rest of the gang turned to follow his gaze, each following his example. Ruth's scream cut the air a moment before Baldy's rasp of horror. "My God, the kid's got a moccasin on her!" The child was close enough for the group to see clearly. Her head was bent back, straining away from the writhing horror. The sleek head slithered to and fro, darting, threatening, winding here and there about her. She seemed frozen with fear. Baldy had started forward. He stopped. "Get my gun," he barked. "Get a gun, quick!" The reptile drew back its head. There came an interruption. White to his lips, staggering upon his feet, Colter came forward. His face was ghastly pale. His unwilling feet buckled underneath him, threatening, each moment, to give way and pitch him forward upon his face. Slowly, he edged closer, the slender head poised, watchful. Colter's movements were scarcely discernible. Suddenly, from him, his well arm shot out, seizing, snatching at the loathsome body. There was a quick movement of the snake, far too rapid to be anticipated or avoided. The head drove forward. He felt the white-hot flash of pain. The rest was a haze of horror to him. It was rather as if he were a spectator at something concerning someone else. He did not command his body. He knew only, vaguely, what was happened. There came the feeling of a sleek body in his hands, the lash, the writhing against his arms of something that fought to break away. Then the grinding of his heel upon a head, and the flinging against him in death agony. Everything faded out then. His return to consciousness was marked by a hazy lightness of memory. In the bitten arm he could feel, mounting higher and higher, the numbness that had marked the other experience. His heart, too, seemed to be acting queerly, just as it had done before. Red Flannel Mike's broad back was bent from him as he mixed at something in a basin. They had carried him to his own tent. Colter's holster was hanging from the tent pole. The numbness crept higher in his arm. Soon would begin the cutting of his flesh, the darting of flames of pain. He could not go through with that again. He could not bear it. Better far to finish with the gun what Mike had stopped before. Slowly, he slid the gun from the holster and raised it for action. His finger pressed upon the trigger. The weapon was dashed suddenly from his hand. "What the hell?" roared Mike. "You fool! What's the matter with you? Give me that gun. You're as bad as Baldy Jenkins. Been in the woods all his life and mistakes a coach whip for a moccasin, just because both of 'em are darkish. That wasn't any more a moccasin than a polar bear. Yes, course he struck you. Any snake will do that, but it ain't always poison. Your arm ain't even going to be sore. Never mind about this gun. I'll give it back to you later on." The end of The Fear by David R. Solomon.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 16. The Cry from the Grave by Ellis H. Parker and Alan Hind. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Cry from the Grave by Ellis H. Parker and Alan Hind. Moorestown, New Jersey, is a quiet, beautiful Quaker settlement, much the same as thousands of other small American communities. Along about dusk, the children drop their play, scurry home to their evening meal, and then go to bed. Nobody would pick Moorestown as the scene of a dastardly crime. Still, it was there that I encountered a case of killing perpetrated by a man who was, beyond all doubt, the most fiendish and cunning arch-criminal I have ever come in contact with during 35 years of man-hunting. First, allow me to give you a little of the background of the case, which had me baffled for almost 5 months. Alfred and Charles Russo, 11-year-old twins, were returning to their home in Moorestown after having attended a baseball game on Saturday afternoon, June 4th, 1921. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening. At the corner of 3rd Street and Chester Avenue, half a block from their home, they saw their sister, Matilda, who would soon have been 8 years of age. Matilda was one of the most beautiful children that God ever made. She possessed an abundance of beautiful dark hair and had large, laughing brown eyes. She would have been an ideal model for an artist. The child was so attractive, in fact, that strangers often stopped her on the street to ask her name and sometimes railed upon her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Michael Russo, with a view of becoming better acquainted with the little girl. In this way, Matilda's parents, highly respected people, made many new friends. Mr. Russo, the father of a large family, owned the leading tailoring establishment in Moorestown. On that Saturday afternoon, when Charles and Alfred saw their sister, she was playing a game on the sidewalk. Hop-scotch, I think it was. She was alone. "Better come on home and get washed up for supper, sis," said Charles. "No, don't want to," answered Matilda. "Something terrible'll happen if you don't," warned the brother, little realizing just how true his words were. "Won't come home," insisted the little girl. "All right," said Charles, going on his way with Alfred. "You just see what happens." Matilda laughed and went on with her play. Not long afterward, Matilda's father, on his way home from business, saw his little girl still playing as only a happy child can play. "Come on home, Matilda. Dinner will be ready. Please let me finish just this last game, Daddy." Mr. Russo laughed, consented to Matilda's finishing the last game, and left the child. That was the last time that any of the Russos ever saw little Matilda alive. For, even as the child played, a fiend was putting the finishing touches on a grave. When Mr. Russo came downstairs to dinner, after changing his clothes, he asked if Matilda had returned yet. On being informed that she had not, he said that he would let his dinner wait while he went out and brought her in. When he reached the spot where he had last seen Matilda, the child was not there. "Matilda!" shouted the father, who afterwards said to me that something within told him then that some evil had befallen his daughter. There was no answer. Although fearful of some mishap, Mr. Russo pulled himself together, thinking that Matilda was playing one of her jokes on him, and searched the vicinity. He hoped against hope, as the minutes wore on, that he would find the girl hiding behind a tree, ready to spring out at him, laughing at his discomfort. He searched and searched, but the hunt was unrewarded. The Russo home sat far back from the street, as did most of the homes in that section of the town. On one side of the Russo residence was a small house occupied by Mr. and Mrs. Lewis Lively and their 8-year-old son, Louis. The Liveleys were colored people, but apparently of a high type. They didn't associate with other members of their own race. They were very light in color, and that was one of the reasons why they were permitted to live in the locality in question. Incidentally, they were well thought of in the neighborhood. After searching for his daughter for more than half an hour, Mr. Russo stopped at the Lively home to ask if his child had been seen. Lively, sitting on his back porch, said that he had seen Matilda only an hour previously while she was playing, but that he had not seen or heard the child since he had eaten dinner. When Mr. Russo arrived back at his home and found that the child had not returned, he called the Moorestown police, notifying them of her disappearance. The Russos and the police spent the remainder of the evening calling up friends and relatives of the Russos to see if Matilda had gone away with them. People living near the Russos were also questioned. Late that night, Mrs. Russo was doing some ironing, and her mind had momentarily wandered from thoughts of her missing daughter. Suddenly she heard the child call, "Mother!" Instantly, Mrs. Russo rushed into the yard and called, "Where are you, Matilda?" No answer. The mother repeated her question, and neighbors heard her. There was still no answer. "That's strange, Michael," said Mrs. Russo to her husband when she returned to the house. "I was sure I heard Matilda calling me." The next day, Chief of Police John Bradshaw of Moorestown called me by phone while I was at my home in Mount Holly, several miles away. After the usual hellos and identifications, Chief Bradshaw said, "There's a little girl been missing from her home since early last night, Ellis. Looks funny. We can't seem to find any trace of her. What would you advise?" "Get a picture of the girl," I said, "and have it put in the Camden and Philadelphia newspapers, along with a detailed description of the child. If you run across anything that looks strange, call me at once." On the following morning, Chief Bradshaw again called me by phone. "Still no trace of the missing girl, Ellis, but the mother insists that she hears her child's voice in the neighborhood. Better come down, I think." I at once got in touch with some of my staff, Detective Clifford Kane and my secretary, Miss Anna Use, now Mrs. Herman Rading, who is quite indispensable to me because she can always be depended upon to give me the woman's point of view. Anna, still my secretary, in her quiet way, often notices things that I overlook and then suggests them to me, and it was Anna who played a rather important part in the solution of the Rousseau case, as you'll find out later. Arriving in Moorestown, we all three went directly to police headquarters, where I learned the facts which I have already related. We then proceeded to the Rousseau home. The family, of course, was, naturally, much upset. When I talked with Mrs. Rousseau, a woman of high intelligence, she told me that she knew her child was dead. I tried to comfort her. After all, my many years of detective work have not made me so hard-boiled that I have forgotten the essential things of life, paramount among which are courtesy and consideration for others. I appreciated Mrs. Rousseau's state of mind, for I have a large family of my own, and, as I say, I tried to comfort her, telling her that Matilda might have gone off with a relative or friend who had picked her up in a machine and who had been unable to communicate with the child's parents for some reason. I had located many missing children, well and happy, days after they had disappeared, I assured her. "Don't try to comfort me, Mr. Parker," said Mrs. Rousseau. "My child is dead, and I know it." "But why are you so sure of that?" "Because I hear her screaming for me day and night." "Where are the screams coming from?" "From the direction of Mr. Lively's house," she answered. Chief Bradshaw and I then decided to make a search of the Lively house. It was a 2.5-story frame affair. There were only 2 rooms and a kitchenette on the first floor, and 2 rooms on the second floor. Above the second floor was a loft, which was reached by means of a trap door through the ceiling of the front second-floor room. We went through the house, starting with the loft, and worked downward. We also searched the cellar, but all it contained was a big pile of rubbish in the center of the floor and a couple of aged-looking pillows. The rubbish had cobwebs all over it, indicating that it had been there for some time. We decided that nobody had been in the cellar for weeks. The rest of the house yielded no clue of any kind which would help us in clearing up the mystery of Matilda's disappearance. I was firmly convinced that the child had strayed away, so I spent the remainder of the day combing the ground in the vicinity, but when I returned home that night, I was at a complete loss to account for the child's whereabouts. No sooner had I arrived home and finished my dinner than the phone rang. It was Chief Bradshaw. "Mrs. Rousseau just called me and insists that her little girl screamed for her from the Lively home a few minutes ago. She wants you to search the place once more." "I'll be down in the morning, Chief," I replied. Shortly after 9 o'clock the next morning, Tuesday, Chief Bradshaw and I again entered the Lively home through a side window. Lively had gone to work, and his wife and son were away on a visit. We latched the window, after gaining access, to cover up our tracks. Well, that second search was a pippin, if I do say so myself. We were in the place for several hours and went over every inch of the house, it seemed. Once more we started from the top and worked down. I took a flashlight and went through the trap door in the second-floor ceiling, but I saw at once that nobody had been in that loft because every bit of dust and dirt was intact, exactly as it had been before. There was not the slightest sign of a foot or fingerprint, except those which I had made during my first visit. We then searched the 2 bedrooms on the 2nd floor. We tapped the walls for the possibility of locating a secret panel, but to no avail. The same process was repeated on the 1st floor, with the same result. We then descended the cellar steps. I stood on the bottom step and surveyed the place critically. The cellar was about 14 feet square. The floor was earthen. There was positively nothing in the place but that pile of cans in the center and the 2 pillows to which I have already referred. We tapped the ground where it was not covered by rubbish, and it was all as solid as a concrete wall. I examined the pillows. Feathers oozed from one and straw from the other. This gave both of them the earmarks of having been there for some time. I then kicked part of the rubbish pile lying in the center of the floor and noticed that it was literally covered with cobwebs and small bugs. This was a clear indication, I decided, that the rubbish had not been touched for some time. We tapped the cellar walls and gave ourselves headaches trying to think of a single spot in the house which we had not covered. We then concluded that the house was going to give us no clue to the child's whereabouts. The rest of that day was devoted to convincing Mrs. Russo that we had made a thorough search of the Lively home, dragging the nearby streams to see if the child had accidentally fallen in the water and been drowned, and combing the woods in the surrounding country. We even went so far as to organize several troops of Boy Scouts who scoured a wide stretch of territory in the hope of finding some trace of the missing girl. By this time, the case was getting under my skin, so to speak. On the previous Saturday, the day of Matilda's disappearance, Lively had left his home at night on his motorcycle. He usually spent the weekend with his sister in Bridgeton. His wife and son had gone to Bridgeton a week previous. Lively was expected home Tuesday night, so I left word with Chief Bradshaw to have him questioned upon his return in the hope he might shed some light on the case. I returned to Mount Holly. On the way back, my secretary said she thought it was queer that Mrs. Russo heard her daughter's voice with such frequency. I said I did, too. I felt then that something was going to materialize from that phase of the case. Late that night, Chief Bradshaw called me by telephone and informed me that Officer Jacobs, lying in wait at the Lively home, had seen Lively return shortly after 7 o'clock. When the officer asked him to accompany him to police headquarters to make a statement, Lively said that he was more than willing to do so. I told Chief Bradshaw to have the man's statement transcribed and to bring it to me. Chief Bradshaw arrived at my home early Wednesday morning with the statement. Lively had given a very plausible account of his movements prior to, at the time of, and following the girl's disappearance. The man said he had returned home from work Saturday afternoon, cooked his own dinner, and then left on his motorcycle to visit his sister in Bridgeton over the weekend. His wife and son, as I have already mentioned, had gone to Bridgeton some days previously. Lively, who said that he was employed as a brush maker by a concern in Philadelphia, went into great detail regarding his trip. He named the various towns he passed through, what time he was at certain points along the road, and whom he spoke to en route. He said that he arrived at his sister's home fairly early in the evening. I looked over the Lively statement rather carefully. I noticed, among other things, that the man had, voluntarily, given minute details without being asked for them. This made me suspicious, as the advancing of an alibi, when not required, is usually a sign that something is in the wind. So I suggested to Chief Bradshaw that he take his motorcycle and go over the same route that Lively said he took, checking up the time and mileage between the various towns very carefully. I also asked the chief to get statements from the people that Lively said he had talked with or had seen, and also to check the time of his arrival at the home of his sister in Bridgeton. Chief Bradshaw completed this task and called on me late Thursday. We found several discrepancies in Lively's story of his trip. In the first place, we found that it would have been physically impossible for him to make the motorcycle run from Moorestown to Bridgeton in the same time he said he did it in. Secondly, the man had not talked to the people he said he talked with. Others that he claimed to have seen were not even in that vicinity on the Saturday previous. Finally, the man's sister said that he arrived at her home late Saturday night, not early evening, as he stated. That night I was pretty restless. I didn't go to bed because I knew I wouldn't sleep if I did. My wife asked me what was on my mind. "I'm upset about this little girl's disappearance," I replied. "There's something strange about it. The mother of the girl insists that she hears her child calling her." To say that I was greatly impressed by Mrs. Russo's story that she had heard her child's voice is putting it quite mildly, especially as I had been thinking of another case several years before when a similar situation presented itself. On that occasion, also, I was searching for a missing girl. The mother of the child kept telling me that she heard her daughter's voice. We later found the body. The child had been drowned at a spot a mile away from her home. The mother insisted that she heard her child calling her at a time which was definitely fixed later as having been after the child had been drowned. The wind was blowing in a direction away from the mother, so that she couldn't possibly have heard the child's actual screams. But still, she heard her dead child, and she knew where the screams were coming from. The more I thought of this, applying it to the Russo case, the more it loomed in importance. Then it dawned on me suddenly that I might have been fooled during that search of Lively's home. So I called Chief Bradshaw on the phone, got him out of bed, and told him to go to Jim Taggart, the leading blacksmith of Moorestown, have a spear made, and then go over every inch of the Lively cellar after Lively went to work that morning. Call it a hunch, or whatever you prefer, but something told me, as I finally went to sleep toward morning, that we were going to locate Matilda's body in a very short while. I determined, and correctly, that Mrs. Russo heard the voice of her dead child. And today, 7 years after, she will tell you the same thing. On Friday morning, therefore, shortly before 7 o'clock, after Lively had gone to work, Chief Bradshaw and Officer Jacobs gained access to the house in the same manner that the chief and I had entered before, through a side window. As the place sat far back from the street, there was no difficulty entering, unobserved, at any time. Entering the dark, musty cellar, the two officers began to spear the ground not covered by rubbish. They did their work in a very systematic manner, and there was not an inch of that earthen floor that was not gone over. However, the ground proved to be as solid as concrete. Then they removed the pile of rubbish from the center of the floor. The ground under this, at first glance, appeared to be as solid as the rest. It did not show any evidence of having been dug into, but when Bradshaw poked the spear into it, the instrument sunk. Excitedly, the two men got a spade, and Chief Bradshaw dug feverishly, while Officer Jacobs looked through the displaced earth for a bit of clothing or anything suspicious. Nothing was found. Was this effort to result in nothing? Still they dug on. A depth of 3 feet had been reached. Suddenly the spade struck something soft. Dropping to their knees, the officers removed the earth rapidly with their hands. There lay the mutilated body of Matilda Russo. Every stitch of clothing had been removed. Most of it had been buried with the body. The girl had been ripped open in the stomach and throat, struck on the head twice, once on the forehead and once behind, and had been otherwise criminally assaulted. Large clots of blood were in the grave, clear indication that it had been prepared for her beforehand, and that the body had been placed there while it was still warm. Now to pause for a moment. You will notice that I made my actual presence scarce in Moorestown. I had a reason for this. My face was a very familiar one there at that time, because, just prior to Matilda's disappearance, I had worked on several murder mysteries near Moorestown. I figured, from the beginning, that if I were seen around too much, the slayer of the girl, if she had been slain, would take the hint and blow. I calculated, and correctly, that to direct operations from Mount Holly, even if more difficult, was the proper course for me to pursue. I had told Chief Bradshaw to call me immediately if he found anything in that cellar, but no matter how important the news was, he was not to break anything over the phone. A man I once wanted listened in on a telephone conversation of mine, and once is plenty. So, after making the gruesome discovery, Mr. Bradshaw merely called and said, "Come right away, Ellis." A hint, of course, at this stage of the game was equivalent to a ton of bricks. I knew what awaited me in Moorestown, so Detective Kane, my secretary, and I were soon headed toward the scene at, to say the least, breakneck speed. Arriving in Moorestown, we went directly to the Lively home, where the two officers awaited us. My secretary remained upstairs. Officer Jacobs guarded the house. Detective Kane, Chief Bradshaw, and I descended the cellar steps. One look at the body convinced me that here was one of the most terrifying and fiendish crimes that I had ever encountered. We left the body in the cellar and held a conference on the first floor. After the conference, when we were leaving the house by the front door, the latch broke. This made it impossible to keep the door from swinging open. It was quite essential that it be closed, because the body had created quite a stench in the small house, and, if the door were not securely closed, we knew that passers-by would detect the odor, investigate, and the crime would be disclosed. We were anxious to keep our discovery secret, knowing that the slayer was probably keeping a close watch on the newspapers, and that if he saw a report of the finding of the body, he would flee at once. So we went back into the place and nailed the door, making our exit through a window. At this stage of the game, the finger of suspicion pointed pretty definitely to Lively, so we decided to nab Lively on sight. We called the brush factory where he was employed, but they returned the information that he hadn't been in that day. Not having any idea where to look for him, we decided that Chief Bradshaw and Officer Jacobs should lie in wait until he returned home that night. We were not anxious to arrest him in Philadelphia anyway, on account of the extradition problem. I went to police headquarters with Mr. Kane and my secretary. While awaiting word of Lively's return home, I looked up the man's record through the Philadelphia Police Department, and what a record it was. He was born in South Jersey and, as a boy, was sent to the reformatory at Rahway, New Jersey, for arson. After his release from Rahway, he was employed by a farmer at Dayton, New Jersey, but was shortly sent to the state prison for 14 years for a serious crime. His next encounter with the police was when he murdered a man named Madden in a brawl in Philadelphia. He drew a 2-year term in the Eastern Penitentiary for this. After his release, he changed his name from Roberts to Lively and married. It was while in prison that Lively learned brushmaking. At the time of the murder, he had lived in Moorestown only a few months and was well thought of by the white people who lived nearby. Lively's house was only half a block from the Eastern Moorestown Railroad station. The trolley line ran right by his place. We had both the trolley and the railroad station covered, but when he came home that night, he got off the trolley 2 blocks from his house, sneaked around the back way, and, under cover of darkness, tried the front door. Then he vanished the instant he found that it had been tampered with. Aided by the darkness of night, he slipped right through the hands of the officers lying in wait for him. This we found out to our sorrow later. A peculiar circumstance in this case was that so far we had not even suspected Lively of any connection with the Rousseau case until after it was too late. There was no doubt in my mind now, however, but that the man had committed the murder. But how could we have arrested him before the finding of the body? What would we have charged him with? Until the body was found, we did not have any proof or even any indications that the little girl had been slain. For all we knew, she might have been drowned or kidnapped, or better still, just lost. The fact that Lively remained at his home for so long after the crime threw us off the scent. And right here, I want to take time to point out that the slayer did one of the neatest track-covering jobs I have ever heard of. He had lifted cobwebs from another pile of rubbish and carefully placed them on the pile of cans over the grave, giving the refuse all the appearance of having been there, untouched, for a long time. And if you don't think that this is a hard feat to accomplish, just try it yourself sometime. There isn't a criminal in 1,000 who would even think of such a thing, let alone plan and execute it successfully. In addition, the fiend had also fooled us in another way. The aged-looking pillows, which oozed out their stuffings, were really comparatively new pillows, we found upon close scrutiny. He had dragged them around the cellar floor and had torn them to make them look old, and what a slick job he made of it. As for footprints or any other evidence of his having been in the cellar, well, everything had been completely obliterated. That night, about 8 o'clock, a negress walked into a room adjoining police headquarters at the Moorestown City Hall. My secretary was the only one in the room at the time. The woman asked Miss Hughes if Louis Lively had been arrested, and my secretary at once became suspicious. She excused herself for a moment, rushed to another room, and told someone to call me in a hurry. She then went back and engaged the woman in what must have been a charming conversation, for she held her, against her will, until I arrived. The woman was Mrs. Lively, and I at once detained her. That smart move on the part of Miss Hughes helped in clearing up the mystery. Although Mrs. Lively denied any knowledge of the crime, we knew that our best play was to detain her. Now, to return to Lively. We checked up at all railroad, trolley, and ferry stations for miles around to see if he had bought a ticket for anywhere. We found out exactly nothing. I then had a flyer printed saying I wanted the man for murder. This was sent in the usual fashion to every police department in this country and Canada. Lively was only 5 feet 2 inches in height. We thought that his small stature would aid in his capture, never realizing that he would convert it to his own advantage by a clever trick. I had a hunch that Lively, wherever he might be, would seek employment as a brush maker, so I had a talk with President Fernley of the Brush Manufacturers Association of the United States and Canada. Mr. Fernley had in his possession the names and addresses of all the leading concerns in the brush line and suggested that a photograph and description of Lively be sent to all of them, coupled with instructions that, if the man applied for work, he was to be detained and the police notified. I at once agreed to this, and the plan was carried out. Police headquarters of various cities were also notified as to this angle of the search. As luck would have it, a brush concern in Boston, after receiving the notice, at once communicated with the Hub City Police Headquarters, who, in turn, relayed the information to me to the effect that Lively, using one of his many aliases, had applied for a job 2 days before arrival of the notice. He was told that there was nothing open, but to leave an address where he was to be notified if anything turned up. The address was watched, but the police did not make an immediate inquiry. They merely covered the house. They knew that if they asked at the house for Lively and he happened to be out, he would probably be tipped off by telephone and never return. Meanwhile, the brush factory, at my suggestion, sent a letter to Lively telling him that there was a job for him. 2 Boston detectives stationed themselves in the factory, disguised as workmen, waiting for the fugitive to walk into the trap, but he never showed up. The place where he was supposed to be living was then tackled, but it was found that the man had vanished 2 days before the police vigil began. The next trace of him came from a police officer in a small town up in Maine. He stated that he was riding along the road in his machine, pleasure bent, when a young fellow stopped him and asked for a lift. The policeman picked up the stranger and the two rode for miles, carrying on a conversation about this, that, and the other thing. The officer took a good look at Lively and remarked to him that his face seemed familiar. No wonder, for it was plastered up in 1,001 police stations. Lively laughed this off, telling the officer that he must have mistaken him for someone else. Lively finally told the policeman he was broke, and the officer arranged a free meal and a bed for the stranger at a tourist camp. He then left the man. The next morning he was dumbfounded when he saw Lively's face on a flyer at the station house. The police went to the place where Lively had spent the night, but the man, as usual, was still 2 jumps ahead of the whole bunch of us. I've never seen a smarter fellow. And on top of this, fate seemed to smile on him. Meanwhile, we were keeping Mrs. Lively in jail for reasons of our own. She had several visitors and, just as soon as these people called, we would question them and get their names, addresses, and any other information possible. One day, a Negro appeared into my office and asked if he could see Mrs. Lively. Something about the man's demeanor told me that he was cognizant of Lively's whereabouts. I consented to his seeing Mrs. Lively, but, desiring to observe at first hand just what went on between the man and the woman, I accompanied the visitor to Mrs. Lively's cell. I told him it would be all right for him to talk for as long a time as he desired with Lively's wife. I remained to hear the conversation. The man, who had told me his home was in Philadelphia, merely walked up to the cell and said, "Hello, Marie. How are you feeling? Don't worry. Here's $3 in case you need it. See you later. Goodbye." The man saw the woman for less than a minute. This struck me as mighty suspicious, that a man should come all the way from Philadelphia with so small an amount to give her as $3, and then only talk with the woman a few seconds. The words, "don't worry," stuck in my mind. I suspected, and later found out I was correct, that the stranger's mere presence at the jail was assurance to Mrs. Lively that her husband was communicating with the man in some manner. We trailed this man, whose name I won't mention for obvious reasons, and had his mail watched. In Philadelphia, all that came through the post office for him was a newspaper from Chase City, Virginia. I got in touch with the postal authorities of the Virginia town and found out that the man had formerly lived with his parents there and had left for Philadelphia only a few months previously. So any mail coming to the home of his parents in Chase City was also watched. All that came for him were 2 newspapers from Boston. They had no marks of any kind on them, but we figured, and rightly, that they came from Lively, and that they were Lively's way of letting his friends know where he was. I had the man's mother questioned as to whether or not she knew anyone in Boston, and she said she did not. She was unable to say who sent the papers to her son. This clue did not prove a very material way of apprehending Lively, but it gave me my first positive assurance that our suspect was communicating with his wife and other kin in South Jersey. A double strict watch was then focused on all of Lively's friends and relatives. I'll confess that Lively had me guessing, all right. I've had a lot of trouble tracking down men and women, but I've yet to run across anyone so cunning and shrewd as he proved to be. During the time that Mrs. Lively was in jail, she struck up quite a friendship with another inmate, a white woman. Not long after the white woman was released from jail, she walked into my office and asked if she could speak to Mrs. Lively. Her request, of course, was granted at once. They carried on a conversation in a tone of voice so subdued that Detective Kane, secreted in an adjoining cell, could not make head or tail of what was said. All he could hear was murmuring. We trailed the woman and followed her every action. One night she visited a relative of Lively's in Bridgeton. The following day she again visited Mrs. Lively at the jail. She was observed slipping a note to the prisoner. I decided to let both women have enough rope to hang themselves, because I knew that, sooner or later, Mrs. Lively's cell would yield information which would lead to the capture of her husband. Finally, after keen observation of the movements of all those interested in Lively, we decided that the time was ripe for a grandstand play. One morning, without warning, we made a sudden search of the jail and found, hidden in a corner of one of these cells, various scraps of paper which, when pieced together, proved to be what we expected to find. There they were, the notes which Lively had written, and which the former woman jail inmate had smuggled through to the hunted man's wife, and, of all things, one of the notes from Lively conveyed the information that "this thing has about blown over, so I'm going to slip home soon and see you all." We found later that the notes had been sent to a relative in Bridgeton, concealed in baskets of grapes. What was going to come next? In addition to the notes which had been torn up, we also discovered another note which was intact. It was written by Lively to a relative in South Jersey, and read in part, "Miss Evelyn, you can look for me at 11:30 tonight. I's a-goin' to make good to you for what you done for Marie," Lively's wife. "You keep a eye open for that Detective Parker. I at once covered all towns in the vicinity of Moorestown, Bridgeton, and Vineland, and laid an elaborate trap for the fugitive. I interviewed employees of the trolley and railroad lines in that section, notifying them that Lively was in the immediate neighborhood and to keep a close watch for him. I told them that the man was near at hand because I knew that would spur the watch. Had I said he was expected, the men I talked with would probably have dismissed the matter from their minds, thinking that it would be more or less of a wild-goose proposition. The police, of course, were told the exact facts of the case, for they understood that, when I said I was led to believe that the man would put in an appearance, I meant it. The weeks went by, however, and Lively was still to be apprehended. However, something told me, I can't exactly explain my mental process, that the man had returned to South Jersey, slipping through the net we had so carefully laid for him. My hunch later proved to be correct, for Lively, at that time, had already been hiding in Bridgeton for several days. He had managed to elude capture by a clever trick, dressing as a woman. Just about daybreak on the morning of October 19th, Asa Wilson and James Florentino, two police officers of Vineland, were about to exchange duties at a rather remote spot on the outskirts of the city. "Good morning, Asa," said Florentino as he met his brother officer, whom he was to relieve. Then, jokingly, "Didn't catch Lively yet, did you?" "If I had, you'd have heard all about it," returned Wilson, laughing. Just at that moment, the two officers heard footsteps nearby. The mantle of night had not yet released the city from its folds. A man approached. He was short of stature. As he passed along the sidewalk within 3 feet of the officers, he noticed them and quickened his pace. Florentino looked at Wilson in quick surprise, each thinking the same thing. "Did you see him?" he asked in amazement. "I certainly did. I think that's Lively." "So do I. Let's go," said Wilson. By this time the man was quite a bit down the street. He was too smart to break into a run, but he was walking mighty fast. The two officers hailed a passing automobile. They would use the machine, they decided, because if it was Lively, he would be taken off guard, as he had just seen them on foot. Florentino and Wilson raced down the street in the automobile and directed the driver to draw up abreast of the suspected child slayer. Wilson jumped to the sidewalk for the purpose of identifying the suspicious pedestrian. No sooner had he done so than the man, who most evidently was Lively, drew a gun and shot the officer through the right lung. Florentino then leaped out of the car, picked up his brother officer, and placed him in the machine. Before being rushed by the driver to the hospital, Wilson, seriously wounded, gripped Florentino's hand and gasped, "That's our man, Jim. Go and get him." Lively, meanwhile, had dashed into a park which skirted the street. The place was dotted with trees. Florentino, who had left his gun in the machine in his excitement, ran into a nearby house, borrowed a shotgun, and then plunged into the darkness hunting his man. It so happened that the gun the officer had borrowed contained but one shot. He knew he would have to spend that one shot well. He prowled about the murky park and, finally, about 6 feet in front of him, he saw a figure moving behind a tree. An instant later, a bullet whistled past his ear. Lively, who had more nerve than a dozen ordinary men, had stepped out into the open to fire the shot. Quick as a flash, Florentino aimed and fired at Lively before the man had a chance to get behind the tree again. But the shot went wild. The policeman was in a devil of a predicament. Here he was, only 6 feet from a murderer who was loaded down with ammunition, while he himself didn't have a shot left. But he never thought of running away. He knew that if he did, Lively would guess his lack of ammunition. If Florentino had attempted to run, he would probably have paid for it with his life. So he decided to stand his ground and outwit the man. He shouted to Lively, "Listen, Lively, I'll stand right here and shoot at you all day if you don't surrender. The shots will attract attention and a crowd, and when that crowd finds out who you are, they'll tear you to pieces. If you throw away your gun and surrender, I'll save you from the mob." A fast bit of work on Florentino's part. Lively didn't answer for a moment. A few seconds later, something thumped on the ground. Then, from Lively, "There, I've thrown away my gun. I'll come with you." And so Lively surrendered, and the manhunt, which had had us all baffled for 5 months, was over. Florentino commandeered a second machine and took Lively to Vineland jail, where he was docketed and locked up. He was taken from there to Bridgeton and placed in the cooler. I walked in after he had been there a few minutes and asked him if he knew who I was. "Yes, you're Mr. Parker," he said. "That's who I am, Louis," I replied. "Now only yesterday the grand jury found a true bill against you, charging you with the murder of Matilda Russo. Do you want to tell me all about it?" "Yes, sir." So Lively told how he had lured Matilda into his house with the promise of giving her some pudding. He admitted that he sent his wife and son away the week previously so that he would be alone for the murder. When Matilda came into his house that Saturday evening, he struck her over the head with a club. She yelled feebly. He then struck her again. Then he removed her clothing and mutilated her. He had hidden in his house all that day in preparation for the crime and had put the finishing touches on Matilda's grave. After the completion of the ghastly crime, he buried the child and her clothes, burned her shoes, and then otherwise proceeded to cover up his tracks in the way which I have already outlined. He stayed around his house after the crime, he said, because he was satisfied he had foiled us. But he decided to blow the Friday following the murder after he had sneaked home the back way and found the door nailed. He knew then, he told me, that we were on his trail. His motive for the murder, he revealed, was that he hated Matilda because she had fought with his son, Louis. The prisoner further admitted that when he decided to come back to New Jersey, thinking the affair had blown over and desiring to see his relatives, he dressed as a woman and took a Jersey Central train from Jersey City to Bridgeton. He had the colossal nerve to arrive in Bridgeton in the middle of the day. He said the conductor on the train looked rather sharply at him, then passed him up. "I was a little nervous when that conductor looked at me, Mr. Parker. I thought my woman's makeup was not perfect," he said. Arriving in Bridgeton, he went to his sister's house, but she slammed the door in his face. He then went in hiding for a few days. He never did tell us where he was going on the morning he was caught in Vineland. He had discarded his feminine attire after having vamped a truck driver into giving him a lift. He said the truck driver suddenly suspected that he was a man and ordered him to get off. Lively showed absolutely no remorse over shooting Officer Wilson, who, although close to death for several days, fortunately recovered. I released Mrs. Lively, as she was innocent of any direct connection with the murder. That I knew from the first, but she was arrested because I was convinced Lively would communicate with her. Lively was tried for the crime, convicted and sentenced to death in the electric chair. Supreme Court Justice Samuel Kalish, one of the most learned and high-principled men I have ever known, was the presiding judge. I have heard Justice Kalish sentence numerous men to die in the chair. Sometimes it has seemed to me that he was doing so against his own scruples and merely fulfilling his duty. But when he sentenced Louis Lively to death, there was a note in his voice which I interpreted as meaning that on this particular occasion he was more than glad to fulfill his duty, as outlined by the verdict of the jury. The story of Matilda Russo's murder might end here, except for one more interesting incident. After Lively's conviction, and the night before he was to be transferred to the death house of the New Jersey State Prison at Trenton, where he was to settle his debt to society, the warden of the Mount Holly jail rushed into my office. "Louis Lively insists upon seeing you," he said. "What does he want?" I asked. "He won't say, just wants to see you, says it's important." Knowing so well that Lively was a killer of the first order, I became suspicious. Instead of going to see him, I ordered a search made of his cell. There my associates found a sharp instrument which the man had made after being incarcerated. It was shown to me, and the next morning I went to the doomed man's cell and spoke to him through the bars. "We found an instrument in your cell last night, Louis," I said. "Did you plan to kill me with it?" "Sure as hell I did," was his brutal reply. "You're no better than the rest of 'em, Parker." This incident will give you a better description of Lively than I could ever picture for you with mere adjectives. On the night of his execution, I was one of the witnesses in the death house. I have seen many executions, and I have been responsible for sending many men to their death. Sometimes I have felt a lump in my throat when seeing a man I have tracked pay his penalty. But when Lively was led into the dimly lighted death chamber, I felt no qualms of conscience. As I said before, he was the most desperate fiend I have ever encountered, and when the prison doctor pronounced him dead, I breathed a sigh of relief. I hope I never see his like again. End of The Cry from the Grave, read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, July 2024.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 16.
Fifth on the List by Harry Stephen Keeler. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Fifth on the List by Harry Stephen Keeler. Eddie the Strangler was broke again. It seemed as though nothing could be done to relieve this condition of impecuniosity, except, of course, another job like the previous ones. After all, why work for a living? It was so easy for one to come silently through the window, approach the bed in stocking feet, and then quickly fasten one's long, steel-like fingers about the neck of the sleeper. To be sure, it required steady nerve, particularly during the short struggle that always ensued in the darkness, but there was little chance for one to fail if one took sufficient pains to get one's thumb in the proper position on the windpipe. Then, too, although becoming less so each succeeding time, it was still rather unpleasant to have to view the purplish-black face of the dead person after the job was completed, the tiny pocket light turned on, and the search for the valuables begun. However, one had to endure these little trials for the sake of the recompense, since always if one did not take it upon oneself to endure them, loomed up the dread possibility of having to earn one's bread by manual labor. Thus reflected Eddie the Strangler as he leaned against the convenient lamp-post with his hands sunk deep in his pockets and his hat pulled down over his forehead, waiting expectantly. Apprehensively his eyes glanced toward the clock, visible through the glass panel of the corner near beer saloon door. 11 p.m. She certainly ought to be along soon. It was here that he had first seen her, a number of evenings before, as she strode briskly home from some place or other. Finally she passed. Again Eddie looked her over critically. Not only the diamond hanging from each earlobe, but the rings on her hands as well, showed conclusively that she must possess other jewelry of value. Well, it might as well be tonight as any other time. No use of following her night after night. A half-block behind her, Eddie fell in step. This would be the last time that he need trail her to the place where she lived. His previous shadowing had shown him that she invariably proceeded to a rear room on the first floor of a theatrical boarding house up near Washington Square. By making his way quickly around to the alley after she closed the front door behind her, and watching her windows as she turned on the lights, he had learned that she lived alone. This pink and white girl would be an easy victim. The very first one of those that went before had been a woman. She had died with but a few impotent thrusting motions of her soft white arms. The next three, though, had been men. They had required more skill, more coolness, especially that huge German ex-bartender out in Englewood. However, one ought not to confine one's attention to the masculine sex alone. One should be more universal in one's calling. This handsome creature would help to even things up. As she ascended the front steps and shut the door behind her, Eddie shrugged his shoulders and laughed aloud. Long before this time tomorrow, the newspapers would be out with their glaring headlines reading, "The Strangler Works Again," and "Young Woman Found Murdered in Bed, Valuables Missing." And he, Eddie, the cause of the extra editions, would be laboriously figuring out the value of the haul at so much per carat in his tiny room in that great jungle, Chicago's West Side. Swiftly he departed for the alley, where he secured a position of vantage between two ash cans and watched her while she entered the room, switched on the light, and drew down the shades. Then he waited patiently until he saw the light suddenly go out. The shades raised, and one window opened wide to admit the cool breeze from the lake. That, in itself, was luck. He had liked that phase of the situation from the very first moment, a week before, that he had begun to collect data on the coming affair. It obviated the necessity of bringing along a glass cutter and a cumbersome ball of putty. An hour passed. It must be the right time now. Before removing his shoes and climbing up on the fence that separated the two backyards, he exercised his fingers vigorously for a few minutes. One's fingers must not be stiff at the crucial moment. It required but a few seconds to climb from the fence to the sill and to step lightly in through the open window to the floor of the room. For a very short while he stood motionless, listening to the regular breathing of the sleeper. Then it was that he heard footsteps coming down the hall. Bah! Some fool, perhaps, about to knock on the door, awaken the girl on the bed, and ruin everything. Well, there was no need for everything to be ruined. With cat-like tread he crossed the floor to the opposite wall. Good! It was exactly what he had made it out to be in the semi-darkness, a square trunk. He raised the cover, and as he did so a tiny block of wood tumbled to the carpet. With his hand he groped within. Excellent! No tray, and empty as well. This would be a safe refuge while the fool outside should either knock or go on about his or her business. He stepped in with his right foot and followed with his left. Then he sunk to his knees and allowed the cover to drop slowly till an opening of only an inch in height remained. He listened. Rap, rap, rap came from the panel of the door. Then a voice exclaimed, "Estelle, may we come in a minute? Have you gone to bed yet?" No answer. "She's asleep," continued the voice to someone else. "We'd better not disturb her. It's late." The footsteps left the region of the door. Better to wait 2 or 3 minutes, thought Eddie, till everything's quiet again before tackling the job. These fools might change their minds and come back. He let the heavy lid rest on his shoulders and altered his position a trifle. Click went the spring fastening on the trunk as the upper half of the mechanism came in contact with the lower half and locked the cover shut. "Oh, God!" screamed Mademoiselle Estelle Lecomte, snake charmer at the Hippodrome, next morning as she went to examine her newest python and found him coiled tightly around the neck of a little man whose face was unrecognizable on account of its purplish-black hue, its bulging eyeballs, and its protruding tongue. End of fifth on the list, read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, June 2024.
Short Mystery and Suspense, Collection 16, The Owl on the Moor, by Marc R. Schorer and August W. Derleth, from Weird Tales, September 1928. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Owl on the Moor, by Marc R. Schorer and August W. Derleth. The following letter, crumbled and yellow with age, was found among the personal effects of the late E. Bentley, barrister. Brandon, Egdon Heath, 17 May, 1908. My dear Morris, I am all excited. Do you remember the controversy we had about witchcraft a summer ago? I'm sure you recall it. It was about an unusual development which hinges directly upon this controversy that I am so excited. On May 1st, I arrived here in this small hamlet bordering the famous Egdon Heath, the setting of Thomas Hardy's noted Return of the Natives, for my annual month's vacation. Of course, the furze and bracken attracted me the very first day, and I began to wander about alone on the heath. I often walked far out. Sometimes, even, I was perplexed as to my direction. One day I chanced to wander further than usual, and I came upon the lowlands of the heath, a dank, miry moor, far in the heart of it. I was startled that I had wandered so far, and as twilight was not far distant, I hastily began to return, when my eyes caught sight of a solitary cottage, or possibly I should call it a shack, for indeed it resembled the latter much more than the former. I stared in bewilderment, thinking that perhaps my eyes had deceived me, and that I had conjured up a hallucination. But no, the shack didn't vanish as I half expected it to when I closed my eyes. Not that the appearance of a shack in this lonely place surprised me to that extent, but there was smoke curling up from the crumbling chimney. I hesitated for some long time, and then turned and proceeded moodily homeward, determined to question the villagers about the dweller in the shack. And question them I did. A woman lives there. Don't laugh, for that's all they told me. Who she is, where she came from, what is her business, how does she subsist? Of that they know nothing. They do not even hint at the answers to these questions. The people here are peace-loving folk, and it takes much to stir them, but it was clear to see that they hated that woman with all their hearts. This fact perplexed me sorely, and after incessant prying, I found the reason. She had been out there on the moor living her life of solitude for 2 years. She never came to the village, or if she did come, she was never seen. Shortly after her coming, a mysterious death came to one of the villagers. He was found out on the moor, his face a marvel carving of fear and fascination. An examination revealed several minute scratches on the head and face of the dead man, which the doctor failed to diagnose. This in itself was extraordinary. And several months later, another man was found dead on the heath, a good distance from the moor, with the same peculiar scratches about the head, and with the same expression of awful horror. The next death bore the same distinctive marks, but this time it was a woman that suffered. And other deaths occurred, and because the dead were always found out upon the lonely heath where only the woman walked, the villagers came to regard her with loathing and suspicion. Even the furzy cutters ceased their work, and people seldom rambled on the heath, for they did not know in what form this malignant death might approach and overcome them. You can imagine my astonishment at learning these things. However, this tale of sudden deaths did not deter me from my daily rambles on the heath, but I will admit that I was constantly on alert for any hidden danger that might descend upon me. For the first few days I gave the shack a wide berth, and wended my way within sight of the village, but I soon reflected what childish folly this was, and I became bolder and bolder. One day I ventured within sight of the shack. I crouched half hidden in the gorse for an appreciable length of time, but I observed no signs of life. This surprised me, perhaps unduly, and I moved cautiously nearer. Again I halted breathless. I wondered what would have happened should the woman discern me, and I kept my eyes fastened upon the door of the shack, which swung loosely open on one hinge that creaked loudly in the silence as a fanciful breeze came against the door. But nothing happened. There was no indication of life. All was an oppressive, death-like stillness, broken only at intervals by the eerie call of a bird, which came to me across the bracken and, sweeping past me, died lingering away in the distance. I halted there for some time, half expecting some fearful apparition to emerge from the darkness of the doorway and pounce upon me and devour me before I could so much as move. But finally, annoyed at this apparently overcautious attitude, I rose and strode boldly forward, fully determined to enter the evidently forsaken shack. Then suddenly I stopped short, for to my ears came the low, almost imperceptible sound of moaning. That the moaning proceeded from the shack I could not doubt. Indubitably, the mysterious inhabitant was ill. With this conviction in mind, I proceeded forward, hesitating only at the threshold. The moaning was very distinct now, and I entered almost at once. Picture, if you can, my astonishment at finding the one-room structure totally devoid of all human inhabitation. My eyes swept the room in a vain endeavor to pierce the shadows, and discovered the source of the sound which dinned in my ears. But I could perceive nothing. I then gave my attention to the squalid interior. The furniture in the room consisted of a table upon which some broken dishes were standing, and 3 chairs, one broken and sadly in need of repair. The odd feature of this assembly of furniture was the fact that there was no bed. Surely this woman did not sleep upon the floor. I ridiculed the idea, but the fact remained that there was no bed. It was soon impressed upon me that the room lacked the essentials of a living room. There was no evidence of a container of food of any sort, nor were there any signs of the remains of any recently eaten meal. My eyes swept in these things at a glance, and meanwhile the low moaning continued in the same monotonous tone. This hidden moaning irritated me, and I began to peer intently on all sides. I glanced under the table and moved the chairs about. Quite suddenly, I saw the source of the mysterious moaning sound. Looking up in the rafters, I saw two great round eyes turned upon me in an unblinking stare. It was a huge owl. The incident seemed very odd to me at first. I had not seen an owl in the vicinity during my stay, and the sudden appearance of this bird startled me. It showed no inclination to leave its perch, nor did I endeavor to excite it. To be sure, I lost no time in beating a retreat. Whether or not I was justified in doing so, I ran swiftly through the gorse toward the village. On a little knoll some distance from the shack, I turned about and looked back. The woman, who had been nowhere about, was standing in the open door, staring after me. I was astonished. I readily confess it. 1,000 questions perplexed me. How could she have gotten there? Where could she have been hiding, if indeed she was hiding? Could she have been in the gorse, watching my every move? When she saw me gazing at her, she turned and went into the shack. For some time I stood looking at the doorway where she had been. Then I went swiftly home, wondering about her untimely appearance. 2 nights later, while I was reading a treatise on witchcraft, I was seized by a horrible suspicion. I was, so to speak, as if a spell or charm had been cast over me. The suspicion rapidly became a conviction, and, acting upon it, I procured my pistol, and without delay I ventured out upon the moor. It was a beautiful night. The moon was out, and it lighted the moor as far as the eye could reach. But the waving of the bracken and gorse beneath the moon was not beautiful to me, for I thought of nothing but the terrible suspicion that had lodged in my mind. Just as I reached the knoll upon which I had stood 2 days before, I saw a scene which I shall never forget. A man, who had evidently come from some point on the other side of the moor, was struggling with a huge owl. He was fending off the clutching talons as best he could, and the moonlight clearly showed the agony on his features. The sight almost paralyzed me, but luckily for both of us, I retained my presence of mind, and, with the conviction of my suspicion in mind, I drew my pistol and fired point blank at the monstrous bird, murmuring a prayer for the safety of the stranger. Both the man and the bird fell to the ground. I made the best of time to the spot to reckon what injuries the man had received. The man was not severely injured. He was, however, unconscious. But the worst detail of the incident was the initial confirmation of my awful suspicion. On the ground near the man lay the body of a woman, a bullet hole through her breast. Yours, Harcourt. The end of The Owl on the Moor by Marc L. Schorer and August W. Derleth.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 16. The Man in the Passage. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Man in the Passage by G. K. Chesterton. Two men appeared simultaneously at the two ends of a sort of passage running along the side of the Apollo Theatre and the Adelphi. The evening daylight in the streets was large and luminous, opalescent and empty. The passage was comparatively long and dark, so each man could see the other as a mere black silhouette at the other end. Nevertheless, each man knew the other, even in that inky outline, for they were both men of striking appearance and they hated each other. The covered passageway opened at one end on one of the steep streets of the Adelphi, and at the other on a terrace overlooking the sunset-colored river. The side of the passage was a blank wall, for the building it supported was an old unsuccessful theatre restaurant, now shut up. The other side of the passage contained two doors, one at each end. Neither was what was commonly called the stage door. They were a sort of special and private stage doors used by very special performers, and in this case by the star actor and the actress in the Shakespearean performance of the day. Persons of that eminence often like to have such private exits and entrances for meeting friends or avoiding them. The two men in question were certainly two such friends, men who evidently knew the doors and counted on their opening, for each approached the door at the upper end with equal coolness and confidence, not, however, with equal speed. But the man who walked fast was a man from the other end of the tunnel, so they both arrived before the secret stage door almost at the same instant. They saluted each other with civility and waited a moment before one of them, the sharper walker who seemed to have the shorter patience, knocked at the door. In this and everything else, each man was opposite, and neither could be called inferior. As private persons, both were handsome, capable, and popular. As public persons, both were in the first public rank, but everything about them, from their glory to their looks, was of a diverse and incomparable kind. Sir Wilson Seymour was a kind of a man whose importance is known to everybody who knows. The more you mixed with the innermost ring in every polity or profession, the more often you met Sir William Seymour. He was the one intelligent man on 20 unintelligent committees, on every sort of subject, from the reform of the Royal Academy to the project of bimetallism for Greater Britain. In the arts especially he was omnipotent. He was so unique that nobody could quite decide whether he was a great aristocrat who had taken up art, or a great artist whom the aristocrats had taken up. But you could not meet him for 5 minutes without realizing that you had really been ruled by him all your life. His appearance was distinguished in exactly the same sense. It was at once conventional and unique. Fashion could have found no fault with his high silk hat, yet it was unlike anyone else's hat, a little higher perhaps, and adding something to his natural height. His tall, slender figure had a slight stoop, yet it looked the reverse of feeble. His hair was silver-grey, but he did not look old. It was worn longer than the common, and yet he did not look effeminate. It was curly, but it did not look curled. His carefully pointed beard made him look more manly and militant than otherwise, as it does in those old admirals of Velasquez, with whose dark portraits his house was hung. His grey gloves were a shade bluer, his silver-knobbed cane a shade longer than scores of such gloves and canes flapped and flourished about the theatres and the restaurants. The other man was not so tall, yet would have struck nobody as short, but merely as strong and handsome. His hair also was curly, but fair and cropped close to a strong, massive head, the sort of head you break a door with, as Chaucer said of the millers. His military moustache and the carriage of his shoulders showed him a soldier, but he had a pair of those peculiar frank and piercing blue eyes which are more common in sailors. His face was somewhat square, his jaw was square, his shoulders were square, even his jacket was square. Indeed, in the wild school of caricature then current, Mr. Max Beerbohm had represented him as a preposition in the 4th book of Euclid, for he also was a public man, though with quite another sort of success. You did not have to be in the best society to have heard of Captain Cutler, of the siege of Hong Kong and the great march across China. You could not get away from hearing of him wherever you were. His portrait was on every other postcard, his maps and battles in every other illustrated paper, songs in his honor in every other music hall turn or on every other barrel organ. His fame, though probably more temporary, was 10 times more wide, popular, and spontaneous than the other man's. In thousands of English homes he appeared enormous above England like Nelson. Yet he had infinitely less power in England than Sir Wilson Seymour. The door was opened to them by an aged servant or dresser, whose broken-down face and figure and black shabby coat and trousers contrasted queerly with the glittering interior of the great actress's dressing-room. It was fitted and filled with looking-glasses at every angle of refraction, so that they looked like the 100 facets of one huge diamond, if one could get inside a diamond. The other features of luxury, a few flowers, a few colored cushions, a few scraps of stage costume, were multiplied by all the mirrors into the madness of the Arabian Nights, and danced and changed places perpetually as a shuffling attendant shifted a mirror outward or shot one back against the wall. They both spoke to the dingy dresser by name, calling him Parkinson, and asked for the lady as Miss Aurora Rome. Parkinson said she was in the other room, but he would go and tell her. A shade crossed the brow of both visitors, for the other room was a private room of the great actor with whom Miss Aurora was performing, and she was of the kind that does not inflame admiration without inflaming jealousy. In about half a minute, however, the inner door opened, and she entered as she always did, even in private life, so that the very silence seemed to be a roar of applause, and one well deserved. She was clad in a somewhat strange garb of peacock green and peacock blue satins that gleamed like blue and green metals, such as delight children in East States, and a heavy, hot brown hair framed one of those magic faces which are dangerous to all men, but especially to boys and to men growing grey. In company with a male colleague, the great American actor Isidore Bruno, she was producing a particularly poetic and fantastic interpretation of Midsummer Night's Dream, in which the artistic prominence was given to Oberon and Titania, or in other words to Bruno and herself. Set in dreamy and exquisite scenery and moving in mystical dances, the green costume, like burnished beetle wings, expressed all the elusive individuality of an elfin queen. But when personally confronted, in what was still broad daylight, a man looked only at the woman's face. She greeted both men with a beaming and baffling smile which kept so many males at the same just dangerous distance from her. She accepted some flowers from Cutler, which were as tropical and expensive as his victories, and another sort of present from Sir Wilson Seymour, offered later on and more nonchalantly by that gentleman, for it was against his breeding to show eagerness, and against his conventional unconventionality to give anything so obvious as flowers. He had picked up a trifle, he said, which was rather a curiosity. It was an ancient Greek dagger of the Mycenaean epoch, and might well have been worn in the time of Theseus and Hippolyta. It was made of brass like all the heroic weapons, but oddly enough, sharp enough to prick anyone still. He had really been attracted to it by the leaf-like shape. It was as perfect as a Greek was. If it was of any interest to Miss Rome, or could come in any way in the play, he hoped she would. The inner door burst open and a big figure appeared, who was more of a contrast to the explanatory Seymour than even Captain Cutler. Nearly 6'6", and of more than theatrical thews and muscles, Isidore Bruno, in the gorgeous leopard skin and golden brown garments of Oberon, looked like a barbaric god. He leaned on a sort of hunting spear, which across the theatre looked a slight silvery wand, but which in the small and comparatively crowded room looked as plain as a pikestaff and as menacing. His vivid black eyes rolled volcanically. His bronzed face, handsome as it was, showed at that moment a combination of high cheekbones with set white teeth, which recalled certain American conjectures about his origin in the southern plantations. "Aurora," he began, in that deep voice like a drum of passion that had moved so many audiences, "will you—" He stopped indecisively because a sixth figure had suddenly presented itself just inside the doorway, a figure so incongruous in the scene as to be almost comic. It was a very short man in the black uniform of the Roman secular clergy, and looked, especially in such a presence as Bruno's and Aurora's, rather like the wooden Noah out of an ark. He did not, however, seem conscious of any contrast, but said with dull civility, "I believe Miss Rome sent for me." A shrewd observer might have remarked that the emotional temperature rather rose at so unemotional an interruption. The detachment of a professional celibate seemed to reveal to the others that they stood round the woman as a ring of amorous rivals, just as a stranger coming in with the frost on his coat will reveal that a room is like a furnace. The presence of the one man who did not care about her increased Miss Rome's sense that everybody else was in love with her, and each in a somewhat dangerous way. The actor with all the appetite of a savage and a spoiled child. The soldier with all the simple selfishness of a man of will rather than mind. Sir Wilson with the daily hardening concentration with which old hedonists take to a hobby, nay, even the abject Parkinson, who had known her before her triumphs, and who followed her about the room with eyes or feet with the dumb fascination of a dog. A shrewd person might have noted a yet odder thing. The man like a black wooden Nova, who was not wholly without shrewdness, noted it with a considerable but contained amusement. It was evident that the great Aurora, though by no means indifferent to the admiration of the other sex, wanted at this moment to get rid of all the men who admired her and be left alone with the man who did not admire her in that sense at least. For the little priest did admire and even enjoy the firm feminine diplomacy with which she set about her task. There was perhaps only one thing that Aurora Rome was clever about, and that was one half of humanity, the other half. The little, like a Napoleonic campaign, the swift precision of a policy for expelling all while banishing none. Bruno, the big actor, was so babyish that it was easy to send him off in brute sulks banging the door. Cutler, the British officer, was pachydermatous to ideas but punctilious about behavior. He would ignore all hints, but he would die rather than ignore a definite commission from a lady. As to old Seymour, he had to be treated differently. He had to be left to the last. The only way to move him was to appeal to him in confidence as an old friend, to let him into the secret of the clearance. The priest did really admire Miss Rome as she achieved all these three objects in one selected action. She went across to Captain Cutler and said in her sweetest manner, "I shall value all these flowers, because they must be your favorite flowers. But they won't be complete, without my favorite flower. Do go over to the shop round the corner and get me some lilies of the valley, and then it'll be quite lovely." The first object of her diplomacy, the exit of the enraged Bruno, was at once achieved. He had already handed his spear in a lordly style, like a sceptre, to the piteous Parkinson, and was about to assume one of the cushioned seats like a throne. But at this open appeal to his rival, there glowed in his opal eyeballs all the sensitive insolence of the slave. He knotted his enormous brown fist for an instant, and then, dashing open the door, disappeared into his own apartments beyond. But meanwhile, Miss Rome's experiment in mobilizing the British army had not succeeded so simply as seemed probable. Cutler had indeed risen stiffly and suddenly and walked towards the door, hatless, as if at a word of command. But perhaps there was something ostentatiously elegant about the languid figure of Seymour leaning against one of the looking-glasses that brought him up short at the entrance, turning his head this way and that way like a bewildered bulldog. "I must show this stupid man where to go," said Aurora in a whisper to Seymour, and ran out to the threshold to speed the parting guest. Seymour seemed to be listening, elegant and unconscious as was his posture, and he seemed relieved when he heard the lady call out some last instructions to the captain, and then turn sharply and run laughing down the passage towards the other end, the end on the terrace above the Thames. Yet a second or two after, Seymour's brow darkened again. A man in his position has so many rivals, and he remembered that at the other end of the passage was the corresponding entrance to Bruno's private room. He did not lose his dignity. He said some civil words to Father Brown about the revival of Byzantine architecture and the Westminster Cathedral, and then quite naturally strolled out himself into the upper end of the passage. Father Brown and Parkinson were left alone, and they were neither of them men with a taste for superfluous conversation. The dresser went round the room, pulling out looking-glasses, and pushing them in again, his dingy dark coat and trousers looking all the more dismal since he was still holding the festive fairy spear of King Oberon. Every time he pulled out the frame of a new glass, a new black figure of Father Brown appeared. The absurd glass chamber was full of Father Browns, upside down in the air like angels, turning somersaults like acrobats, turning their backs to everybody like very rude persons. Father Brown seemed quite unconscious of this cloud of witness, but followed Parkinson with an idly attentive eye till he took himself and his absurd spear into the farther room of Bruno. Then he abandoned himself to such abstract meditations as always amused him, calculating the angles of the mirrors, the angles of each refraction, the angle at which each must fit into the wall, when he heard a strong but strangled cry. He sprang to his feet and stood rigidly listening. At the same instant, Sir Wilson Seymour burst back into the room, white as ivory. "Who's that man in the passage?" he cried. "Where's that dagger of mine?" Before Father Brown could turn in his heavy boots, Seymour was plunging about the room looking for the weapon. And before he could possibly find that weapon or any other, a brisk running of feet broke upon the pavement outside, and the square face of Cutler was thrust into the same doorway. He was still grotesquely grasping a bunch of lilies of the valley. "What's this?" he cried. "What's that creature down the passage? Is it some of your tricks?" "My tricks?" hissed his pale rival, and made a stride towards him. In the instant of time in which all this happened, Father Brown stepped out into the top of the passage, looked down it, and at once walked briskly towards what he saw. At this, the other two men dropped their quarrel and darted after him, Cutler calling out, "What are you doing? Who are you?" "My name is Brown," said the priest sadly, as he bent over something and straightened himself again. "Miss Rome sent for me, and I came as quickly as I could." "I've come too late." The three men looked down, and in one of them at least the life died in that late light of afternoon. It ran along the passage like a path of gold, and in the midst of it Aurora Rome lay lustrous in her robes of green and gold, with her dead face turned upwards. Her dress was torn away as in a struggle, leaving the right shoulder bare, but the wound from which the blood was swelling was on the other side. The brass dagger lay flat and gleaming a yard or so away. There was a blank stillness for a measurable time, so that they could hear far off a flower girl's laugh outside Charing Cross, and someone whistling furiously for a taxicab in one of the streets off the Strand. Then the captain, with a movement so sudden that it might have been passion or play acting, took Sir Wilson Seymour by the throat. Seymour looked at him steadily, without either fight or fear. "You need not kill me," he said in a voice quite cold. "I shall do that on my own account." The captain's hands hesitated and dropped, and the other added with the same icy candor, "If I find I haven't the nerve to do it with that dagger, I can do it in a month with drink." "Drink isn't good enough for me," replied Cutler, "but I'll have blood for this before I die. Not yours, but I think I know whose." And before the others could appreciate his intention, he snatched up the dagger, sprang at the other door at the low end of the passage, burst it open, bolt and all, and confronted Bruno in his dressing room. As he did so, old Parkinson tottered in his wavering way out of the door and caught sight of the corpse lying in the passage. He moved shakily towards it, looked at it weakly with a working face, then moved shakily back into the dressing room again, and sat down suddenly on one of the richly cushioned chairs. Father Brown instantly ran across to him, taking no notice of Cutler and the colossal actor, though the room already rang with their blows, and they began to struggle for the dagger. Seymour, who retained some practical sense, was whistling for the police at the end of the passage. When the police arrived, it was to tear the two men from an almost ape-like grapple, and after a few formal inquiries, to arrest Isidore Bruno upon a charge of murder brought against him by his furious opponent. The idea that the great national hero of the hour had arrested a wrongdoer with his own hand doubtless had its weight with the police, who were not without elements of the journalist. They treated Cutler with a certain solemn attention, and pointed out that he had got a slight slash on the hand. Even as Cutler bore him back across tilted chair and table, Bruno had twisted the dagger out of his grasp and disabled him just below the wrist. The injury was really slight, but till he was removed from the room, the half-savage prisoner stared at the running blood with a steady smile. "Looks a cannibal sort of chap, don't he?" said the constable confidentially to Cutler. Cutler made no answer, but said sharply a moment after, "We must attend to the dead," and his voice escaped from articulation. "The two deaths," came in the voice of the priest from the farther side of the room. "This poor fellow was gone when I got across to him." And he stood looking down at old Parkinson, who sat in a black huddle on the gorgeous chair. He also had paid his tribute, not without eloquence, to the woman who had died. The silence was first broken by Cutler, who seemed not untouched by a rough tenderness. "I wish I was him," he said huskily. "I remember he used to watch her wherever she walked more than anybody. She was his heir, and he has dried up. He's just dead." "We're all dead," said Seymour in a strange voice, looking down the road. They took leave of Father Brown at the corner of the road, with some random apologies for any rudeness they might have shown. Both their faces were tragic, but also cryptic. The mind of the little priest was always a rabbit warren of little thoughts that jumped too quickly for him to catch them. Like the white tail of a rabbit, he had the vanishing thought that he was certain of their grief, but not so certain of their innocence. "We had better all be going," said Seymour heavily. "We have done all we can to help." "Will you understand my motives?" asked Father Brown quietly. "If I say you have done all you can to hurt?" They both started as if guiltily, and Cutler said sharply, "To hurt whom?" "To hurt yourselves," answered the priest. "I would not add to your troubles if it weren't common justice to warn you. You have done nearly everything you could do to hang yourselves if this actor should be acquitted. They'll be sure to subpoena me. I shall be bound to say that after the cry was heard, each of you rushed into the room in a wild state and began quarrelling about a dagger. As far as my words on oath can go, you might either of you have done it. You hurt yourselves with that, and then Captain Cutler must have hurt himself with the dagger." "Hurt myself?" exclaimed the captain with contempt. "A silly little scratch." "Which drew blood," replied the priest, nodding. "We know there's blood on the brass now, and so we shall never know whether there was blood on it before." There was a silence, and then Seymour said, with an emphasis quite alien to his daily accent, "But I saw a man in the passage." "I know you did," answered the cleric Brown with a face of wood. "So did Captain Cutler. That's what seems so improbable." Before either could make sufficient sense of it even to answer, Father Brown had politely excused himself and gone stumping up the road with his stumpy old umbrella. As modern newspapers are conducted, the most honest and most important news is the police news. If it be true that in the 20th century more space is given to murder than to politics, it is for the excellent reason that murder is a more serious subject. But even this would hardly explain the enormous omnipresence and widely distributed detail of the Bruno case or the passage mystery in the press of London and the provinces. So vast was the excitement that for some weeks the press really told the truth, and the reports of examination and cross-examination, if interminable, even if intolerable, or at least reliable. The true reason, of course, was a coincidence of persons. The victim was a popular actress, the accused was a popular actor, and the accused had been caught red-handed, as it were, by the most popular soldier of the patriotic season. In those extraordinary circumstances, the press was paralyzed into probity and accuracy, and the rest of this somewhat singular business can practically be recorded from reports of Bruno's trial. The trial was presided over by Mr. Justice Monkhouse, one of those who are jeered at as humorous judges, but who are generally much more serious than the serious judges, for their levity coming from a living impatience of a professional solemnity, while the serious judge is really filled with frivolity because he is filled with vanity. All the chief actors being of a worldly importance, the barristers were well balanced. The prosecutor for the Crown was Sir Walter Cowdray, a heavy but weighty advocate of the sort that knows how to seem English and trustworthy, and how to be rhetorical with reluctance. The prisoner was defended by Mr. Patrick Butler Casey, who was mistaken for a mere flaneur by those who misunderstood the Irish character, and those who had not been examined by him. Medical evidence involved no contradictions, the doctor whom Seymour had summoned on the spot agreeing with the eminent surgeon who had later examined the body. Aurora Rome had been stabbed with some sharp instrument, such as a knife or dagger, some instrument at least of which the blade was short. The wound was just over the heart, and she had died instantly. When the doctor first saw her, she could hardly have been dead for 20 minutes. Therefore, when Father Brown found her, she could hardly have been dead for 3. Some official detective evidence followed, chiefly concerned with the presence or absence of any proof of a struggle. The only suggestion of this was a tearing of the dress at the shoulder, and this did not seem to fit in particularly well with the direction and finality of the blow. When these details had been supplied, though not explained, the first of the important witnesses was called. Sir Wilson Seymour gave evidence as he did everything else that he did at all, not only well, but perfectly. Though himself much more of a public man than the judge, he conveyed exactly the fine shade of self-effacement before the King's justice. And though everyone looked at him as they would at the Prime Minister or the Archbishop of Canterbury, they could have said nothing of his part in it but that it was that of a private gentleman with an accent on the noun. He was also refreshingly lucid as he was on the committees. He had been calling on Miss Rome at the theatre. He had met Captain Cutler there. They had been joined for a short time by the accused, who had then returned to his own dressing room. They had then joined by a Roman Catholic priest who asked for the deceased lady and said his name was Brown. Miss Rome had then gone just outside the theatre to the entrance of the passage in order to point out to Captain Cutler a flower shop at which he was to buy her some more flowers, and the witness had remained in the room exchanging a few words with the priest. He had then distinctly heard the deceased, having sent the captain on his errand, turn round laughing and run down the passage towards its other end, where was the prisoner's dressing room. In idle curiosity as to the rapid movement of his friends, he had strolled out to the head of the passage himself and looked on it towards the prisoner's door. Did he see anything in the passage? Yes, he saw something in the passage. Sir Walter Cowdray allowed an impressive interval, during which the witness looked down, and for all his usual composure seemed to have more than his usual pallor. Then the barrister said in a lower voice, which seemed at once sympathetic and creepy, "Did you see it distinctly?" Sir William Seymour, however moved, had his excellent brains in full working order. Very distinctly as regards its outline, but quite indistinctly, indeed not at all as regards the detail inside the outline. The passage is of such length that anyone in the middle of it appears quite black against the light at the other end. The witness lowered his steady eyes once more and added, "I had noticed the fact before when Captain Cutler first entered it." There was another silence, and the judge leaned forward and made a note. "Well," said Sir Walter patiently, "what was the outline like? Was it, for instance, like the figure of the murdered woman?" "Not in the least," answered Seymour quietly. "What did it look like to you?" "It looked to me," replied the witness, "like a tall man." Everyone in court kept his eyes riveted on his pen, or his umbrella handle, or his book, or his boots, or whatever he happened to be looking at. They seemed to be holding their eyes away from the prisoner by main force, but they felt his figure in the dock, and they felt it as gigantic. Tall as Bruno was to the eye, he seemed to swell taller and taller when an eyes had been torn away from him. Cowdray was resuming his seat with a solemn face, smoothing his black silk robes and white silk whiskers. Sir Wilson was leaving the witness box, after a few final particulars to which there were many other witnesses, when the counsel for the defence sprang up and stopped him. "I shall only detain you a moment," said Mr. Butler, who was a rustic-looking person with red eyebrows and an expression of partial slumber. "Will you tell his lordship how you knew it was a man?" A faint, refined smile seemed to pass over Seymour's features. "I'm afraid it is the vulgar test of trousers," he said. "When I saw daylight between the long legs, I was sure it was a man after all." Butler's sleepy eyes opened as suddenly as some silent explosion. "After all," he repeated slowly. "So you did think at first it was a woman?" Seymour looked troubled for the first time. "It's hardly a point of fact," he said. "But if his lordship would like me to answer for my impression, of course I shall do so. There was something about the thing that was not exactly a woman, and yet was not quite a man. Somehow the curves were different, and it had something that looked like long hair." "Thank you," said Mr. Butler, K.C., and sat down suddenly as if he had got what he wanted. Captain Cutler was a far less plausible and composed witness than Sir Wilson, but his account of the opening incidents was solidly the same. He described the return of Bruno to his dressing room, the dispatching of himself to buy a bunch of lilies of the valley, his return to the upper end of the passage, the thing he saw in the passage, his suspicion of Seymour, and his struggle with Bruno. But he could give little artistic assistance about the black figure that he and Seymour had seen. Asked about its outline, he said he was no art critic with a somewhat too obvious sneer at Seymour. Asked if it was a man or a woman, he said it looked more like a beast, with a too obvious snarl at the prisoner. But the man was plainly shaken with sorrow and sincere anger, and Cowdray quickly excused him from confirming facts that were already fairly clear. The defending counsel also was again brief in his cross-examination, although, as was his custom, even in being brief, he seemed to take a long time about it. "You used a rather remarkable expression," he said, looking at Cutler sleepily. "What do you mean by saying that it looked more like a beast than a man or a woman?" Cutler seemed seriously agitated. "Perhaps I ought not to have said that," he said. "But when the brute has huge humped shoulders like a chimpanzee and bristles sticking out of its head like a pig—" Mr. Butler cut short his curious impatience in the middle. "Never mind whether its hairs was like a pig's," he said. "Was it like a woman's?" "A woman's!" cried the soldier. "Great Scott, no!" "The last witness said it was," commented the counsel with unscrupulous swiftness, And did the figure have any of those serpentine and semi-feminine curves to which eloquent allusions has been made? No? No feminine curves? The figure, if I understand you, was rather heavy and square than otherwise? He may have been bending forward, said Cutler in a hoarse and rather faint voice. Or again, he may not, said Mr. Butler, and sat down suddenly for the second time. The third witness, called by Sir Walter Cordray, was a little Catholic clergyman, so little compared with the others that his head seemed hardly to come above the box, so that it was like cross-examining a child. But unfortunately Sir Walter had somewhat got it into his head, mostly by some ramifications of his family religion, that Father Brown was on the side of the prisoner, because the prisoner was wicked and foreign and even partly black. Therefore he took Father Brown up sharply whenever that proud pontiff tried to explain anything, and told him to answer yes or no, and tell the plain facts without any Jesuitry. When Father Brown began, in his simplicity, to say who he thought the man in the passage was, the barrister told him that he did not want his theories. A black shape was seen in the passage, and you say you saw the black shape. Well, what shape was it? Father Brown blinked as under rebuke, but he had long known the literal nature of obedience. The shape, he said, was short and thick, but had two sharp black projections curved upwards on each side of the head or top, rather like horns. And, oh, the devil with horns, no doubt, ejaculated Cowdray, sitting down in triumphant jocularity. It was a devil come to eat Protestants. No, said the priest dispassionately. I know who it was. Those in court had been brought up to an irrational but real sense of some monstrosity. They had forgotten the figure and the dog, and thought only of the figure and the passage. And the figure and the passage, described by three capable and respectable men who had all seen it, was shifting nightmare. One called it a woman, and the other a beast, and the other a devil. The judge was looking at Father Brown with level and piercing eyes. You are a most extraordinary witness, he said. But there is something about you that makes me think you are trying to tell the truth. Well, who was the man you saw in the passage? He was myself, said Father Brown. Butler Casey sprang to his feet in extraordinary stillness and said quite calmly, Your Lordship will allow me to cross-examine? And then, without stopping, he shot at Brown the apparently disconnected question. You have heard about this dagger. You know the experts say the crime was committed with a short blade? A short blade, assented Brown, nodding solemnly like an owl, but a very long hilt. Before the audience could quite dismiss the idea that the priest had really seen himself doing murder with a short dagger with a long hilt, which seemed somewhat to make it more horrible, he had himself hurried on to explain. I mean, daggers aren't the only things with short blades. Spears have short blades, and spears catch at the end of the steel like daggers. If they are that sort of fancy spear they had in theatres, like the spear poor old Parkinson killed his wife with, just when she had sent for me to settle their family troubles. And I came just too late, God forgive me. But he died penitent. He just died of being penitent. He couldn't bear what he had done. The general impression in the court was that the little priest who was gobbling away had literally gone mad in the box. But the judge still looked at him with bright and steady eyes of interest, and the counsel for the defense went on with his questions unperturbed. If Parkinson did it with that pantomime spear, said Butler, he must have thrust from 4 yards away. How do you account for signs of struggle like the dress dragged off the shoulder? He had slipped into treating his mere witness as an expert, but no one noticed it now. The poor lady's dress was torn, said the witness, because it was caught in a panel that slid just behind her. She struggled to free herself, and as she did so, Parkinson came out of the prisoner's room and lunged with a spear. A panel? Repeated the barrister in a curious voice. It was looking-glass on the other side, explained Father Brown. When I saw in the dressing room, I noticed that some of them could be probably slid out into the passage. There was another vast and unnatural silence, and this time it was the judge who spoke. So you really mean that when you looked down that passage, the man you saw was yourself, in a mirror? Yes, my lord. That was what I was trying to say, said Brown. But they asked me for the shape, and our hats have corners just like horns, and so I... The judge leaned forward, his old eyes yet more brilliant, and said in specially distinct tones, Do you really mean to say that when Sir Wilson Seymour saw that wild what you call him, with curves and a woman's hair and a man's trousers, what he saw was Sir Wilson Seymour? Yes, my lord, said Father Brown. And you mean to say that when Captain Cutler saw the chimpanzee with humped shoulders and hawk's bristles, he simply saw himself? Yes, my lord. The judge leaned back in his chair with a luxuriance in which it was hard to separate the cynicism and the admiration. And can you tell us why? He asked. You should know your own figure in a looking-glass when two such distinguished men don't. Father Brown blinked even more painfully than before, and he stammered, Really, my lord, I don't know unless it's because I don't look at it so often. The end of The Man in the Passage by G.K. Chesterton.
The Rocking Horse Winner by D.H. Lawrence. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. This recording is by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in July 2023. There was a woman who was beautiful, who started with all the advantages, yet she had no luck. She married for love, and the love turned to dust. She had bonny children, yet she felt they had been thrust upon her, and she could not love them. They looked at her coldly, as if they were finding fault with her. And hurriedly she felt she must cover up some fault in herself, yet what it was that she must cover up she never knew. Nevertheless, when her children were present, she always felt the center of her heart grow hard. This troubled her, and in her manner she was all the more gentle and anxious for her children, as if she loved them very much. Only she herself knew that at the center of her heart was a little hard place that could not feel love, no, not for anybody. Everybody else said of her, She is such a good mother, she adores her children. Only she herself, and her children themselves, knew it was not so. They read it in each other's eyes. There were a boy and 2 little girls. They lived in a pleasant house with a garden, and they had discreet servants, and felt themselves superior to anyone in the neighborhood. Although they lived in style, they felt always an anxiety in the house. There was never enough money. The mother had a small income, and the father had a small income, but not nearly enough for the social position which they had to keep up. The father went into town to some office, but though he had good prospects, these prospects never materialized. There was always the grinding sense of the shortage of money, though the style was always kept up. At last the mother said, I will see if I can't make something. But she did not know where to begin. She racked her brains and tried this thing and the other, but could not find anything successful. The failure made deep lines come into her face. Her children were growing up, and they would have to go to school. There must be more money. There must be more money. The father, who was always very handsome and expensive in his tastes, seemed as if he never would be able to do anything worth doing. And the mother, who had a great belief in herself, did not succeed any better, and her tastes were just as expensive. And so the house came to be haunted by the unspoken phrase, There must be more money. There must be more money. The children could hear it all the time, though nobody said it aloud. They heard it at Christmas, when the expensive and splendid toys filled the nursery. Behind the shining modern rocking horse, behind the smart doll's house, a voice would start whispering, There must be more money. There must be more money. And the children would stop playing to listen for a moment. They would look into each other's eyes to see if they had all heard, and each one saw in the eyes of the other 2 that they too had heard. There must be more money. There must be more money. It came whispering from the springs of the still swaying rocking horse, and even the horse, bending his wooden champing head, heard it. The big doll, sitting so pink and smirking in her new pram, could hear it quite plainly, and seemed to be smirking all the more self-consciously because of it. The foolish puppy, too, that took the place of the teddy bear, he was looking so extraordinarily foolish for no other reason but that he heard the secret whisper all over the house, "There must be more money." Yet nobody ever said it aloud. The whisper was everywhere, and therefore no one spoke it, just as no one ever says, "We are breathing," in spite of the fact that breath is coming and going all the time. "Mother," said the boy Paul one day, "why don't we keep a car of our own? Why do we always use Uncle's or else a taxi?" "Because we're the poorer members of the family," said the mother. "But why are we, Mother?" "Well, I suppose," she said slowly and bitterly, "it's because your father has no luck." The boy was silent for some time. "Is luck money, Mother?" he asked rather timidly. "No, Paul, not quite. It's what causes you to have money." "Oh," said Paul vaguely. "I thought when Uncle Oscar said filthy lucre, it meant money." "Filthy lucre does mean money," said the mother, "but it's lucre, not luck." "Oh," said the boy. "Then what is luck, Mother?" "It's what causes you to have money. If you're lucky, you have money. That's why it's better to be born lucky than rich. If you're rich, you may lose your money, but if you're lucky, you will always get more money." "Oh, will you? And is Father not lucky?" "Very unlucky, I should say," she said bitterly. The boy watched her with unsure eyes. "Why?" he asked. "I don't know. Nobody ever knows why one person is lucky and another unlucky." "Don't they? Nobody at all? Does nobody know?" "Perhaps God, but he never tells." "He ought to, then. And aren't you lucky either, Mother?" "I can't be if I married an unlucky husband." "But by yourself, aren't you?" "I used to think I was before I married. Now I think I'm very unlucky indeed." "Why?" "Well, never mind. Perhaps I'm not really," she said. The child looked at her to see if she meant it, but he saw by the lines of her mouth that she was only trying to hide something from him. "Well, anyhow," he said stoutly, "I'm a lucky person." "Why?" said his mother with a sudden laugh. He stared at her. He didn't even know why he had said it. "God told me," he asserted, brazening it out. "I hope he did, dear," she said again with a laugh, but rather bitter. "He did, Mother." "Excellent," said Mother, using one of her husband's exclamations. The boy saw she did not believe him, or rather that she paid no attention to his assertion. This angered him somewhat, and made him want to compel her attention. He went off by himself, vaguely, in a childish way, seeking for the clue to luck. Absorbed, taking no heed of other people, he went about with a sort of stealth, seeking inwardly for luck. He wanted luck. He wanted it. He wanted it. When the two girls were playing dolls in the nursery, he would sit on his big rocking horse, charging madly into space with a frenzy that made the little girls peer at him uneasily. Wildly the horse careened, the waving dark hair of the boy tossed, his eyes had a strange glare in them. The little girls dared not speak to him. When he had ridden to the end of his mad little journey, he climbed down and stood in front of his rocking horse, staring fixedly into its lowered face. Its red mouth was slightly open, its big eye was wide and glassy bright. "Now," he would silently command the snorting steed, "now take me to where there is luck. Now take me." And he would slash the horse on the neck with the little whip he had asked Uncle Oscar for. He knew the horse could take him to where there was luck, if only he forced it. So he would mount again and start on his furious ride, hoping at last to get there. "You'll break your horse, Paul," said the nurse. "He's always riding like that. I wish he'd leave off," said his elder sister Joan. But he only glared down on them in silence. Nurse gave him up. She could make nothing of him. Anyhow, he was growing beyond her. One day his mother and Uncle Oscar came in when he was on one of his furious rides. He did not speak to them. "Hello, you young jockey, riding a winner," said the uncle. "Aren't you growing too big for a rocking horse? You're not a very little boy any longer, you know," said his mother. But Paul only gave a blue glare from his big, rather close-set eyes. He would speak to nobody when he was in full tilt. His mother watched him with an anxious expression on her face. At last he suddenly stopped forcing his horse into the mechanical gallop and slid down. "Well, I got there," he announced fiercely, his blue eyes still flaring and his sturdy long legs straddling apart. "Where did you get to?" asked his mother. "Where I wanted to go," he flared back at her. "That's right, son," said Uncle Oscar. "Don't you stop till you get there. What's the horse's name?" "He doesn't have a name," said the boy. "Gets on without all right?" asked the uncle. "Well, he has different names. He was called Sansevino last week." "Sansevino, eh? Won the Ascot. How did you know this name?" "He always talks about horse races with Bassett," said Joan. The uncle was delighted to find that his small nephew was posted with all the racing news. Bassett, the young Gardner, who had been wounded in the left foot in the war and had got his present job through Oscar Cresswell, whose Batman he had been, was a perfect blade of the turf. He lived in the racing events, and the small boy lived with him. Oscar Cresswell got it all from Bassett. "Master Paul comes and asks me, so I can't do more than tell him, sir," said Bassett, his face terribly serious, as if he were speaking of religious matters. "And does he ever put anything on a horse he fancies?" "Well, I don't want to give him away. He's a young sport, a fine sport, sir. Would you mind asking him himself? He sort of takes pleasure in it, and perhaps he'd feel I was giving him away, sir, if you don't mind." Bassett was serious as a church. The uncle went back to his nephew and took him off for a ride in the car. "Say, Paul, old man, do you ever put anything on a horse?" the uncle asked. The boy watched the handsome man closely. "Why, do you think I oughtn't to?" he parried. "Not a bit of it. I thought perhaps you might give me a tip for the Lincoln." The car sped on into the country, going down to Uncle Oscar's place in Hampshire. "Honor bright?" said the nephew. "Honor bright, son," said the uncle. "Well, then, Daffodil." "Daffodil? I doubt it, sonny. What about Mirza?" "I only know the winner," said the boy. "That's Daffodil." "Daffodil, eh?" There was a pause. Daffodil was an obscure horse comparatively. "Uncle?" "Yes, son." "You won't let it go any further, will you? I promised Bassett." "Bassett be damned, old man. What's he got to do with it?" "We're partners. We've been partners from the first. Uncle, he lent me my first 5 shillings, which I lost. I promised him honor bright it was only between me and him. Only you gave me that 10-shilling note I started winning with, so I thought you were lucky. You won't let it go any further, will you?" The boy gazed at his uncle from those big, hot blue eyes set rather close together. The uncle stirred and laughed uneasily. "Right you are, son. I'll keep your tip private. How much are you putting on him?" "I'll accept 20 pounds," said the boy. "I keep that in reserve." The uncle thought it a good joke. "You keep 20 pounds in reserve, do you, you young romancer? What are you betting, then?" "I'm betting 300, said the boy gravely. "But it's between you and me, Uncle Oscar. Honor bright?" "It's between you and me, all right, you young Nat Gould," he said, laughing. "But where's your 300? "Bassett keeps it for me. We're partners." "You are you? And what is Bassett putting on Daffodil?" Oh, he won't go quite as high as I do, I expect. Perhaps he'll go 150? What, pennies? Laughed the uncle. Pounds, said the child with a surprised look at his uncle. Bassett keeps a bigger reserve than I do. Between wonder and amusement, Uncle Oscar was silent. He pursued the matter no further, but he determined to take his nephew with him to the Lincoln races. Now, son, he said, I'm putting 20 on Mirza, and I'll put 5 on for you on any horse you fancy. What's your pick? Daffodil, uncle. No, not a 5 on Daffodil. I should if it was my own 5, said the child. Good, good, right you are. A 5 for me and a 5 for you on Daffodil. The child had never been to a race meeting before, and his eyes were blue fire. He pursed his mouth tight and watched. A Frenchman just in front had put his money on Lancelot. Wild with excitement, he flayed his arms up and down, yelling, Lancelot, Lancelot, in his French accent. Daffodil came in first, Lancelot second, Mirza third. The child, flushed and with eyes blazing, was curiously serene. His uncle brought him 4 5-pound notes, 4 to 1. What am I to do with these? He cried, waving them before the boy's eyes. I suppose we'll talk to Bassett, said the boy. I expect I have 1,500 now, and 20 in reserve, and this 20. His uncle studied him for some moments. Look here, son, he said. You're not serious about Bassett and that 1,500, are you? Yes, I am. But it's between you and me, uncle. Honor bright? Honor bright and all, son, but I must talk to Bassett. If you'd like to be a partner, uncle, with Bassett and me, we could all be partners. Only you'd have to promise, honor bright, uncle, not to let it go beyond us 3. Bassett and I are lucky, and you must be lucky because it was your 10 shillings I started winning with. Uncle Oscar took both Bassett and Paul into Richmond Park for an afternoon, and there they talked. It's like this, you see, sir, Bassett said. Master Paul would get me talking about racing events, spinning yarns, you know, sir, and he was always keen on knowing if I'd made or if I'd lost. It's about a year since now that I put 5 shillings on Blush of Dawn for him, and we lost. Then the luck turned with that 10 shillings he had from you. Then we put on Singalese, and since that time it's been pretty steady, all things considering. What do you say, Master Paul? We're all right when we're sure, said Paul. It's when we're not sure that we go down. Oh, but we're careful then, said Bassett. But when are you sure? Smiled Uncle Oscar. It's Master Paul, sir, said Bassett in a secret religious voice. It's as if he had it from heaven. Like Daffodil now, for the Lincoln. That was sure as eggs. Did you put anything on Daffodil? Asked Oscar Creswell. Yes, sir, I made a bit. And my nephew? Bassett was obstinately silent, looking at Paul. I made 1,200, didn't I, Bassett? I told Uncle I was putting 300 on Daffodil. That's right, said Bassett, nodding. But where's the money? Asked the uncle. I keep it safe, locked up, sir. Master Paul, he can have it any minute he likes to ask for it. What, 1,500 pounds? And 20, and 40, that is, with the 20 he made on the course. That's amazing, said the uncle. If Master Paul offers you to be partner, sir, I would if I were you, if you'll excuse me, said Bassett. Oscar Creswell thought about it. I'll see that money, he said. They drove home again, and sure enough, Bassett came round to the garden house with 1,500 pounds in notes. The 20 pounds reserve was left with Joe Glee in the turf commission deposit. You see, it's all right, Uncle, when I'm sure. Then we go strong for all we're worth. Don't we, Bassett? We do that, Master Paul. And when are you sure? Said the uncle, laughing. Oh, well, sometimes I'm absolutely sure, like about Daffodil, said the boy. And sometimes I have an idea, and sometimes I haven't even an idea, have I, Bassett? Then we're careful, because we mostly go down. You do you? And when you're sure, like about Daffodil, what makes you sure, sonny? "Oh, well, I don't know," said the boy uneasily. "I'm sure, you know, Uncle, that's all." "It's as if he had it from heaven, sir," Bassett reiterated. "I should say so," said the uncle. But he became a partner, and when the ledger was coming on, Paul was sure about Lively Spark, which was a quite inconsiderable horse. The boy insisted on putting 1,000 on the horse. Bassett went for 500, and Oscar Cresswell 200. Lively Spark came in first, and the betting had been 10-1 against him. Paul had made 10,000. "You see," he said, "I was absolutely sure of him." Even Oscar Cresswell had cleared 2,000. "Look here, son," he said, "this sort of thing makes me nervous." "It needn't, Uncle. Perhaps I shan't be sure again for a long time." "But what are you going to do with your money?" asked the uncle. "Of course," said the boy, "I started it for Mother. She said she had no luck because Father is unlucky. So I thought if I was lucky, it might stop whispering." "What might stop whispering?" "Our house. I hate our house for whispering." "What does it whisper?" "Why," the boy fidgeted, "why, I don't know. But it's always short of money, you know, Uncle." "I know it, son, I know it." "You know, people send Mother writs, don't you, Uncle?" "I'm afraid I do," said the uncle. "And then the house whispers, like people laughing at you behind your back. It's awful, that is. I thought if I was lucky—" "You might stop it," added the uncle. The boy watched him with big blue eyes that had an uncanny cold fire in them, and he said never a word. "Well, then," said the uncle, "what are we doing?" "I shouldn't like Mother to know I was lucky," said the boy. "Why not, son?" "She'd stop me." "I don't think she would." "Oh," and the boy writhed in an odd way. "I don't want her to know, Uncle." "All right, son, we'll manage it without her knowing." They managed it very easily. Paul, at the other's suggestion, handed over 5,000 pounds to his uncle, who deposited it with the family lawyer, who was then to inform Paul's mother that a relative had put 5,000 pounds into his hands, which sum was to be paid out 1,000 pounds at a time on the mother's birthday for the next 5 years. "So she'll have a birthday present of 1,000 pounds for 5 successive years," said Uncle Oscar. "I hope it won't make it all the harder for her later." Paul's mother had her birthday in November. The house had been whispering worse than ever lately, and even in spite of his luck, Paul could not bear up against it. He was very anxious to see the effect of the birthday letter telling his mother about the 1,000 pounds. When there were no visitors, Paul now took his meals with his parents, as he was beyond the nursery control. His mother went into town nearly every day. She had discovered that she had an odd knack of sketching furs and dress materials, so she worked secretly in the studio of a friend who was the chief artist for the leading drapers. She drew the figures of ladies in furs and ladies in silk and sequins for the newspaper advertisements. This young artist earned several thousand pounds a year, but Paul's mother only made several hundred, and she was again dissatisfied. So she wanted to be first in something, and she did not succeed, even in making sketches for drapery advertisements. She was down to breakfast on the morning of her birthday. Paul watched her face as she read her letters. He knew the lawyer's letter. As his mother read it, her face hardened and became more expressionless. Then a cold, determined look came on her mouth. She hid the letter under the pile of others and said not a word about it. "Didn't you have anything nice in the post for your birthday, Mother?" said Paul. "Quite moderately nice," she said, her voice cold and hard and absent. She went away to town without saying more. But in the afternoon Uncle Oscar appeared. He said Paul's mother had had a long interview with the lawyer, asking if the whole 5,000 could not be advanced at once, as she was in debt. "What do you think, Uncle?" said the boy. "I leave it to you, son." "Oh, let her have it then. We can get some more with the other," said the boy. "A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, laddie," said Uncle Oscar. "But I'm sure to know for the Grand National or the Lincolnshire," or else the Derby. I'm sure to know for one of them, said Paul. So Uncle Oscar signed the agreement, and Paul's mother touched the whole 5,000. Then something very curious happened. The voices in the house suddenly went mad, like a chorus of frogs on a spring evening. There were certain new furnishings, and Paul had a tutor. He was really going to Eton, his father's school, in the following autumn. There were flowers in the winter, and a blossoming of the luxury Paul's mother had been used to. And yet the voices in the house, behind the sprays of mimosa and almond blossom, and from under the piles of iridescent cushions, simply trilled and screamed in a sort of ecstasy, "There must be more money! Oh, there must be more money! Oh, now! There must be more money! More than ever! More than ever!" It frightened Paul terribly. He studied away at his Latin and Greek with his tutor, but his intense hours were spent with Bassett. The Grand National had gone by. He had not known, and had lost £100. Summer was at hand. He was in agony for the Lincoln, but even for the Lincoln he didn't know, and he lost £50. He became wild-eyed and strange, as if something were going to explode in him. "Let it alone, son. Don't you bother about it," urged Uncle Oscar, but it was as if the boy couldn't really hear what his uncle was saying. "I've got to know for the Derby. I've got to know for the Derby," the child reiterated, his big blue eyes blazing with a sort of madness. His mother noticed how overwrought he was. "You'd better go to the seaside. Wouldn't you like to go now to the seaside instead of waiting? I think you'd better," she said, looking down at him anxiously, her heart curiously heavy because of him. But the child lifted his uncanny blue eyes. "I couldn't possibly go before the Derby, Mother," he said. "I couldn't possibly." "Why not?" she said, her voice becoming heavy when she was opposed. "Why not? You can still go from the seaside to see the Derby with your Uncle Oscar, if that's what you wish. No need for you to wait here. Besides, I think you care too much about these races. It's a bad sign. My family has been a gambling family, and you won't know till you grow up how much damage it has done. But it has done damage. I shall have to send Bassett away, and ask Uncle Oscar not to talk racing to you, unless you promise to be reasonable about it. Go away to the seaside and forget it. You're all nerves." "I'll do what you like, Mother, so long as you don't send me away till after the Derby," the boy said. "Send you away from where? Just from this house?" "Yes," he said, gazing at her. "Why, you curious child, what makes you care about this house so much suddenly? I never knew you loved it." He gazed at her without speaking. He had a secret within a secret, something he had not divulged, even to Bassett or to his Uncle Oscar. But his mother, after standing undecided and a little bit sullen for some moments, said, "Very well, then. Don't go to the seaside till after the Derby if you don't wish it. But promise me you won't think so much about horse racing and events, as you call them." "Oh, no," said the boy casually. "I won't think much about them, Mother. You needn't worry. I wouldn't worry, Mother, if I were you." "If you were me and I were you," said his mother, "I wonder what we should do." "But you know you needn't worry, Mother, don't you?" the boy repeated. "I should be awfully glad to know it," she said wearily. "Oh, well, you can, you know. I mean, you ought to know you needn't worry," he insisted. "Ought I? Then I'll see about it," she said. Paul's secret of secrets was his wooden horse, that which had no name. Since he was emancipated from the nurse and the nursery governess, he had his rocking horse removed to his own bedroom at the top of the house. "Surely you're too big for a rocking horse," his mother had remonstrated. "Well, you see, Mother, till I can have a real horse, I like to have some sort of animal about," had been his quaint answer. "Do you feel he keeps you company?" she laughed. "Oh, yes, he's very good. He always keeps me company when I'm there," said Paul. So the horse, rather shabby, stood in an arrested prance in the boy's bedroom. The derby was drawing near, and the boy grew more and more tense. He hardly heard what was spoken to him. He was very frail, and his eyes were really uncanny. His mother had sudden strange seizures of uneasiness about him. Sometimes for half an hour she would feel a sudden anxiety about him that was almost anguish. She wanted to rush to him at once and know he was safe. 2 nights before the Derby, she was at a big party in town when one of her rushes of anxiety about the boy, her firstborn, gripped her heart till she could hardly speak. She fought with the feeling, might and main, for she believed in common sense. But it was too strong. She had to leave the dance and go downstairs to telephone to the country. The children's nursery governess was terribly surprised and startled at being rung up in the night. "Are the children all right, Miss Wilmot?" "Oh, yes, they're quite all right." "Master Paul, is he all right?" "He went to bed as right as a trivet. Shall I run up and look at him?" "No," said Paul's mother reluctantly. "No, don't trouble. It's all right. Don't sit up. We shall be home fairly soon." She did not want her son's privacy intruded upon. "Very good," said the governess. It was about 1 o'clock when Paul's mother and father drove up to their house. All was still. Paul's mother went to her room and slipped off her white fur cloak. She had told her maid not to wait up for her. She heard her husband downstairs mixing a whiskey and soda. And then, because of the strange anxiety at her heart, she stole upstairs to her son's room. Noiselessly she went along the upper corridor. Was there a faint noise? What was it? She stood with arrested muscles outside his door, listening. There was a strange, heavy, and yet not loud noise. Her heart stood still. It was a soundless noise, yet rushing and powerful. Something huge, in violent, hushed motion. What was it? What in God's name was it? She ought to know. She felt that she knew the noise. She knew what it was, yet she could not place it. She couldn't say what it was. And on it went, like a madness. Softly, frozen with anxiety and fear, she turned the door handle. The room was dark, yet in the space near the window she heard and saw something plunging to and fro. She gazed in fear and amazement. Then suddenly she switched on the light and saw her son in his green pajamas madly surging on the rocking horse. The blaze of light suddenly lit him up as he urged the wooden horse, and lit her up as she stood, blonde in her dress of pale green and crystal, in the doorway. "Paul!" she cried. "Whatever are you doing?" "It's Malabar!" he screamed in a powerful, strange voice. "It's Malabar!" His eyes blazed at her for one strange and senseless second as he ceased urging his wooden horse. Then he fell with a crash to the ground, and she, all her tormented motherhood flooding upon her, rushed to gather him up. But he was unconscious, and unconscious he remained with some brain fever. He talked and tossed, and his mother sat stonily by his side. "Malabar! It's Malabar! Bassett! Bassett, I know! It's Malabar!" So the child cried, trying to get up and urge the rocking horse that gave him his inspiration. "What does he mean by Malabar?" asked the heart-frozen mother. "I don't know," said the father stonily. "What does he mean by Malabar?" she asked her brother Oscar. "It's one of the horses running for the Derby," was the answer. And in spite of himself, Oscar Creswell spoke to Bassett, and himself put 1,000 on Malabar at 14-1. The 3rd day of the illness was critical. They were waiting for a change. The boy, with his rather long curly hair, was tossing ceaselessly on the pillow. He neither slept nor regained consciousness, and his eyes were like blue stones. His mother sat, feeling her heart had gone, turned actually into a stone. In the evening, Oscar Creswell did not come, but Bassett sent a message saying could he come up for a moment, just one moment. Paul's mother was very angry at the intrusion, but on second thought she agreed. The boy was the same. Perhaps Bassett might bring him to consciousness. The gardener, a shortish fellow with a little brown mustache and sharp little brown eyes, tiptoed into the room, touched his imaginary cap to Paul's mother, and stole to the bedside, staring with glittering, smallish eyes at the tossing, dying child. "Master Paul," he whispered, "Master Paul, Malabar came in first all right, a clean win. I did as you told me. You've made over 70,000 pounds, you have. You got over 80,000. Malabar came in all right, Master Paul." "Malabar? Malabar? Did I say Malabar, Mother? Did I say Malabar? Do you think I'm lucky, Mother? I knew Malabar, didn't I? Over 80,000 pounds. I call that lucky, don't you, Mother? Over 80,000 pounds. I knew, didn't I know I knew? Malabar came in all right. If I ride my horse till I'm sure, then I tell you, Bassett, you can go as high as you like. Did you go for all you were worth, Bassett?" "I went 1,000 on it, Master Paul." "I never told you, Mother, that if I can ride my horse and get there, then I'm absolutely sure. Oh, absolutely. Mother, did I ever tell you? I am lucky." "No, you never did," said his mother. But the boy died in the night. And even as he lay dead, his mother heard his brother's voice saying to her, "My God, Hester, you're 80,000 to the good, and a poor devil of a son to the bad. But poor devil, he's best gone out of a life where he rides his rocking horse to find a winner." End of The Rocking Horse Winner by D.H. Lawrence.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 16. The San Francisco Steeple Murders by H. W. Corley. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Steeple Murders by H. W. Corley, Part 1. Some years ago there was, in San Francisco, a church called, by those who did not attend its services, the Hoodoo Church, for it had figured in several calamities and scandals. This church, the Emmanuel Baptist Church on Bartlett Street, had been struck by lightning. One of its most honored trustees had defaulted. A pastor had ruthlessly shot down a newspaper editor from the pulpit, and then had committed suicide. "Burn down the church," people cried superstitiously, "before it brings greater calamity on our heads." But the faithful congregation declined to share this superstition. The church was the house of God, and, firm in their Christian faith, the worshippers continued unperturbedly to hold their services. And thus it was that the Emmanuel Baptist Church remained intact until it harbored one of the most fearful crimes on record, the most terrible deed ever inscribed in the annals of California courts. On April 3, 1895, Blanche Lamont, one of the most devout of the younger members of the church, left home for the classes at the normal school early in the morning as usual. She was in excellent spirits, even jolly in her quiet way, and eager to be on time for her first recitations. Leaving home for good and all was, apparently, the farthest thing from her mind. After the session she went, as was the custom, to attend her cooking classes in another building. At the proper time she left, ostensibly for home. But somewhere along the route she turned, or was turned, from her course. She never reached home. She was never seen alive again by her family. Now, Blanche Lamont, though dainty and charming, was, probably, one of the most quiet and studious girls in the school. She was dark-eyed and pretty, and, although she had admirers among the boys she knew, showed little aptitude for a social life, preferring to devote herself to her studies. Whenever she attended balls and parties, which was seldom, she was decorously accompanied by her aunt, with whom she lived, and her younger sister Maud. Both of these girls had come to San Francisco from Dillon, Montana, for a twofold purpose. Blanche was delicate, and the California climate was thought beneficial, while educational facilities were far better. Blanche was happy in her new surroundings and very fond of her aunt and uncle, Mr. and Mrs. E. G. Noble. To those who knew her best, it was doubtful if she would have left them to return home to her own people without considerable urging. She was fond of the normal school and was reckoned as one of the most promising pupils. In a quiet way she was devoted to her few close friends, yet out of this happy setting, without warning and without apparent reason, mysteriously, as though the ground had opened and swallowed her, Blanche Lamont disappeared. Now, this was before the general use of telephones, and anyone with suddenly changed plans relied on messengers or the intuition of one's family or friends to account for absences at times when, ordinarily, they would be expected. But Blanche was always exceptionally prompt and always considerate. It was almost unheard of for her to be late. She practically never absented herself from the family table, always assisting in preparing the meals. She would not, her aunt believed, have accepted an invitation to supper with one of her girl-friends unless she had first asked permission to stay out. But supper time came and went. The evening wore on, and still there was no sign of the missing girl. Well, she will be at prayer meeting, certainly, Maud Lamont said to her aunt confidently. She would hardly miss service. It is strange, though, that she hasn't come home from school, at least, to change her dress. It seems curious that she would go anywhere else without letting us know what she intended to do. It was strange, very, very strange. Mrs. Noble was anxious and worried. "Don't fret," said Maud suddenly, when she saw her aunt's troubled face. "She is all right, of course. Something unexpected has delayed her. She'll be waiting for you at church. You'll see." Mrs. Noble, without speaking, hurriedly cleared the table and left a little earlier than usual for the Wednesday evening prayer meeting at the Emmanuel Baptist Church, to which she always went, Blanche accompanying her. But Blanche was not there when she arrived, and anxiously she slid into a back seat where she could watch the door as well as the pews, the latter slowly filling with people. Blanche did not come in. Then a young man, Theodore Durant by name, who was almost as ardent a church worker as Mrs. Noble, came in and took the seat in front of her, smiling and bowing as he acknowledged her nod. "Isn't Blanche here?" he asked in surprise. "I told her that I would meet her here and loan her this book which she said she wanted to read." He held forth the Newcomes by Thackeray, which he had brought in under his arm. Mrs. Noble tried to speak calmly, but a nameless terror was slowly filling her being. Blanche had not arrived, and, somehow, she seemed to feel that she would never see her again. The organist, George King, entered and began to play softly. Then the minister stepped into the pulpit. Still Blanche did not appear, though, at every quiet opening of the door, Mrs. Noble anxiously turned her head. At last she could bear it no longer. She must return home at once and reassure herself concerning Blanche, who, of course, was safe at home by now, and would recount the reason for her delay. She would scold Blanche for frightening them. She slipped out during the last hymn and hurried through the quiet streets as fast as her failing limbs could carry her. She was so weak with fright that she could hardly climb the steps to the porch, but at last she was in the hall. Her strength almost gone, she called, "Blanche," in a voice so faint as to be almost inaudible. Maud was upstairs. She turned and listened. Someone was calling. "Blanche," Mrs. Noble repeated weakly, and then hurried upstairs to the room the two girls occupied. But she found only Maud, combing her hair, as she stood in her bathrobe before the dresser. "Blanche not with you?" Maud asked in a surprised fashion as she turned her head. "Why, I thought, of course, she would be at the service, Auntie. No, she hasn't come home. Where on earth can she be?" The fright on her aunt's face stopped her. "She is all right. Of course, she is all right," Maud went on in a changed tone. "She has just decided to spend the night at some girl's house. There is nothing to worry about. She'll turn up safe and sound in the morning. You'll see." But the morning brought no word of Blanche. Striving to check their agitation, the Nobles went to the normal school to make inquiries. Yes, Blanche had been there yesterday as usual, leaving for home at about 3:30. Had she not gone home? That was odd. But, of course, she must have gone to spend the night with a friend and thoughtlessly neglected to send word home. They called at the homes of the girls who had been closest to Blanche, but none of these girls had seen her. She had not gone home with any of them. Everybody was extremely troubled. Where was quiet, pretty little Blanche Lamont? Where on earth could she be? The day dragged on, and night found the family almost in hysterics, Maud valiantly trying to soothe her aunt with assurances which her own pale lips and frightened eyes only too plainly belied. They dreaded publicity. How could they be sure that Blanche, their quiet, studious little Blanche, was not, after all, in some trouble which they would be the last to make public? Yet, somehow, they must set their own fears at rest. They must find her. And there seemed but one way, to inform the police. Detective Anthony, one of the best men on the force, was immediately put in charge of the case. Missing girls, alas, were all too common, and there was always a man behind these disappearances. But he did his best to reassure the family, striving from the meager information to find some sort of clue which would point to the facts. The first questioning brought forth the fact that, as far as her aunt knew, and this seemed to be far, for the girl, apparently, did little without the knowledge of her relatives, Blanche was not in love and had no sweetheart. It did not seem likely that she had eloped, for she was a quiet, studious girl, intent on gaining a teaching certificate, and without even the usual, vague, young girl thoughts of marriage in her mind. Still, Detective Anthony said to his men privately, that doesn't mean anything. Sometimes the quietest girls are the ones who run away when the time comes and the right man is on hand. They ascertained conclusively that she had no money, just a little change for car fare, but little jewelry which, in an extremity, could be turned into cash. Blanche had just 3 rings, Maud explained tearfully, a garnet ring which was bought for me and Dillon, but which she wore when we exchanged rings, a plain gold ring with a little chipped diamond with rays in the center, and another stone ring. We'll search the pawn shops for them, the detectives decided privately. Then they asked for a description of the clothing she wore on the day of her disappearance. She wore a blue gown, they found, a black coat, and a little hat with flowers around the brim. She was attractive, with large eyes and dark hair. There were no distinguishing features. She was not beautiful or in the least flirtatious, just an everyday pretty girl such as one might see anywhere. Then Detective Anthony set to work systematically to trace the girl from the normal school. She had left there at the proper time with a girl named Minnie Edwards, who stood with her on the corner waiting for a streetcar. While we were there, Miss Edwards told the detectives, a young man, Theodore Durant, came up to speak to us. He said that he had been waiting a long time for Blanche, so I took the hint and, after a moment or two, hurried on my way home alone. I took the next streetcar, in fact. I noticed that Blanche and Theodore took the trailer directly behind us, but I thought nothing of that. Theodore Durant, you know, he is considered Blanche's beau by all the girls at school. At least, he is the only young man who ever seems to interest her, the only young man of whom I have ever heard her speak. I don't know where they went. I didn't notice. I left the car at my own corner without turning around. I didn't want them to think I was spying on them. 2 other girls corroborated this statement. They had been walking along the street toward their homes and had seen the car pass by. They had noticed Minnie Edwards in the car ahead and the other pair in the trailer, and had commented laughingly on the consideration which had led Minnie to leave the couple alone together. Blanche was talking and laughing very gaily, and so was Theodore. We remarked that they were very much interested in each other. Yes, they were sure that she had been with Mr. Durant. Was he not her beau? But strangely enough, Theodore Durant flatly denied that he had been with Blanche on a streetcar that day, and was much surprised, apparently, and agitated in a friendly fashion when he heard that she had disappeared. "No, I was not her sweetheart," he said almost amusedly, "but I knew her and admired her very much. Yes, I often saw her at church, and we would chat together. What could have happened to her? Poor girl, where can she have gone?" He was sympathetic, affable, and courteous, willing to do anything he could do to aid the search. But those who said they had seen him with Blanche on that day were mistaken. He had not seen her at all. Surprise and concern mingled in his face. He could not, he said, even suggest a theory as to her absence. Now, of course, it is quite easy to be mistaken. Accordingly, the detectives, assuming that the girls were wrong, began searching for this strange man who resembled Durant enough to confuse 3 people, and yet was not, obviously, Durant. This man, no doubt, if he could be found, would throw some light, voluntarily or involuntarily, upon the mystery. Then, suddenly, a piece of information was gained which altered this determination. A young lawyer, Martin Quinlan by name, dropped into headquarters with the statement that he had seen Theodore Durant with a girl whom he did not know, but who answered the published description of the missing young woman, on a streetcar on Bartlett Street. This was interesting in view of the fact that he had not known the statement which the normal schoolgirls had made regarding this same fact. His statement confirmed theirs. "I was standing on the street," he remarked a little shamefacedly, for rising young lawyers are not, as a rule, supposed to be strolling about during office hours, entirely unoccupied, watching some workmen lay paving just above 22nd Street. I noticed Theodore Durant in the car as I stood there. He did not see me, but I am sure that I am not mistaken. With him was the missing girl described in the newspapers. Then, almost immediately afterwards, his statement was supplemented by a Mrs. Leake, who lived just below the spot where the workmen were paving. I saw Theodore Durant go into the church on the day of Blanche Lamont's disappearance with a young girl whom I did not know, but who answered to the description which has been given out. I know Durant well, of course, by sight. Everybody about here knows him. He is always running in and out of the church. I didn't think it strange that he and a young girl were going into the church, as young people are always dropping in on some errand or other. It is a very sociable place, as you know. Mrs. Leake fixed the time as about 4:20 p.m. I was waiting for my daughter, she said. I had expected her at 4 o'clock, but something had delayed her. I divided my attention between the window and the clock. It was on one of my many trips to the window, watching for my daughter, that I saw Durant and this young girl enter the church. He seemed to have to urge her before she would enter. She recalled that they had entered the churchyard by the gate in the fence beyond the walk, and had used the side door, but she had not seen them come out, although she was at the window frequently during the next half-hour. And there the trail of Blanche Lamont abruptly ended. Time gave forth nothing further. At the church door she apparently vanished into thin air. What had happened? Where had she gone? And what had happened to Durant during that time? His trail was picked up within a very short time after he had disappeared through the door, for George King, the organist, reported that he had seen him at 5 o'clock that same day, while he, King, was at the piano. I came to the church at about 10 minutes of 5, King said. I went directly to the piano in the Sunday school room, for I wanted to practice the Easter music for an hour or so. As I sat there, I smelled gas and looked about to see where it might come from. I glanced into the library leading from the Sunday school room, a room which was usually kept locked and for which Durant and I each had a key. We had, in fact, fitted the lock to this room so that we might keep our tools there at odd times, when we were working about the place on this job or that, without fear of their being misplaced or being in the way. Both of us often used the room. I recalled that Durant and I had put a new burner on the gas, and I thought that, possibly, it was not adjusted properly. I examined it carefully, even to lighting a match and running it all about the burner, but the gas did not seem to be leaking there, at any rate. I closed the door behind me, then I went back and began to play. Hardly had I played a dozen bars when the door opened and Durant staggered in. He wore no hat or coat. His face was pale and perspiring, and he looked so badly that I called out, "What is the matter, Durant? What ails you? Are you ill?" His hair was in terrible disorder, and he was strange in his expression, as though he had been badly frightened or put to some tremendous exertion. He forced a smile and sat down weakly. "King," he said, "get me some medicine at the drugstore, will you? I have been up at the top of the church and the gas is escaping terribly. Fitting the electric wires up there, you know. I feel ill, nearly overcome. Get me a bromo-seltzer." I ran to the drugstore at the corner of 22nd Street and Valencia. We went into the church kitchen, where I mixed the dose and made him drink it. He seemed better almost immediately. In fact, I think he had improved while I had been absent, and presently he asked me to help him carry down a small organ from the church loft into the vestry. I was surprised, because it was not necessary to carry it down that particular day. It would not be needed until Easter for the children's service, but I complied with his request. Several times on the way he complained of being tired, and we set the organ down so that he might rest. "I am all used up on account of that confounded gas," he explained. Then, the organ in place, the two men had gone into the little room preparatory to their departure. "And," went on King, "there were his hat and coat, although I could have sworn that they had not been there when I first entered. He put them on and we left the church together. And you, too, smelled gas? The detectives asked King. King nodded. Yes, I smelled gas, but it was not enough to make me uncomfortable. However, I assume that gas affects different people variously, and it was less noticeable upstairs in the loft. I recall that now. It was stronger down below. How could he, therefore, have been overcome in the steeple? But there is the story. When the two men left the church, although his home lay in quite another direction, Durant had walked along with King to his door. And you saw nothing of Miss Lamont? King shook his head. No, she was not there, nor did Durant mention her. She must have gone almost as soon as she had arrived, if it was she who is supposed to have entered the church with Durant. Once more detective sought out the young man, and once more he received them affably. Again he insisted that he had not entered the church at 4:20, and that he had not seen Blanche, but this time he rather amplified his denial. I was with Blanche Lamont on the morning of her disappearance, he acknowledged. I met her on the way to the normal school. I asked her to go with me to King's house, as I wished to get him to help me fix the burner after my classes, but she was afraid that she would be late, and so, after a few moments' conversation, I offered to take her directly to her school. Then I went to my own classes at the Cooper Medical School. I remained there until about 4:30, then went to the church where I hoped that, after all, I would find King, but he was not there when I arrived. I heard him a few minutes later in the Sunday school room and hurried down to ask him to help me. I felt very ill from the gas, and he went after a bromo seltzer. When we went home, I walked along with him for some air. I reached home at about 6:30, and, after supper, put my mother on a streetcar, and then went to the prayer meeting. I cannot understand why people think that they saw me with Blanche Lamont that afternoon. Possibly they saw me in the morning and confused the time, or it is possible that she visited the church with some other person, but I was not on the Bartlett Street car at any time with Blanche Lamont. Constant questioning by the detectives failed to make him change his story, nor did it, on the other hand, seem to annoy him. He seemed quite sure that it was necessary, from the point of view of the police, to follow every clue in their search for Blanche. He was willing, even eager to aid them, visiting police headquarters and newspaper offices, and spending much time about the church, as if in search of anything which would point to the fate of the missing girl. The investigation faltered and then halted. Newspapers stopped printing news of Blanche Lamont. Indeed, there was no news. Her disappearance was set down as just another missing girl. Nothing to stop the presses in anything like that. But, although no solution seemed at hand, the detectives by no means dropped the case, however stationary appeared the investigation. Rumors, vague and uncertain, but still significant, reached their ears, started, it seemed, by Theodore Durant. Mrs. Noble's fear that Blanche had met with some violent end was scouted by Durant, in private conversation with his friends, as almost laughable. "She's alive, all right," he said mysteriously to several of the church members who, with him, were making every effort to find Blanche. "Is there any relative that she might suddenly have started out to visit?" he asked Mrs. Noble one day when the search seemed hopeless, and then blurted out in an uncomfortable fashion, "I tell you, Mrs. Noble, I don't believe that Blanche is any more dead this minute than you or I am. She mentioned to me on that morning when I took her to the normal school that she might go away. She didn't say when, or why, or where, but I have an idea," and he looked more uncomfortable still, "that if we found her, we would have difficulty in persuading her to return. I don't think she wants to come back." "You don't think she has eloped with anyone, do you?" sobbed Mrs. Noble. Every marriage bureau within a 100-mile radius, every railroad station, had been investigated by the police, and not one had given a single clue to a girl who looked like Blanche. He said no more and left the Noble house later with a very mysterious air. As time went on, he grew bolder in his statements. He had, he said, certain theories about Blanche Lamont. He hinted broadly that, pure and sweet though she seemed, she was not any better than she ought to be. This sinister accusation in the terminology of the times was as damning to Blanche's character as any definite proof of wrongdoing. It had its effect, as it could not fail to do, on the theory that, "You never know these quiet ones." Many believed that Durant had hit upon the truth and abandoned the task of finding the missing girl and restoring her to her family. His remarks moved others to laughter. Blanche in a house of ill repute, or run away with a man to be his mistress? It was absurd. But there were those who were shocked and interested. "Yes," insisted Durant to these few, "she seemed innocent and pure, but I happen to know better. I have an idea that I could find her in some house of ill repute, but she would not be willing to come back, I am sure, and it seems to me that it is kinder to let her relatives remain in the dark as to Blanche's fate." One of the missing girl's friends, Minnie Williams, was loud and vehement in her contradictions of Durant's imputations. "He is a liar," she cried. "How dare he say those things about Blanche? She was as good and pure as any girl can be, unless—" and her eyes flashed, "he himself has ruined her." From that moment her aversion to Durant was most apparent, and wherever she met the rumor she vigorously quelched it. Minnie Williams also attended the Emmanuel Baptist Church, and was likewise a pretty girl, a blonde of about 18, well educated, and of fine family. She had left home because of trouble between her mother and father, and, because she had to earn her living, went into the house of a friend in Alameda as helper. She was gayer than Blanche, more lively, but a loyal friend, and heartbroken at her chum's strange disappearance. At about this time, a day or so before Easter, Minnie Williams decided to leave Alameda and visit the home of a friend in San Francisco, a Mrs. Voy. She packed her trunk and bag and took the ferry for San Francisco, arriving at the Voy house at about 7 o'clock in the evening. There was a young people's meeting that evening at 7:30, held at the house of Dr. Vogel, who lived near the church, and Minnie was anxious to attend it. She left for the meeting shortly after her arrival at Mrs. Voy's, taking a latchkey with her. She was in the best of spirits, but she never reached Dr. Vogel's home, nor did she return to Mrs. Voy. "She probably went back to Alameda for something she left behind," said Mrs. Voy, who did not know, of course, that Minnie had not been at the meeting. "Or she has gone home for the night with some girlfriend." And after waiting until midnight for the girl who did not return, Mrs. Voy locked the doors and went to bed. All the next day Mrs. Voy waited for Minnie, for they had planned to give the house a thorough cleaning for Easter. Still Minnie did not appear. Now 2 girls missing, through the same mysterious channel, the church. Then, on Saturday, 2 important things happened, one helpful in solving the mystery of Blanche, and one fearfully tragic, but likewise helpful. The police had discovered that the 3 rings worn by Blanche when she disappeared had been offered for sale at a pawn shop. Almost as soon as this discovery had been made, they were redeemed by a young man who answered the description of Theodore Durant. And on the day before Easter, these rings had been returned to Mrs. Noble, wrapped in a newspaper and mailed with an address written in printed characters, as if someone had sought to disguise his handwriting. Promptly Mrs. Noble went into a faint, and Maud called both doctor and police. "Poor child, poor child," moaned the aunt in anguish. "This can mean nothing else save that she is dead." The detectives tried to comfort her. "Don't you see that it may mean that she is alive?" they insisted. "She has heard about our search for the rings and has sent them to you as a sign. For some reason she doesn't want to come back. Come, take courage. It may mean nothing more than a hasty and perhaps foolish marriage which she is still ashamed to confess." "But she must know how worried we all are," said Mrs. Noble. "No, it would not be like Blanche to keep silent when she knows this is breaking our hearts. Blanche is dead. We shall never see her again." In the afternoon, some of the women members of the congregation went to the church with lilies, palms, and Easter garlands to decorate the altar for Easter Sunday. They gathered in the vestry about to enter the church when, suddenly, two of those who entered the library shrieked in horror, their eyes staring at a sight so horrible that they never afterwards forgot it. After one glance, they fled in a frenzy, pouring out of the church into the calm spring afternoon, crying out to the passers-by and pointing to the church. Pedestrians and police rushed into the church, followed by the braver of the women. "In there! In there!" they gasped, pointing hysterically to the library. On the floor lay a fearful sight. A young girl, her clothing literally torn from her in ribbons, lay on the floor dead, lying in a pool of her own blood. Her face was frightfully distorted. Her hair, matted with dirt and blood, hung about her bruised shoulders. But it was not dark hair, but blonde. The murdered girl was not the missing Blanche Lamont who, 2 weeks ago, had vanished into the church portals. It was Minnie Williams. There were no evidences of her death in the living room in which she lay, except a trail of blood across the carpet, as if she had been dragged to her present position. The trail reached back to the little room leading off the library, a small stuffy room with no windows, and this room looked like a veritable butcher's shop. The floors, walls, even the ceilings, were splotched with the poor girl's blood, bearing frightful witness to her death struggle. She had not given up life and honor without trying desperately to defend them. The body had evidently been mutilated in the little room and dragged to the library where the murderer had left it and fled on hearing the approach of the ladies. Its presence there, in plain view, could not be accounted for in any other way. The marks of her assailant's fingers were still purple and deep in the tender flesh of her throat, where she had been strangled into submission and death. Her garments, now in wild disarray, had been half torn from her body, and most fiendish of all, one of her undergarments had been shoved down her throat by means of a stick, which had choked her and horribly lacerated her tongue. The arteries of her wrists, as well as the tendons, had been severed by a blunt knife, a portion of which was now thrust into her breast, the clothing having been torn away so that the arch-fiend who had killed her could mutilate the bare flesh without hindrance. The other breast, too, had been stabbed, showing frightfully jagged wounds. The knife had been an ordinary one, such as was used on the table at the church suppers, dull and rounded, making brutally cruel wounds. Who could have done this fearful thing? Who, short of a maniac, escaped from an asylum? The minister, hastily summoned from his study, cried out in alarm. Surely this was indeed the hoodoo church of San Francisco. Better by far that it should have been burned to the ground before such a deed could have been enacted within its sacred portals. He sent for the undertaker, begging him to remove the horrible thing from the library, but was told that not a thing could be touched, not a spot removed until the coroner had made his investigation and given orders to remove the body. Reporters and detectives surged at once into the building. The ladies fled to spread the news about the town. Almost immediately, of course, this frightful tragedy was linked up with the disappearance of Blanche Lamont. It seemed hopeless now to believe that the girl would ever be found alive. A detective, searching for clues in the library, came upon something which even more definitely connected this awful crime with the missing Blanche than any theories. There, on the floor, was found Blanche Lamont's library card, dropped recently since the janitor's last sweeping. By whom? The girl herself, here in the church, or the girl's slayer, the man who had also killed Minnie Williams? "Blanche Lamont is here!" people cried in great excitement. "The girl is here! Search the building and find the body of Blanche Lamont!" Minnie Williams had, doubtless, been too vehement in her denials of Blanche's immorality. She had known more, probably, than she had told. She had been lured here to the very spot which had seen Blanche's end, and been murdered in the same fashion as the missing girl. Search the building, tear it down, find the body of Blanche Lamont. Similarly outraged, for Minnie Williams had been outraged after death. Perhaps the murderer himself was hiding there, waiting a chance to flee. Detectives sprang with one accord to search the church thoroughly. Every nook and cranny was investigated, while men guarded the doors to see that no one escaped during the process. But no nook, no hidden cranny, no dark corner yielded up the body of the dead or the living person of the murderer. The searchers reached the door which led into the steeple. It was locked, dusty, its handle broken off on the outside. They paused wearily. "No need to search there," someone said. "That place hasn't been open for months." "Every need to search there," someone retorted. "Break the door down! Break the door down!" screamed some of these searchers. But, after all, this was the house of God, and they decided to wait until morning until the janitor could bring the key. A reporter of the San Francisco Chronicle dashed to his office, and that evening the paper came out boldly with the statement that the discovery of Blanche Lamont's body was imminent. She had vanished into the church. Search the place and find her body, for Blanche Lamont, everyone assumed, was not living but dead. The evening was spent in tracing the movements of Minnie Williams. "She left here at 7, Mrs. Voigt told the detectives tearfully, "to go to Dr. Vogel's house. She had received a note from a young man, Mr. Durant, saying that he wanted to see her and asking her to meet him somewhere. But Minnie sent word to him that she was going to the young people's meeting and that, if he wished to see her, he could see her there." Theodore Durant! And it had been he, so many witnesses had declared, erroneously or otherwise, who had last seen Blanche Lamont alive. It was he who tried to see Minnie Williams on the last evening of her life. Someone had lured her into the church between 7 p.m. on Friday evening and Saturday afternoon, when she had been found dead. Where had she spent the night? If she had been living, had she been killed the evening before? The coroner's report established the time of her death as Friday evening. Where had Theodore Durant been Friday night? Dr. Vogel recalled an important fact, that, while Minnie Williams had never arrived, Theodore Durant had come into the meeting very late, at about 9:30. He seemed tired and a little paler than usual, the doctor said. He was perspiring. As soon as he entered the house, he asked permission to wash his hands. When he appeared in the parlor with the others, he was gay and vivacious, entering zealously into the games and conversation. Detectives dashed to Durant's home and found that he had gone away. His mother, anxious, but outwardly composed, said that she was not sure where he had gone, but as soon as she did hear, she said, she would let the police know. Did they think that her son could aid them? "May we look at the clothes he wore last evening?" detectives asked, and, without perceptible hesitation, Mrs. Durant agreed. Two of the men went upstairs and examined the clothing while a third remained down below, chatting with Theodore's little sister. The clothes Theodore Durant had worn the night before were guiltless of blood, seemingly an impossibility had he been the murderer. But in a pocket of the coat they found a woman's purse. Slipping it into his own pocket, Detective Gibson with Officer Reel went downstairs and bade good-bye to Mrs. Durant. "We've got the goods on him," they told the third man waiting below. "A purse, and we think it must be the girl's, was in his coat pocket. It contains a little money and a few trinkets, but more important are some ferry tickets good on the boat to Alameda she used to take the ferry home." "Now to find 'em." "That is easy enough," the other returned. "While you were upstairs with the old lady, the kid told me that her brother was with the Signal Corps at Mount Diablo." Easter Day dawned, a peaceful, happy Easter. The air was balmy, flowers nodded in gardens, and the sunshine flooded the church. But there was no service, for the house of God that day gave up a tragedy even more fearful than that of Minnie Williams, a tragedy which, but for that poor girl's death, might never have been revealed. All San Francisco was astir that morning. People filled the churchyard. The streets were jammed with vehicles and crowded with multitudes greater than any service would have attracted. The janitor arrived with the key, and the crowds had to be held back by the police. Detectives stood by as the door to the steeple was unlocked and flung open. Then they swarmed up the dusty narrow stairs into the semi-darkness above. The first man uttered a sharp cry and stood frozen for a moment in his tracks, pointing with shaking fingers to a spot under the eaves. At first the thing which riveted his attention looked like a marble statue lying there in the half-darkness of the steeple. A beautiful white statue of a young girl, her hands folded in repose across her breast, her limbs straight. Or it might have been the lovely, nude figure of a living girl sleeping. "Bring a light! A light!" the detective shouted. Someone handed him a box of matches. By the flickering light of a match they crept forward. End of the San Francisco Steeple Murders by H. W. Corley, Part 1. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, July 2024. Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 16. The San Francisco Steeple Murders by H. W. Corley. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The San Francisco Steeple Murders by H. W. Corley, Part 2. Closer examination, however, destroyed the statue-like picture. The beautifully molded figure of the young girl presented a terrible aspect. Blanche Lamont had suffered a horrible death. The flesh was bruised and blood-stained, with purple streaks about the throat, showing the marks of strong, cruel fingers whose nail prints were embedded in the delicate skin. Her face was horribly distorted, as was Minnie Williams, her mouth wide open in a horrible grimace, and her lips, curled back from the teeth, showed the torture to which she had been put before she died. Like her friend Minnie's, her dark hair was matted and blood-clotted, and hung in confusion over her shoulders. "Look!" cried the detective excitedly, pointing to a block of wood on which the head rested. That's the way they lay out stiffs in the autopsy room at a medical school. A doctor or a medical student did the trick. Her body was wrapped in a sheet and tenderly brought down the stairs, on which detectives found strands of her lovely hair. She had been killed below, that was clear, and dragged to that hiding place. Buttons from her garments were found here and there on the stairs, and the platform in the church steeple was strewn with her clothing. Girls wore more clothing in those days than now, and there was a greater number of garments to be accounted for. The church was searched thoroughly for several days before they were all gathered together. Curiously enough, they were all hidden separately, even the shoes, hose, and gloves. One of the latter was never found. One or two of the girls' garments were found shoved in shallow places under the eaves of the auditorium, where the murderer had to crawl on all fours to hide them. The autopsy showed that the girl had not died of asphyxiation, as the smell of gas in the steeple had suggested, but had died from strangulation. The brains, the lungs, were congested. The larynx and trachea were compressed on one side. 7 cuts in her flesh were apparent. Her body had literally been crushed together, which made an internal examination impossible. She, too, had struggled to protect her honor and, like Minnie Williams, had died in the fight. "Find Theodore Durant," echoed the cry throughout the entire city. "He killed Blanche Lamont. He killed Minnie Williams. Find medical student Durant." The news of the discovery of the body of the missing girl spread like wildfire all over the city of San Francisco. It was ascertained later that Theodore Durant, at the moment with the Signal Corps at Mount Diablo, had helped, with utter unconcern, flash the news of the dreadful secret which the church steeple had revealed. Detective Anthony left San Francisco at once to bring back the suspect. He caught Durant on the road between Walnut Creek and Mount Diablo, in company with some other Signal Corps members. San Francisco was in an uproar. At 5 o'clock word came that Durant was on his way back, in the custody of Detective Anthony, and the city rejoiced. Durant was smiling, not a whit embarrassed at his plight, insisting courteously that his arrest had been a mistake, and that he could prove himself innocent. His rather glassy, blue eyes and pale face were not highly suggestive of such hideous, fiendish perversion and lust as the crime indicated. Neither, on the other hand, did they, in the least, suggest charm and attraction. Yet there were, nevertheless, young women in town who regarded him as dashingly handsome and pitied him in his distress. Not a few of them openly scoffed at the idea of his guilt. That steady, church-going young man a murderer? It was absurd. At the ferry landing he was met by a surging, angry crowd of people who had waited for hours to catch sight of him. Their shouts of vengeance, making the air hideous, did not in the least alarm him. He showed no fear, even when detectives rushed him to the patrol wagon to protect him from the jibes and maltreatment of the mob. Up and down the city of San Francisco flew the news. Blanche Lamont's murderer has been caught. Could it be true? Was this quiet, well-disposed young man, this ardent church worker, guilty of this shocking crime? There was nothing exceptional about him to the casual observer, nothing in his manner of life to mark him a murderer, or in his heritage or associations. He had never, as far as most people knew, been seen in the company of Blanche Lamont when her aunt was not with them. It was all a terrible mistake, many people insisted. He was just a simple, misunderstood boy, without brilliancy or wealth, who had made love to this girl, but who had nothing to do with her disappearance or murder. It was absurd. Durant's ease of manner did much to strengthen this attitude among those who, from the beginning, were disposed to believe in his innocence. He met every accusation with glib and patient explanation. The purse which had been found in his coat, to be sure, he had found it on the sidewalk just outside Dr. Vogel's house on his way to the young people's meeting. As he walked along, his foot had struck a small mirror which, evidently, had dropped out of the purse, which he next discovered lying on the pavement a few feet away. He picked it up, intending to turn it over to his mother, but had forgotten to do so. The purse was identified by Minnie Williams' heartbroken father as belonging to the dead girl, and Durant smiled coolly when he heard the news. Then someone came forward and said that he had been waiting at the ferry at about the time Minnie would have arrived from Alameda, and that he had seen Durant there. But Durant denied ever having been there, and denied having written the note asking permission to see her, a note which, by the way, was never produced in evidence. He claimed that he had arrived at the young people's meeting late because he had left his house late. That was quite simple, he said, to the most obtuse mind, and in this statement his mother supported him. Yes, Theodore had left his house very late and had rushed right to Dr. Vogel's, as he was anxious to partake in the evening's fun. Yet, in spite of this assurance, a member of the Signal Corps swore that he had met Durant at 8 o'clock that evening on the corner near Dr. Vogel's house. They had stopped a moment or two to chat about the expected departure of the Signal Corps on the following day. At the trial, Durant was a dapper figure. He wore a fragrant flower in the lapel of his black coat. His gray trousers were carefully creased, his shoes polished like a mirror. The crowds who flocked to the trial regarded him with repulsion and yet fascination. Certain women won dubious publicity by writing him silly letters, professing their love and assuring him of their belief in his innocence. The mob which followed the police van as he rode from the prison to the courthouse was divided between those who plied him with sympathy and those who heaped abuse upon him. But he was impervious to it all, whether shouts of encouragement or vilification. On the table before the prosecuting attorney were the exhibits of the trial, the 3 rings which had belonged to Blanche Lamont and which had been worn to her doom, her shoes, and one of her gloves. The other was missing. There was a model of the steeple and the church. A large French doll, representing the girl, was manipulated by witnesses to show how she had been lying when her body was found. Her clothing, draped on a dressmaker's model, portrayed Blanche Lamont as she had entered on that last journey at whose end death was waiting. The evidence in this connection was touching, horrifying. Men wiped their eyes at the repeated accounts of how the poor girl had lain in the steeple. Women screamed, several fainted. Yet, in spite of all this excitement and emotion, the accused sat almost bored, plainly indifferent. His family rallied about him, his mother faithful in her insistence that he was innocent, his father with pale, set lips rushing about to turn his small properties into cash for the defense of his son. In the course of the trial, Durant coldly denied everything of which he had been accused. He denied every step of the prosecutor's chain of evidence. He was consistent, unhurried, unabashed. He had not seen Blanche Lamont, he said, on the afternoon of her disappearance, but he had seen her that same morning. I met her on her way to school and asked her to go around with me to Organist King's house, as I wanted to ask him to go to the church with me later to fix the gas burner. But she said that she was afraid to go with me. She would be late for her classes. I decided, therefore, to put off my visit to King and to take her directly to the normal school. We took a streetcar and she got off at the school. I went on, transferring twice, until I reached Cooper Medical. I went to class that morning, and instead of lunching as usual at the Weber restaurant, I bought some nuts and strolled about eating them during the luncheon period. He mentioned several classmates whom he had met and with whom he had talked. He spoke of the various classes, said that he saw a notice on the bulletin board to the effect that Dr. Stillman would not lecture that day, and insisting that, at the time of his supposed entrance to the church with Blanche Lamont, he was attending class on the care and feeding of infants, conducted by Dr. Cheney. Dr. Cheney said that Durant, or someone, had answered his name at the roll call. But, pointed out the doctor, as an alibi, that fact is entirely unreliable. The students, I regret to say, almost automatically respond to a name when there is not an immediate answer. He might, or might not, have answered it himself. No one came forward who admitted having answered Durant's name in class, but, on the other hand, no one could be found who had positively seen Durant at that recitation. Glaser, a fellow student, admitted that Durant had asked him if he might glance over the notes he had taken in that class, and Durant confirmed this quite cheerfully. He said that it was a frequent habit of his, as he was rather careless about paying attention to lectures, and his own notes were never reliable. Pale and sallow-faced, Durant was equally self-possessed and glib with the prosecutor. He told how he had left the medical school at about 4:30, arriving, therefore, at the church shortly before 5 and a little before King, the organist. He was indifferent, reckless, defiant, egotistical, even happy before the scathing wrath of the state. He told, in undisturbed fashion, of his entering the church alone, of going to mend the gas burner, and of being affected by the escaping gas. Then he heard King at the organ, he said, and hastened down to speak to him. But he was so overcome that he could only ask for some bromo seltzer. Do you not know, you, a half-fledged doctor, that if you were partially asphyxiated, bromo seltzer would not revive you, but kill you? Roared the prosecutor. It didn't kill me, naively replied Durant. I left the church and walked along with King because I wanted to talk to him, and because the air, I felt, would do me good. I went home, ate supper, feeling much better, walked with my mother to the streetcar she was taking, and then, later, went to the church. I had a book which I wished to loan Miss Lamont. As you know, I did not meet her there that evening, for she failed to attend the meeting. I never saw her again after I left her that morning at the normal school. He was asked why he had been loitering about the ferry landing on the day of Minnie Williams' disappearance, and he explained it in this fashion. A man had come up to him on the street, he said, and told him that Blanche Lamont, who was still alive, was expected to arrive by ferry boat at any hour. The mysterious man had recognized Durant as one of the church members interested in the search for the missing girl. Durant was there at the landing, he maintained, in the hope of meeting Blanche, to persuade her to return to her family. But, badly muddled in the cross-examination, Durant presented a strikingly guilty aspect. He was forced to admit to the court that, though he had seen a number of the missing girl's friends, and although they had discussed her, he had not chosen to mention this message given him by the stranger. He had not even mentioned it to Dr. Vogel, to whom even so remote a hint that the girl was alive would have been most welcome. Why had Durant not told this to the girl's family and the searching party, who were all desperately eager for every slightest clue? And why had he allowed the mysterious stranger to depart without making some attempt to hold him, and force whatever news he had from him? Why hadn't he told the police? All this Durant explained either most unsatisfactorily or left without attempt at explanation. His attorney was restless during this process, but Durant, after recovering from the storm of the prosecutor's examination, accompanied the jury coolly enough on a trip to the scene of the crime, with perfect courtesy as always, but little interest in the proceedings. Durant was, in fact, the only one not deeply affected by the recital of the girl's horrible death and the discovery of the mutilated body. He stood, sphinx-like and cool, in the little room leading off the library of the church, while the prosecutor told the story of how Minnie Williams had been found, slashed and still bleeding, and pointed to the gruesome stains still on the ceiling, floor, and walls, which bore witness only too clearly of the terrible death struggle. Durant walked up the stairway to the steeple chamber without faltering, while the horror-stricken jury listened to the description of the discovery of Blanche's body, nude and mutilated, under the eaves. When they descended, he was the only one who was not visibly shaken, and he brushed the dust from his attire with a hand which was steady and calm. The doctor who, at the trial, examined his fingernails in an effort to connect them with the scratches on the throat of the victim, said that, while they were cut rounded instead of square, as had been the nails of the girl's assailant, they had been newly rounded, presumably trimmed from square fingernails, which could have inflicted the wounds. Durant met his testimony calmly, with a supercilious smile. Two surprise witnesses for the prosecution failed to disturb him, and, although it seemed as if he had difficulty, at times, in retaining his equanimity, nevertheless he did retain it. Adolf Oppenheimer, second-hand dealer, testified that Durant had tried to sell him the rings displayed in court as belonging to Blanche Lamont, and a friend of the Durant family, Mrs. Crossett, swore that she had seen him on the streetcar at about 4:10 p.m., with a girl answering to Blanche Lamont's description, going in the general direction of the church. The chain of evidence tightened about him, and, as time went on, it became overwhelming, though entirely circumstantial. Everybody believed him guilty of the Williams murder, as well as of the slaying of Blanche Lamont, but he was tried for the first crime only, so that, if he escaped the noose in that instance, the state had still another chance, by a trial for the death of Minnie Williams, to bring him to punishment. The state was 11 days in apprehending the murderer, and nearly 3 years in bringing him to justice. The trial dragged on as one of the most sensational ever appearing in a United States court, certainly in the courts of California. For the first 3 or 4 days after his apprehension, Durant had been nervous, strangely at contrast with his later calm, which, experts said, could not have been equaled by one man in 1,000 under such trying conditions. He would awake at night in his cell, screaming violently, but later he conquered this habit and slept as calmly and soundly as a child. His attitude won him many supporters. Many who had, at first, believed him guilty, now thought him unjustly accused. Women from all over the country sent him letters and telegrams. A few won notoriety by sending him flowers and showering him with attentions. But gradually certain rumors spread about town which belied the fine esteem in which Durant had been held by many church-goers. Certain of his young men friends admitted confidentially that Durant had not, after all, been the exemplary young man he was believed, but had had frequent entanglements with women. He had boasted to not a few of them of these affairs, had named married women and young girls in his gay insinuation, women of excellent repute in the church parish. He had boasted of a relationship with Blanche Lamont, and told stories of how he and 3 older men, on a trip to Carson City, had outraged an Indian woman, a story which rather neatly dovetailed with certain facts concerning an Indian woman found mutilated and outraged in a manner similar to the two unfortunate victims of Emmanuel Church. Certain young girls of the parish confided to their parents that Durant had attempted to attack them, and had lured them to the church, but had been interrupted, whereupon they had made their escape. One girl said that she had gone to the church with him on an errand. He had promised to take her home if she would go around by the church with him, and that she had waited for him in the library. He had re-entered, she said, by a different door than the one she had expected. Then she saw a sight that terrified her very soul. He had crept up behind her, entirely unclothed, and with a vicious look on his face. The door through which he entered had been locked behind him, but the girl managed to escape, perhaps from a fate like that of Minnie and Blanche, through another door which, evidently, he had forgotten to fasten. She had never told her mother. She had been too frightened. Nevertheless, she had always, thereafter, kept out of Durant's way. When she heard the news of Minnie's terrible death, she had at once thought of Theodore Durant, and had shuddered to think that she, too, might be dead had she not been successful in escaping. Other young girls told of similar experiences, accosted by Durant, who had appeared suddenly before them, nude and menacing. This, then, explained why, if he had killed Minnie Williams, his clothes were not blood-stained. Closer and closer was drawn the net which would take him to the gallows. Dapper and calm, however, Durant bore his ordeal without flinching. The defense conducted itself in a thoroughly skillful, if not altogether laudable, manner. In rather unscrupulous fashion it made much of the fact that the Reverend Mr. Gibson had been questioned closely by the police in regard to the strange murder of Minnie Williams, which took place within the sacred precincts of which he was the spiritual custodian. It pointed out that the minister, Mr. Gibson, as well as Durant, knew every part of the church, and had access to it at all hours, that he, too, possessed keys to every possible room in the building. It pointed out, in a significant fashion, that it had been the Reverend Mr. Gibson who had begged the undertaker to destroy all traces of the crime, and had insisted on trying to wash away the blood-stains. This was not, the defense said, because of outraged horror, but because of the fear of exposure. And why not, indeed, attribute the same motive to Mr. Gibson as had been attributed to Durant, a lustful perversion? Did he not deserve this as much as Durant? The prosecution was asked to prove that Durant had been in the church with Blanche Lamont long enough, assuming that Mrs. Leake's statement had been true, to have killed the girl. It was asked to prove that she had been killed before 5 o'clock, when King, the organist, had seen Durant, and not immediately after, or even a few days after that time. It was all very clever, very bewildering, but the jury was unconvinced. The burden of proof lay with the defense, not with the prosecution, as far as they were concerned. And then something transpired which decided them more than anything else in the entire testimony, although, technically, it could not be admitted to the trial. A horsehair found adhering to the clothing of Minnie Williams was proved to have been taken from Durant's own horse. Compared with other hairs of the horse, it was found almost identical. When compared with hairs of similar horses, it had differed substantially. Through July, August, September, and October, the trial dragged on. It was the first to be held under the then new California law that there should be 14 men on the jury, two who should listen to the evidence and, if necessary, take the place of any of the 12 who might be dismissed or become indisposed during the trial. While the jury was out, Durant was, apparently, the only person in the courtroom who was not deeply agitated. It seemed to everyone present that he had no chance to escape the extreme penalty, yet he sat still, cool and undisturbed, eating heartily of the lunch brought him by his mother. He smiled and chatted with her, trying, evidently, by ignoring the terrible issue at stake, to encourage her as to the outcome. His debonair attitude was strangely at variance with the tragic air of the foreman of the jury when it returned within 20 minutes after it had retired. The foreman's voice was so low and trembling that even those in the front seats could hardly catch his words. One ballot only had been taken by the jury. Theodore Durant had been found guilty of murder in the first degree. The penalty was hanging. It was then that his supreme nerve broke and left him, but he did not hear the shouts of satisfaction which arose outside the courthouse when the word was received. His mother had pressed him to her breast and had covered his head with her thick wrap, her tears falling on his bent head. He received several stays of execution, but finally it was set for January 7th, 1898, at San Quentin Prison. 4 requests were made to the warden by the condemned man. First, that the rope with which he was hanged be burned so that curious people would not barter for a piece of it as a souvenir. Second, that there should be no autopsy. He had always, since becoming a medical student, vowed that no knife should ever touch his flesh. Third, that no spectator gaze upon his face after his hanging. This he is believed to have asked so that his father should not immediately see him and become horribly unnerved. And lastly, that his body should, as quickly as possible, be turned over to his family. He rested comfortably the night before the execution. He ate a hearty breakfast, bade his guards good-bye without a tremor. As he dressed for the hanging, he observed the absence of collar and tie, and seemed as if about to ask for them, then changed his mind as the significance of their lack dawned on him. At the last moment, he accepted the consolation of the Catholic faith. The minister, who was to have accompanied him to the scaffold, declined, at the last instant, to say that he believed Durant guiltless, and the condemned man, therefore, would have none of him. He did not, however, present this query to the priest, Father Fagin, who walked with him to his death. As he said good-bye to his family, he was a marvel of coolness. His mother sobbed hysterically and clung to him, for, at that time, the condemned were not forced to say their farewells through meshed wires, and, at length, he pushed her gently away, saying, "The hour has come for us to part." He had asked his father to be present at the hanging, and the old man complied, walking into the room supported by 2 friends. At 10:30, the warden gave up hope of receiving word from Washington to delay the execution. At 10:40, Durant walked into the room, as corroborative word was flashed from Washington that the Supreme Court would not interfere. His arms were pinioned, and, as the rope was placed about his neck, he shuddered slightly but asked permission to speak. His address was delivered in a monotone, slowly and distinctly. "I desire," he said, "to say that although I am an innocent man, innocent of every crime that has been charged against me, I bear no animosity toward those that have persecuted me, not even the press of San Francisco, which has hounded me to the grave. If any man thinks I am going to spring a sensation, I am not, unless it is a sensation that I am an innocent man, brought to my death by my persecutors. But I forgive them all. They will get their justice from the great God who is master of us all, and where I also expect to get justice, that is, the justice of an innocent man. Whether the perpetrators of the crime of which I am charged are discovered or not will make no difference to me now, but I say that this day will sometime be a shame to the great state of California. I forgive everybody who has persecuted me, an innocent man, whose hands have never been stained with blood, and I go to meet my God with forgiveness for all men. The trap was sprung as he concluded. His father swayed in the arms of his friends, and, a few moments later, Theodore Durant was pronounced dead. One of the most interesting phases of the whole case, from the psychological standpoint, occurred immediately after the execution. Mrs. Durant, waiting in an ante-room, had begged that she might be allowed to see her son as soon as possible. When the body had been placed in its coffin, it had been taken to the room and set down where she might, at last, be alone, or nearly alone, with her dead. She cried aloud and threw herself upon the coffin, begging the boy to speak to her. The scene was a poignant one. The attendants, who were obliged by law to remain in the room, turned their heads to hide their own tears, as well as to afford her what privacy they could. Then an old trustee, who was in charge of that part of the jail in which the gallows had been erected, touched her on the arm sympathetically, and asked if she would like a cup of tea. Mrs. Durant raised her head and accepted gratefully. When he returned, she was composed and smiling, her grief past its first depth. The old fellow had done better than a cup of tea. He had, in fact, brought an entire dinner from the official's table, 4 courses and 4 servings of each course for the entire Durant family. Is it conceivable that a family thus bereaved, or in fact bereaved in any fashion, should sit at a table within arm's length of a coffin containing the corpse of their loved one, and chat over a hearty meal? Yet this was just what the Durant family did. Their conversation was unrestrained. They gave, apparently, no thought to the happenings of that terrible day, or to the presence of the dead. Mrs. Durant, who had nearly swooned in the ante-room and had to be revived, was, perhaps, the most talkative of the lot, while the father showed little signs of his recent distress at the gallows. "Papa, give me some more of the roast," one of the party was asking as the attendant passed the door. The very attendants in the jail, those who had been with the condemned man during his last days on earth, had been, and still were, deeply affected by the execution. They were, with reason, scandalized by the apparent callousness and cold-bloodedness of the family. Who, they asked, could eat with the body of a loved one so close at hand? Who could crowd food past their lips at such a terrible hour? Could this hardness of heart, this callousness, mean anything hereditarily? Did it help explain the cruelty in the makeup of the youthful monster, who had been characterized in the press as a lustful, perverted beast walking this earth in the guise of a law-abiding, religious, trustworthy young man? Surely his environment and associations could not explain it. After a hearty meal, the Durants left the prison, riding in a cab provided by and occupied by members of the press, to whom the bereaved parents talked volubly. The father and mother had, they themselves explained, given permission for pictures to be made of the hanging, but the warden had refused to permit it. The parents were willing that the death agony of their son should be displayed throughout a country where there was much hostility and no sympathy for him. No cemetery would receive his remains, and, after much trouble, the family had the body cremated and flung the ashes to the four winds. Thus were the murders of Blanche Lamont and Minnie Williams, who died because she stoutly maintained Blanche's purity and innocence against infamous slurs, avenged. Thus was paid the penalty for deeds which rival fiction in horror and fiendishness, murders unique in the history of crime. End of Part 2. End of the San Francisco Steeple Murders by H.W. Corley. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, July 2024.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 16. The Seventh Glass by Earl Stanley Gardner. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Seventh Glass by Earl Stanley Gardner, as Charles M. Green. Part 1. Hartley Hedges, his impulsive, boyish face quivering with emotion, pleaded with his friend. "Doctor, can't you think of some way to bring her to time? She's just obstinate and high-tempered. She's gone on her high horse over nothing at all, and now she won't back down on account of her pride. I've got to do something right away or I'll never be able to win her back." "Hang it, man, I know she loves me just as much as I do her. But if she ever gets set, she'll marry somebody else just to show me that she won't give in. It's a case of kill or cure now, and I've got to get her over her silly pride within the next day or two, or lose her forever." Dr. Merton Aldrich, his friend and companion, one of the most skillful surgeons of the younger school and a psychologist of note, sat in meditation. When he spoke, his tones were thin, colorless, but precise, his language well chosen and formal. "I agree with your diagnosis of Vera's character, Hartley. Your engagement has been broken, and she is the type to marry in haste in order to keep from you the satisfaction of knowing her heart is broken." Hartley waited expectantly. He knew his friend well enough to know there was more coming. Nor was he disappointed. After a minute, the doctor continued. "I am inclined to think your only hope is to subject her mind to some shock so great that the really trivial grievance she now holds will be relegated to the background, and she will have betrayed her real love for you before she realizes what she has done." "How can it be done?" "I would suggest that you write her a note, stating that you have decided to commit suicide because she refuses to renew the engagement. As your friend and hers, and also as your medical advisor, I will go to her with this note, telling her I found it on my desk where you had left it. That when I last saw you, you talked wildly and irrationally, and that I fear you have carried out your threat. This will probably so upset her that she will forget entirely your quarrel and make a frenzied search for you, seeking to prevent your suicide before it is too late." As Dr. Aldrich finished speaking, he raised his glance for one brief second with just a flicker of the cold, watery eyes. Upon the face of Hartley Hedges was an expression of eager acquiescence. "By George, that's fine. You've got the idea. Why didn't I think of it before? Vera's father did more than leave her an immense fortune. He left her a will and a power to reach decisions which most men haven't got." The doctor nodded, a very dignified, precise nod of silent affirmation. "She must never be allowed to think that there was any pretense in connection with that note, either when it is received or afterward," he said. "Trust me for that," assented Hartley. "Give me a piece of paper and a pen, and I'll write that note at once. It's the only chance. And I sure appreciate your suggestion, old man." He gathered the paper and pen to him with the impulsive enthusiasm of vibrant youth. As he wrote rapidly and spontaneously, Dr. Aldrich busied himself at the instrument case which stood against the wall of his office. His back was turned toward the writer, whose eyes remained fastened upon the sheet of paper. As Hedges finished writing, Dr. Aldrich returned to the little table and extended a thin white hand for the note. In an emotionless voice he read aloud. My dear friend and doctor, as I told you earlier in the evening, I feel that it is hopeless to expect Vera to relent. My life has been shattered, the world can never be the same, and I feel that it is better that I end it all. When you receive this note, I will probably have terminated an existence which can only be a burden if faced without the girl I love. Thanks for all you have done for me. Your affectionate friend, signed Hartley Hedges. Having finished reading, Dr. Aldrich studied the missive for a few moments. Seemingly, he was making absolutely certain that the paper expressed the sentiment he had suggested, nor did the action seem out of keeping with his character. It was to be presumed that he never made a mistake, always acted with cool deliberation, always remained master of events. The paper apparently meeting his approval, he placed it face down on the little table and moved over to Hartley's side. The thin, pale hand, with its long, attenuated fingers, startlingly white as it rested for a moment on the shoulder of Hartley's coat, and then Hedges jumped back with an exclamation of pain. The needle of a hypodermic syringe had been dexterously inserted through the coat and into the skin at the back of his neck. As he jumped away, the hypodermic was exposed plainly in the hand of the physician. Hartley's face showed surprise, bewilderment, but no annoyance. His trust of his friend was too complete, his devotion too deep for rage, but he was puzzled and just a trifle nettled. "For heaven's sake, what's the big idea?" he exclaimed. "Wasn't that a hypodermic you gave me?" Dr. Aldrich made no reply. Gently and carefully laying the hypodermic on the table, he picked up the suicide note and again studied it with that careful attention to detail which one gives to a document which is of the utmost importance. An expression of wild incredulity came upon the features of Hartley Hedges. Amazement, suspicion, and apprehension registered in turn upon his startled features. Then he made a rush toward the physician. Dr. Aldrich paid no heed to the figure hurrying toward him. His attention was plainly fastened entirely upon the note. He had dismissed the other entirely and completely from his mind. Midway in his rush, Hartley faltered in his stride. He swept his hand before his eyes as though attempting to brush aside a thick mist. He stopped, lurched staggeringly on his feet, and fell to the floor. As the body collapsed with a crash, Dr. Aldrich smiled grim approval and satisfaction at a task well accomplished. He folded the note, using great care to see that the folds were neat and accurate. Then he placed the missive in his breast pocket and turned to the body on the floor. Part 2. When Hartley Hedges regained consciousness, he found that he was bound to a narrow cot in a small room in which there were no windows. The only illumination came from a small electric globe in the ceiling. The room, he noticed, was devoid of furniture, with the exception of the cot and a narrow shelf upon which were arranged, with mathematical precision, 7 ordinary glasses, each about 2/3 full of what appeared to be water. He was conscious of a dull throbbing in his head, a pain so mastering as to cause an intense stab of agony when he attempted to move. In his hand was placed a small pear-shaped wooden shell, at one of which was located a hard rubber button. From the other end, an electric cord ran to the wall of the room. For some moments his numbed faculties speculated upon the nature of the device, and then he recognized that it was an electric signal such as hospital patients are given with which to summon a nurse. As the fog of oblivion began to dispel, Hartley endeavored to reconstruct the events of his last moments of consciousness. The shelf was still there, the 7 glasses of water were arranged with the same precision, and the reflection of the light in the ceiling glinted and scintillated from the polished sides of the glasses with a suggestion of cool refreshment. Hedges raised his head with an effort and inspected his bonds. Then he pressed the button of the buzzer, which was still held in his hand. Somewhere beyond the walls of the room he could faintly hear the harsh burr of the signal. The walls, he reflected, could not be very thick since they transmitted sound so easily. The door of the room, he surmised, must be at the end and back of his head. The other walls he could see, and there was no sign of a door which he could detect. 5 minutes passed without the slightest sound of footsteps. Again he pressed the button of the signal. Again he heard the answering brrr of the buzzer in the indefinite outside space. Again he waited. He felt his mind clearing rapidly now. The pain in his head was leaving, and in its place was the agony of intense thirst. He closed his eyes, striving to recollect just how he happened to be lying bound to this cot in a strange room. Bit by bit he was able to recall the events of his last hour of consciousness. With a start he thought of the suicide note, the hypodermic. Then, suddenly and purely as the result of some mental intuition, he knew that he was not alone. There had been no sound, no door had been heard to open in the narrow chamber. No footstep had sounded on the floor, and yet... He opened his eyes and beheld Dr. Aldrich standing by the side of the cot, his pale gray eyes looking as emotionless as ever, his thin, straw-colored hair carefully and precisely parted. So emotionless did he seem that Hartley felt for a moment the physician was there in his professional capacity, to minister to the sufferings of the sick man. Then Hartley recollected that hypodermic, the expression of abstract concentration on the face of the physician as he had examined the suicide note. By an effort, Hartley controlled himself. "Well?" he inquired thickly. Dr. Aldrich wasted no time in getting to the point. "I regret very much, Hartley, that my own success demands that you be sacrificed. As you are doubtless aware, I never allow any obstacle to interfere with my progress. Unfortunately, I have been financially embarrassed for some time. I realized that it was necessary for me to contract an advantageous marriage, and to do so without any delay. Such things are not arranged in a fortnight, and I had only one alternative. Vera was the only woman I knew who possessed the necessary financial qualifications, and with whom I was sufficiently well acquainted to make a proposal of marriage seem not entirely out of place. I had been watching the progress of your courtship, and through my knowledge of psychology realized that there was only one way by which I could hope to attain success." Hartley, having recollected the events leading up to the writing of the suicide note, and the selfish duplicity of his trusted friend, set his face in a mask of immobility, through which there came no flicker of expression. For all the emotion he allowed to be depicted on his countenance, he might have been a figure carved from wood. The doctor resumed. "Knowing that Vera would marry almost anyone to spite you in the event of a quarrel, I used my position as your mutual friend to bring about such a quarrel. I am frank to confess that I have enjoyed our friendship, and I give you my word I have not resorted to these means had they not been necessary. Not until I had firmly convinced myself that my success required your removal did I determine on your death. I felt that Vera would probably accept me following your quarrel in order to spite you, but I did not make the mistake of underestimating your intelligence. I knew that you would put two and two together as soon as the engagement was announced, and realized that I had deliberately brought about the quarrel. I also knew that you would prove resourceful enough to communicate your suspicions to Vera, and that she would welcome the opportunity to effect a reconciliation once she was convinced of my intentions. It therefore became necessary that I should get you out of the way while I persuaded Vera to marry me to spite you, and that, after having secured her promise, I would bring about your death. Having determined on this course, I flatter myself that I handled matters rather artistically." "You scoundrel!" "You will remember how I used my knowledge of psychology to secure the note in your own handwriting, stating you had decided to commit suicide. After that, it only remained for me to drug you and remove you to this room. Here you will stay for a day or two, during which time I will secure Vera's promise to marry me." "She'll never—" "Oh, no, you needn't doubt my ability to do that. I will relate with reluctance an imaginary conversation with you, and which I have already carefully thought out. She will jump at the opportunity to marry your best friend in order to convince you that you were less than nothing in her life. However, I digress, which is a dangerous habit. Having secured her promise, I will arrange your death by the method I am about to explain, and at the proper time produce your body. You will remember you have long had a key to my private office. The room in which you now are is a secret chamber opening from a corridor back of my private office. You'll pay for this. At the proper time, I have only to produce your body in my office with this note folded on the table nearby, and the unmistakable evidence of poison in your stomach. A coroner's jury will return a verdict of suicide while mentally deranged." Hartley Hedges closed his eyes, and Dr. Aldrich smiled. "I admire your self-control, Hartley. I am sorry it has become necessary to bring about your death. However, to get down to brass tacks, there are 7 glasses of water on the shelf. One of those glasses contains, dissolved in the water, a deadly cyanide preparation, so potent that the slightest drop on the tongue or even on the lips will produce almost instant death. I am leaving you alone in this room. I have brought you a little food, but you will have no water other than what is in those glasses. I don't want you to die before I am ready, so I will tell you that the glasses on either end contain pure water. Of the other 5, 1 is deadly poison, and the other 4 contain water. I am going to give you a good drink now, which will last you about 12 hours. At the end of that time, you will consume, roughly speaking, 1 of the glasses of water every 24 hours. As I have indicated 2 of the glasses which contain pure water, it is reasonable to suppose that you will continue to live for the next 48 hours. By that time, I shall have Vera's promise. After that, I don't care when you die. I shall take a look at you every day through a secret peephole in the wall. When you partake of the fatal glass, I will simply move you into the other room and notify the coroner. Hartley groaned. I am simply leaving you in the 7 glasses so that you may have something to occupy your mind, and a little game you may play each day, a little game with death. Now you may have a good, cooling drink of water. Unhesitatingly, Hedges raised the pitcher Dr. Aldrich put to his lips. The cooling water brought relief to his fevered throat. Almost instantly he realized that the water had been drugged. But he made no effort to fight the effects of the medicine and almost immediately dropped to sleep. When he awoke, the bonds had been removed, and he was free to explore his prison. Strange to say, he awoke with complete memory and almost no feeling of sickness as a result of the double drugging he had undergone. Beyond an acute thirst, he felt no ill effects. Neither did he feel any fear. Somehow or other, he felt he would find a way of outwitting the maniac who had imprisoned him. By this time, he felt no doubt whatever that Dr. Aldrich had become insane. An inspection of the room showed that it was apparently built on the end of a corridor. The walls were paneled with no trace of an entrance of any kind. Hartley was certain one of the panels could be made to slide back by proper manipulation, and that the action was easy and free, for in no other way could he account for the noiseless entrance of the physician. But he felt equally certain there was some locking arrangement by which the panel could be firmly locked in place from the outside. A small basket of food lay on the floor beside the cot. He still wore his street clothes, but his watch, keys, pencil, and all other belongings had been carefully removed. He had no doubt Dr. Aldrich had these articles ready to put back in the pockets of his clothes after he should have taken charge of the body. Hartley laughed, a short, grim laugh. He had the spirit of a fighter, and he did not intend to give up the struggle. Not yet awhile. The 7 glasses of water were still arranged on the shelf. He was desperately thirsty, and he had no doubt the physician had told the truth when he said the 2 glasses on the ends were perfectly safe for drinking. But he did not intend to cut down his precious supply of water until he had to. Dr. Aldrich had said, he remembered, that the room was in the building with his office, and not far removed from the private office. Hartley determined to shout for help. The electric buzzer had been removed, but he remembered how plainly he had been able to hear the distant brrr of the signal when he had pressed the button. If the walls were that thin, there was a chance he could attract attention. He shouted long and loud, then listened for a response. The echoes of his voice rang from the narrow walls of the room, but there was no other sound. He then tried beating on the panels of the wall and finally throwing his weight against them. He tried this until he had bruised his shoulders, but he was unable to make any impression upon the walls. His efforts made him desperately thirsty, and he finally approached the shelf where the glasses were arranged and took a small drink from the glass nearest the end on the left-hand side. As he did so, he inspected the remaining glasses with interest. They all looked alike, and he could detect no difference in the coloring of the contents, nor could he see any precipitate in any of the glasses. It was a great temptation to satisfy his thirst and to drink down the entire glass of water which he held in his hand, but by an effort of will he succeeded in taking only about 1/2 of the contents. The water was warm and insipid, and did but little toward quenching his thirst. Hartley had no way of knowing whether it was day or night. Because of the absence of sound, he became convinced it was night. He lay down on the cot, and after an hour dropped off to sleep. Somehow he knew when he awoke that it was daytime. There was just the faintest suspicion of a throb of sound in the air of his prison. He judged that the elevators in the office building were making a vibration of sound which penetrated to the room. He revised his opinion of the thickness of the walls. He reflected that there was probably only one section of the wall where the panels did not fit snugly against the solid walls of the building. It must have been through this portion of the paneling he had heard the sound of the electric buzzer. Then he remembered that there had been a little closet in the back of Dr. Aldrich's private office, in which nothing was stored, but in which no one except the physician was ever allowed. He surmised that the back of that closet must contain the secret panel which served as an entrance to his prison. When anyone was in the closet, it might be possible to hear sounds from the prison, but when the closet door was closed, he was completely isolated. Somehow the day wore on. He was too thirsty to eat, and he husbanded his supply of water. Much to his surprise, he felt no panic, no fear. He remained cool and calm. It was too absurd to think he would be allowed to perish in the midst of a 20th century civilization, locked in a modern office building, and to die in so bizarre a fashion. In the afternoon, his tongue commenced to swell, and it became necessary for him to finish the first glass of water. Even then, the agony of thirst was acute. As the throbbing sounds ceased, he composed himself for sleep, but was unable to secure any rest. From time to time, he would drop off only to be troubled with hideous nightmares. He would arouse with a start only to find the same room, the same small electric light, and the same array of glasses on the narrow shelf. He now began to experience serious trouble with his tongue. The second glass of water was finished. He had noticed a fly buzzing aimlessly around the electric light, and once he had seen it descend to one of the water glasses for a drink. He thought it had been the third glass from the right, but he was not sure. He determined to try that next. His thirst ceased to be a distinct sensation, but became a great pulsing agony. His tongue had become so swollen that he could not shout. In a burst of desperation, he seized the third glass from the end and drained it. By this time, he had lost track of time. The throbbing of his head was so acute that he could not detect the vibration of the elevators. The electric light blazed down pitilessly. Time seemed to have merged into an eternity. He was delirious much of the time, and yet with the dogged willpower of brute determination, he husbanded the water supply. Then he noticed that the fly was dead. It was impossible to tell whether it had fallen from the fourth glass or the fifth, but there it was midway between the two glasses. Hartley laughed, the grimace of delirium. Seizing the glasses, he drained them all except the fourth and fifth. The water cooled and sobered him. He staggered to the bed and dropped to sleep. Upon regaining consciousness, he realized that his chances of life had narrowed to an even gamble with death. His tongue had again thickened and protruded from his mouth. All of the glasses except two were empty. He approached the shelf. No longer did he retain his courage. Existence in the room had become a veritable hell, a cramped hell in which he was tortured for water, and in which an electric light blazed down with merciless and pitiless intensity. He stood looking at the glasses. He knew he must make a decision. He almost hoped that he would taste the swift relief of death. He reached out his hand, and then, suddenly, he heard the voice of Dr. Aldrich, somewhat muffled but still quite distinct. Apparently the door had been opened into the closet, and also it was equally apparent that some ventilation system communicated with the closet from the prison. The doctor's voice swelled in volume as though the door had been opened while he was talking. It was plain from his tone that he was annoyed. "Really, Vera, it is most inopportune of you to come at this time, and to insist on entering this closet. As you can plainly see, there is nothing concealed here. Now, if you will be so good as to come out—" It appeared, however, that Vera was not going to be so good as to come out. Her voice was shrill with excitement. "This is exactly like the closet I saw in my dream. I am sure that somewhere, somehow, Hartley wanted me to come here. Oh, dear, I do wish I could only get the message he was trying to give me in that dream." "Nonsense," cut in Dr. Aldrich. "As your physician and friend, I prescribe immediate rest and a change of scene. I insist on your going to your home at once. Come." At this point, another voice, a heavy, masculine voice, took part in the conversation. "Really, Miss Powell, there don't seem to be nothing here. I came along to see fair play, but there ain't nothing to be done here. If you'll excuse me, I'll be getting back on my beat."
"I'm certain Hartley was trying to tell me something about this closet," came again in Vera's voice, but Hartley noticed there was less assurance in her tone. She was apparently leaving the closet. During all this time he had stood there, hardly believing his ears. It was as though a man imprisoned in a tomb had suddenly heard the voice of his loved one. And then he awoke to the fact that his last possible hope of escape was being taken away. He tried to shout, but no sound came from his swollen throat. In an agony of helplessness, he felt his last chance at life slipping through his fingers. Then, moved by instinct, he staggered to the far side of the room and commenced to pound on the panel. Instantly, commotion reigned in the closet. All three of the voices began to shout. There came the sound of a heavy crash against the wall of his prison. The policeman was evidently trying to break through the panel. Then came sharp, heavy blows. A chair was being swung against the wood. A splintering crash, and the whole section of panel swayed inward and crashed to the floor. 3 figures burst into the room. Vera, with a glad cry, rushed toward him, arms outstretched. A police officer threw down the chair he had been swinging and slowly advanced. Dr. Aldrich, overwhelmed by the developments of the past few minutes, pressed his hand to his forehead, turned deathly pale, and leaned against the wall of the room. "He's going to faint!" exclaimed the officer. Seeing the glasses on the shelf, he snatched up one and threw the contents squarely in the face of the physician. "There now, doctor. That'll buck you up." Dr. Aldrich gulped and spluttered as the liquid drenched his parted lips. His color returned. "Thanks," he said, standing once more erect. Then suddenly, a look of pained surprise came over his face. His muscles twitched in a convulsive spasm. His eyes rolled up in the top of their sockets. For a brief moment he stood so, the whites of his eyes showing ghastly and terrible, his face ashy gray. Then he toppled slowly forward and crashed to the floor dead. End of the 7th glass by Earl Stanley Gardner.